No, witam z powrotem. Tego się nie spodziewałem. Przez tego Star Treka usunęli tamtą transmisję. Niestety. Także jesteśmy jeszcze raz. Wszystko jest w porządku, spokojnie. Nie martwcie się. Ja tu tylko zmienię ten. Jak to nazwać? San Diego Comic Con 2020. Dzień 2. Dobra. Dobra, jeszcze tylko... Już zaraz będzie. No dobra, zaraz będzie kolejny panel. From script. Dobra. Był jakiś zwiastun? Tak, taki klip z Star Treka Picard. Szkoda, bo godzinę uwalili, że tak powiem. Był, no jak to, Marko? Ślepy byłeś? Nie wiem, czy nie widziałeś tego? Ominąłeś to? Drugi sezon Star Trek Picard. I przez to zablokowali. Także coś czuję, że nie będziemy oglądali już zwiastunów. Przynajmniej tutaj, dopóki tego nie ogarnę. No a teraz będzie od scenariusza do... od scenariusza na ekran. Już powinien być, także... No dalej. No... Już powinien być, co jest? No pewnie, że zablokują. Sprawdźmy sobie, jaka jest godzina w San Diego. San Diego time. No jest 11 rano. Dobra, czyli... Ach, ten jest o 12. Dobra. Sorry. Nie ten włączyłem. Oglądamy. Nauka w Hollywood.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Hollyweird Science Panel. I'm Jenna Bush. I'll be moderating today. I'm a writer for Vital Thrills, Sci-Fi Wire,
Siema, Jenna.
The Hysterical podcast. I'm contributing author for the Psych Geek series, and I'm probably best known for hosting a show with Stan Lee. And I'm going to allow our panelists to introduce themselves. So we'll start with Kevin.
Kevin Grazier. I am a scientist by education, a planetary dynamicist. I've been a science advisor
jest
on
naukowcem.
several series like Battlestar Galactica, Eureka, films such as Gravity and upcoming Escape
W
from
Gravity był.
and I'm co-author of the Hollywood Science Books. Yay.
Dobra, i napisał książki o nauce w Hollywood.
So I'm Stephen Cass. I am a science journalist. So actually a big part of my job is actually reporting on how science fiction becomes science fiction fact on a regular basis.
Okej, a ten wyjaśnia, jak science fiction zmienia się w naukę.
Hollywood science books, and I've also edited a few science fiction anthologies.
Okej.
Cool. Hey, what's up, everyone? Derek Hughes here.
Siemano.
I'm a writer-producer. Written on such shows as Warehouse 13, Arrow, Flash.
To jest producent, który odpowiada za naukę we Flashu na przykład.
Hi, I'm Helen Stringer. I'm the author of Spellbinder and Paradigm and former development exec.
No dobra.
Formerly Los Angeles and now back in the UK.
O, w UK jest.
where
No
it's
dobra.
raining.
When it's raining. Gdzie pada? U mnie nie pada akurat. W opisie nie ma harmonogramu. O, już zmieniam.
Hi, I'm Ashley Miller. I'm a writer. I work in features television. I co-wrote Thor and X-Men First Class.
O,
In TV, I've worked on Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles. Worked on
Już jest.
Black Sails. I've worked on Lore. And I co-wrote a young adult novel called Colin Fisher and Admiral Stockdale.
No dobra, on
Who am I and why am I here?
generalnie pisze książki i wyjaśnia naukę, także zobaczymy.
I'm Nicole Perlman. I am a writer-producer. Have worked mostly in features up to this point. I was one of the writers on Captain Marvel and Guardians of the Galaxy.
Okej, ona była producentem i głównym specem od nauki w Kapitan Marvel, Strażnika Galaktyki.
Gamora from Marvel Comics, and yeah, have a bunch of movies we're producing in the works as well. So
No, ciekawe,
I'm very
zobaczymy.
involved in the Science and Entertainment Exchange in LA, which is about bringing scientists and filmmakers and TV.
No dobra, przestań się przedstawiać już. Zrobiła wszystko generalnie.
Hi, I'm Jessica Kale. I'm a professor and psychopharmacologist, and I am a
Profesorka.
consultant with the Science Exchange. And I've consulted on shows, a lot of Marvel shows.
Dobra, co ona zrobiła w takim razie?
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Iron
Agenci
Fist,
Tarczy,
Luke Cage,
Iron Fist, Luke
and,
Cage.
a number of features and television shows.
I inne.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in with our
Dobra,
first question.
super.
Screenwriting might be considered a purely creative act by people who don't write, but there are a lot of rules and a lot of structure. So can you guys talk about the discipline and the structure that's
Dobra.
inherent in writing and every...
Czy mogą pogadać o strukturze, jak to wszystko wygląda?
Harder than it looks to make something like that feel satisfying. And when you're talking about writing,
To wszystko wygląda na trudniejsze niż wygląda.
that require a lot of world building or a lot of science fiction elements. And I would count a lot of the things I've worked on within that space. Then the amount of planning that you have to do ahead of time to really understand
Trzeba dobrze rozplanować, co chcesz zrobić od początku do końca i odkryć, jakie są problemy związane, jakie mogą być problemy związane z nauką. I tak samo jest w telewizji i w kinie. W filmie się to robi łatwiej, bo masz jeden film, jest to bardziej skondensowane, a w serialu trzeba myśleć na temat każdego odcinka osobno.
Screenwriting is kind of a good you can probably see my wall over there and adapting a Stephen King book, and I have to it's a very long book and I have to try to figure out what elements are key to telling the story.
Dobra, ona zawsze ogarnia, jakie są najważniejsze elementy, które opowiadają historię. Bo przypominam, oni są też producentami i piszą scenariusze, także nie tylko jeżeli chodzi tutaj o naukę. Trzeba być zdyscyplinowanym, no to tak wiadomo, tak jak wszędzie. I żeby się nie poddawać. Jeżeli piszesz scenariusz i myślisz o nauce, jak to ogarnąć. Pisanie scenariusza jest jak maraton. Każdego dnia, po trochu. Piszesz i po prostu trzeba się z tym pogodzić. Kawałek po kawałku i będzie scenariusz napisany.
I was just going to say, absolutely everything, plus one to everything they said. I would say on top of that, though, and when it comes to television, it's like the discipline has to even be, I think, doubly so because you're on a timeline.
Dobra, jeżeli chodzi o seriale, według tego gościa u góry z lewej, trzeba zrobić
of trying
Jak
to
najwięcej każdego dnia.
55 pages fit or 49 pages if you're on like a CW show. It's crazy.
Wow, 50 stron scenariusza każdy odcinek ma.
You're shooting a show
Dużo.
every 8 days and it's resetting. So it's like a mini movie every 8 days. And if you don't have those scripts, you are completely screwed. It's like so
Czyli trzeba ogarnać bardzo szybko, co się dzieje i jest pod presją, żeby pisać i pisać każdego dnia, bo co tydzień 55 stron musi dostarczyć.
Okay, well then for our tech folks, have you ever had a science moment that was dominated more by creativity than purely analytical train of thought?
Yes.
No dobra, zobaczymy teraz, co oni mają do powiedzenia.
Jess or Steven or
Go ahead, I'll go after you.
Actually, you were an engineer for the Navy. Even you can fill in, can jump in here if it's.
Dobra, zastanawiałem się, kto pierwszy będzie mówił.
Look, man, it's the only difference between the two is that the notes that you get when you're working on an engineering or software or modeling simulation project is that they're objective reality versus subjective.
No dalej.
I think like once you learn to handle one, you can handle the other.
To jest trudne do ogarnięcia. Trzeba się bardzo dobrze przygotować, zaplanować i myśleć w przyszłość, a później to zrobić. Także
Yeah, I think for like when I'm doing like writing a science story, I also again I think people don't understand that there are discipline and there are constraints. You often get a lot of, oh, why can't they just, especially from scientists, why don't they just put in this? Why didn't you put in the 3 paragraphs explaining this very minor, what any reader would consider really deep in the weeds? You're also trying to explain to a casual reader some of the magic or poetry of the event. So you're also trying to
co on tutaj powie?
Those things in the same way. And again, you also have deadlines. And I think all these things do.
To jest jak pisanie książki, że masz deadline'y, czyli jakiś tam termin, w którym musisz oddać książkę. Tak samo jest z pisaniem scenariusza.
And I often say that I'm more interested in accuracy than precision. I want it to be accurate, but I'm not interested in going all the way.
Chcę być, i według niego najbardziej się liczy fakt, jaki jest, a nie jakby precyzja.
Helen, the thing just jumped to you. Were you about to say something? No.
No, actually, well, I'm not a scientist, but my father was. He was a lifelong sci-fi fan.
Ona sama nie jest naukowcem, ale jej ojciec był, także okej.
Massive collection, and he was less concerned with the accuracy and much more concerned with story.
Dobra, on był bardziej skupiony na historii.
Or anything, but he also sort of understood the game, as it were.
2 Octobers, my collaborators and I published a couple papers. And the most recent one, we solved a pretty big problem in planetary dynamics. It's been outstanding for a long time. And the first one, they came out sort of in reverse order. We solved several medium-level problems. The biggest problem we solved, and this has implications for how the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs may have got here, and why there's never going to, that reservoir will never empty. But to a planetary scientist, the question here is, how does a Centaur object become a Jupiter family comet? They're the same problem.
Co? Nawet nie wiem, o czym on mówi. Jakąś historię opowiada związaną z...
My living room, watching a SpaceX launch on my phone. We had a lot of clues in what's going on, but we didn't have the file. And it came to me like a bolt.
Bardzo się zacina gość, także nawet nie wiem.
I get it. I fully understand it. This is the answer. No ifs, ands, or buts.
Ale opowiada o SpaceX. A zobaczcie tego gościa u góry z lewej. Śpi. Ten gość u góry z lewej śpi. Normalnie śpi. O, obudził się, dobra.
And the conclusion is obvious because afterwards we did do the mining and, fingers crossed, it supported exactly what just popped into my head. So
coś tam opowiadał, bardzo mocno się zacina gość, ale opowiadał o tym, jak oglądał SpaceX czyli start tej rakiety.
So, would you guys consider creativity a trait or a habit? Because I know there's always a lot of debate about whether that's nature versus nurture, if it's something you can cultivate yourself. What do you guys think?
Both. I think it's both. It's a little combination of each. I have a friend who's an amazing writer, artist and art director, and
Ma
every time somebody
kumpla,
comes to
który
him and
jest,
says, "Oh, I wish I was born good. I'm just not good at art," and he says, "Screw that.
który
I
dobrze,
spend
powiedzmy,
4 hours
maluje,
a
nie,
day,
nie,
5
nie.
hours a day, practicing." It's like you're not necessarily
Generalnie
born
co ona
with
mówi,
the
to
taste of it,
masz
and the rest of it is
ćwiczyć,
just
ćwiczyć i
nurture.
ćwiczyć. I wtedy będziesz w tym
Anyone
dobry.
else wanna weigh in on that?
Creativity is a thing, or if it's really just desperation with a great marketing plan.
No, kreatywność jest dosyć ograniczona, jeżeli chodzi o naukę,
It has to be, I guess, a
bo
habit.
muszą się trzymać wytycznych nauki, a nie mogą stworzyć, nie mogą stworzyć nic, co chcą, tylko muszą się trzymać tego, co nauka mówi.
Whether you're talking about working on a feature, you're working on a TV show, or you're writing a book, or frankly, you're working in any other space, that creativity is something that you train your brain to do. All it is just it is learning the skill
O, przycięło gościa.
of imagining different points.
Kreatywność to jest patrzenie na problem z różnych punktów widzenia. Bardzo dobrze powiedział.
So there is this, this kind of, I guess, for lack of a better word, there's the sort of the brainstorming aspect, but then part of that creativity, the skill of it is corralling that brainstorming.
Man, you broke it down like stereo instructions, man.
Dobra, teraz gada.
That's like the IQ of writing right there, man.
Dobra, śmieszki są.
I think you just found the common thread between science and creative writing and such, because they start with this bolt out of the blue, and then they are hit with tons of discipline.
No, średni panel, że tak powiem, bo dużo, ale przynajmniej dużo osób jest.
There's sort of at least 2 stages, probably more, but at least 2. One is the childhood thing, and I think that most kids are naturally very creative. They play make-up games, they do all of this.
Okej,
And then
dzieci
when
są
they get to
bardzo
school,
kreatywne.
they to write and to write stories as a way of
W szkole
learning
piszą
how to communicate through writing.
historie
And then at
i
a certain
opowiadania.
point in their education, usually probably halfway through high school or whatever, you'd have to start writing about things that other people have written instead of things that you're creating. And that's where I think
No ciekawie opowiada, mówi, że generalnie od dziecka się uczysz pisania. I kreatywności.
I sometimes wonder how many great stories we've lost because of the children who fell by the wayside that were telling really great stories when they were kids. And it would be nice if we could keep that going more. I mean, aside from how do you make a living at writing, but how great it is to tell stories. My grandfather was in World War I and he told amazing stories. They were really funny. He was in World War I and he told funny stories.
Znowu poszedł spać.
It was wonderful.
Gość z lewej u góry.
It seems that so much now we forget the joy of telling stories and the joy of hearing stories.
Jej dziadek, czy tam jej ojciec opowiadał śmieszne historie z I wojny światowej i były śmieszne. I że zapomnieliśmy, jak opowiadać historię.
I think there's that sort of famous anecdote about you have kids painting pictures and then you pay them $1 to paint the same pictures and they don't enjoy it as much. Well, I mean, I definitely enjoy games for a living, doing something that I love, but I will say that I think there is.
Jeżeli macie jakieś fajne pytania, to możecie to zrobić za pomocą linku, który jest w opisie Tipli. Wtedy bot przeczyta waszą wiadomość, a tak to nie czytam czatu. W sensie czytam, czasami zerknę na czat, ale tłumaczę to, co oni mówią. Z grubsza, tylko z grubsza.
You know, my parents were very encouraging of me being a writer. They're like football
Attra-
parents, but instead of being like, you're going to play football, they're like, you're going to be a writer. Because my dad wanted to be a writer and he wasn't allowed to be. And so anyway, the point is that I think being creative, a lot of it is nurture. I think a lot of it is having the space to daydream and having the encouragement to water those seeds. And even now I feel like so much of...
Dobra, generalnie trzeba mieć dużo odwagi, żeby zostać tym, kim chcesz być, że tak powiem.
Other writing and other great movies, and then I just sort of let it percolate in the back and things pop up.
To robić, trzeba to kochać i pomysły same wpadają do głowy.
When I teach a class, and it doesn't matter if it's astronomy or it's an introductory computer class at West Point, I do tell the students that, you know, I know you think it's whatever, mamby-pamby, this thing, and you want to be engineers. I don't know. Okay, listen to me on this. There is a 37-minute video, I think it's still on YouTube, by John Cleese of Monty Python fame, where he talks about creativity and his conversations with a psychologist.
Okej, każdemu swojemu uczniowi mówi, żeby obejrzeć film, w którym gość mówi o kreatywności. Masz... Okej, masz dwa tryby. Do grania i do chillowania, a drugi tryb jest po prostu to zrób.
Get stuff done mode, you can't go into play mode. Get stuff done is when you're tired, you got too much to do, you're stressed.
W drugim trybie jesteś zmęczony i po prostu robisz tą pracę, robisz to, co wymyśliłeś w tej pierwszej, w pierwszym trybie.
Whatever. In my case, yesterday it was transcribing notes from a book. So an important thing I also said is you can be in play mode and go to get stuff done mode. You can't do the reverse.
Dobra, można z pierwszego trybu w drugi wejść, ale z drugiego na pierwszy już się nie da.
Because you can apply that to writing code or writing a screenplay. And that argues in nature of nurture, by the way.
Dużo gada ten blondas.
I think about that. I agree. There are these two components, and in many ways, so I write for this magazine called IEEE Spectrum, which is, I like to say, the best magazine you've never heard of. So it's this pretty, you know, it's a magazine mainly for engineers and so on. But my magazine exists in order to provide serendipity, and so we often talk about, you know,
Gada o swoim czasopiśmie, czyli po prostu reklama.
And a phrase we often use is the adjacent possible. So the creative moment is the moment where you tunnel from what's possible to the thing that's beside, going across that adjacency. But the bigger you make your surface area of the possible, the more things you know about, the more connections you...
No to jest logiczne, co mówi. Im więcej siedzisz w jakimś temacie, tym bardziej poszerzasz swoje horyzonty i wiesz więcej. No jak na razie nie powiedział nic konkretnego, ale mówi logicznie. Czyli im bardziej zwiększasz swoją wiedzę, możliwości, tym więcej masz do powiedzenia. No tak.
What's with all this namby-pamby creative stuff? Well, I would kind of argue that engineers, I think, especially need to learn how to think creatively, because an engineer's job, like an applied mathematician's job,
Dobra, no.
is to take what we know about science and apply it to a problem. But we encounter
Czyli jeżeli chodzi o pracę inżyniera, to trzeba przenieść problemy i to, co z kartki, na prawdziwy problem i to rozwiązać. I teraz daję przykład.
Just, you know, one expression essentially, just one model that kind of captured everything and kind of captured all of that data. And I did lots and lots of thinking
A tego u góry z lewej to ignorują. Jeszcze nic nie powiedział.
Run on the model.
O,
It just
może dlatego, że śpi,
and anything that I did get out was
żeby go tylko nie obudzili.
So one night, I'm sitting around, I'm trying to figure this out, and of all things, Darren Aronofsky's Pi comes on
I saw that.
HBO. And we get to the scene where, like, the computer gets kind of, I live, and then it...
Yeah.
Co?
And I ended up, I found myself, you know, the next God knows how many hours I did not sleep, taking that problem, breaking that problem into pieces. Pieces that I thought that
Rozłożył ten problem o komputerze mówi. Rozłożył go na czynniki pierwsze. Dobra, narysował czy tam zbudował mapę świata. Okej, w Excelu zbudował mapę świata, wow. Ale dlaczego? Nie mam zielonego pojęcia, tam zbudował mapę.
So, you know, an engineer, I think, who tells you that that he doesn't need to learn how to think creatively, that he doesn't need to learn to think outside of that box, is an engineer who is ultimately going to be working for somebody else and maybe not very happy.
I agree with everything you said, and the context for what I said when you were saying the mammy-pammy is we're talking about students who may or may not even see the need for taking liberal arts classes.
Right.
And to tell them that, oh, here's this creative stuff that comes straight out of, you know, not Hollywood, but entertainment.
Dobra, no.
Say this is applicable to your job. That's a tough sell.
So before we move on, I do want to mention the first two questions. We have had some audience questions sent in. So Carrie from Los Angeles and Bill from Irvine.
Dobra, pytania od publiczności teraz będą.
Obviously, creativity is a big part of science. Do you guys have any specific habits or techniques for being creative, for being productive?
Czy macie jakieś specjalne,
some practical advice for people?
jak jakby budzą w sobie kreatywność?
None.
Nikt nie chce powiedzieć.
Fear of time.
I have a black belt in procrastinating.
Dobra, ziomuś mówi.
So that's my discipline. Not writing, you know? It's like doing everything but the writing, and then eventually
czyli
getting to the writing.
robi wszystko inne, ale nie pisze. I to jest jego sposób na kreatywność. Robi wszystko inne, myśli o tym w tle, gdzieś tam z tyłu głowy, a na samym końcu pisze. No i dobrze, ja też tak robię. Robisz wszystko, żeby się tylko nie uczyć. Robisz wszystko, żeby nie sprzątać. Pisała z rana przed pracą.
And lo and behold, 350 pages, really fast.
Znaczy, jej sposobem jest pisanie rano, przed pracą, każdego dnia.
I started procrastinating really badly, and it takes discipline, and you need to find out what is the best.
I trzeba być zdyscyplinowanym. Czyli po prostu dzień za dniem pisać po kawałku, kawałek za kawałkiem.
I'm more of a morning person, so I write in the morning. And anything that I write later in the day, I will just delete the next morning because it's rubbish. It just always is. And you need to figure out what your timetable is.
Trzeba sobie ogarnąć, czy jesteś nocnym markiem, czy rannym ptaszkiem i wtedy działać.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, I think figuring out what works for you is really important, and like part of your process of being a writer. I can't write in the morning. I can do outlining, I can do research, I can do emails. I just can't focus.
Ona nie może się skupić rano.
Entire day ahead of me. So it's like, why would I straighten myself. You know, why would I straighten these three little hands when I have the whole day? Really only until about like 2 o'clock.
No dobra, dla niej jest najważniejsze pisanie
And then I start working.
po
But
południu.
for me, time management is a really big part of anxiety management, and that's a huge part of my
Dobra, jest bardzo zorganizowana.
You know, I've shared some of my tips with
No.
screenwriters, and like Michael Arndt was like, "That's a great idea. I love that." And Scott Frank's like, "I would kill myself if I lived in your head." So like both like two amazing screenwriters, and they both had completely opposite reactions to what I told them I do when I do rewrites, which is like a color coding system to just basically help me figure out how long something's going to take me, how much emotional effort it's going to take.
Dobra, czyli najważniejsze, rano planuję sobie cały dzień, ogarnia ile co zajmie, każda część dnia, ale pisać nie może. Rano odpowiada na maile,
I'm glad you said that.
robi
That I
research,
share a
ale
distressing amount of I need a creative gun to my head.
a ten ziomek w środku?
I've heard a lot of people talking about the percolation period, and it seems to be a commonality between the scientists and the writers in here. That everybody needs a little bit of time to percolate. When I get a consult from the Science Exchange, I usually ask what the timeline is, and then I ask if I can have at least one day, because my best ideas and solutions to whatever creative problem they have that they need me to decide.
Ona ma ciekawe podejście.
Come when I'm
Pyta się, kiedy jest deadline, kiedy jest termin końcowy i prosi o jeden ekstra dzień, bo zawsze pod presją wymyśla najlepsze pomysły i najczęściej wpada na rozwiązanie podczas mycia zębów.
Had my most unusual and most creative consult. I usually get sci-fi stuff, I usually get Marvel, I get super soldier stuff, I get stuff like that. But this time it was a show called Claws, which is about a nail salon in Florida where a bunch of women get sort of fall into the
Jaka tam jest nauka? Okej, salon do manikurów, w którym handlują narkotykami. Okej.
Permission to talk about this yesterday. They needed to come up with a some sort of meth delivery system that could be delivered through a perfectly innocent manicure. So that they could look like they were doing
Ona musiała wymyślić system, jak sprzedawać narkotyki poprzez niewinny salon kosmetyczny. Ciekawe. I wymyśliła to w ciągu kilku dni. A teraz ziomek mówi, że no, mogliby być niezłymi kryminalistami.
I definitely need percolation time, except that here's what I found, because I, like Derek, I engage in a lot of procrastinating. I also do a lot of pitchcrastinating. Sometimes I sit around and think of ways to take the word procrastinating and make it sound like work.
Ciekawe, dobra.
That's my habits, but for me, I have learned that I need habits, right? Even though my habits can be scary.
Dla niego najważniejsze są nawyki.
I wake up every morning at 4:30. I start my day, I have my coffee, I make my list.
Codziennie budzi się o 4 rano, o Jezus Maria.
Through that, right? It's like I have a couple of different projects. My percolation time is time spent working on something else.
I codziennie to samo musi robić. Nawyki.
For breaking it down. Like what's the first piece that I start writing to myself? Even if it's just automatic, it's all of this. Just to me putting those words on the page.
Zapisuję sobie wszystko.
That schedule and sticking to that process and being responsible for delivering product to myself helps me
a pewnie później to wszystko sprawdza i usuwa to, co mu się nie podoba.
I will never stop percolating. I am the coffee that never pours. So, you know, discipline habit is just it's my jam. I could not function without it. And like Nicole, it's a lot of that is anxiety.
No dobra, generalnie chodzi o nawyki, które musisz sobie wyrobić, na przykład pisać codziennie rano i cały czas ten nawyk utrzymywać w sobie. Dla niego to działa.
I've been lecturing at the John Moores University in Liverpool in their creative writing program, and so hearing the stories from the students and their problems with writing.
Dobra,
And so much of it is exactly that. It's that just
była wykładowcą na Uniwersytecie w Liverpoolze I jej rada była,
down on paper and,
po prostu coś
you know,
napisz.
on screen, whatever. And then you
Po
have
prostu
the
coś
view
tam
that
napisz. Przynajmniej
way.
masz
You have-
coś, z czym
you have
możesz
the starting
pracować.
point. You're not procrastinating
Możesz to
anymore.
zmienić,
If
dopisać,
it's not
ale przynajmniej
perfect,
masz
just
coś.
keep going. Just keep going for as long as
Just
you
do
can.
it. Dokładnie.
Don't go back and keep trying to fix the first sentence, for God's sake, you know.
Dobra, nie staraj się ciągle czegoś zmieniać albo poprawiać,
Never get done.
ponieważ nigdy w życiu nic nie dokończysz niczego. Po prostu pisz i pisz i pisz.
Give yourself permission to suck.
Dobra, ten pośrodku mówi bardzo dobrze jak nauczyciel. Możesz być...
Yeah.
Daj sobie trochę więcej luzu. Możesz... Nie pisz wszystkiego idealnie. Najwyżej później co zmienisz.
So I will take a character and have her discuss what she is buying at the grocery store, because at least it's something on the page, and then I don't have that's anxiety management. So then I'm not like, oh God, I have to start. I just start and then I erase that and do something else.
A ta babka po
But,
prostu pisze to, co jej...
You know, there are some examples of entertainment that gets science right. And there are
To, co jej
some
przyjdzie do
examples
głowy.
where that is not true. And you know, we talked about that in our panel description a little bit. Sometimes it's wrong for the right reasons. So can you guys, if you've got some, give me an example of when you've run across something, you know, maybe working on a script or
Kolejne
you've
pytanie.
consulted on something where you've had to change the science so it is not accurate so that it works for the story.
Przykład zmiany prawdziwej nauki, aby działała na dobro scenariusza.
I'll pick one because Steven's, as aware of these as I am. I'll let him, chime in. But one of the people, Steven, you want Breaking Bad or do you want CSI?
O, Breaking Bad czy
I'll do
CSI?
CSI, but you can do Breaking Bad.
Okay, so
O.
Breaking Bad, we're talking about
Super.
making methamphetamine, right?
Dobra, metamfetamina w
He was a
Breaking Bad.
professor of chemistry, and there are several paths to making methamphetamine.
Dobra, jest kilka dróg do zrobienia mety. Oczywiście nie chcieli tego pokazać. Okej, i dobra, generalnie to jak się robi metamfetaminy było pokazane na ekranie, ale jeden z kroków był zmieniony tak, żeby widzowie nie mogli sami ugotować sobie narkotyków. To jest jego przykład na zmianę nauki, tak aby działała lepiej w serialu.
So the main thing, for instance, that it's classic in all of these forensic shows.
On będzie mówił o CSI.
Budget and time, because the reality of many police investigations is, we went to the crime scene.
Dobra, on mówi o czasie na przykład. Że w serialu to wszystko dzieje się w ciągu kilku dni, jednego, dwóch dni, a tak naprawdę to trwa wiele miesięcy.
And they go and they get everything and they put in the machine and they basically have a quick coffee and maybe a flirt and then bing, the result.
No dokładnie.
So, I mean,
Badają jakiś na przykład, nie wiem, ślad po bucie. W prawdziwym życiu to trwa na przykład 3 miesiące, a w serialu CSI idą na kawę i bum, mają. Oczywiście w odpowiednim momencie wszystko jest zrobione, także to też jest wszystko w porządku. Dobry przykład.
Big event where I kind of destroy an entire planetary body and crash it into another one. Did copious amounts of research on what it looks like from the ground view, the worm's eye view of that, like what it looks like, how it feels, like what are the things that you would kind of see, and kind of picking out like what are the big moments and the big events, and really kind of capturing like the awe of that. But to make it work for the drama, I had to violate a lot of really important rules of physics about how fast chunks of things.
W jego jednym odcinku musiał zderzyć ze sobą dwa wielkie statki i musiał nagiąć prawa fizyki aby to wszystko wyglądało dosyć spektakularnie w serialu. Także czasami trzeba nagiąć kilka praw, kilka zasad, aby to wszystko było miłe dla oka i przyjemne dla oka, aby widz był zachwycony. Trzeba poświęcić czasami niektóre rzeczy.
Tell me the name of the title of the show is called Breaking Planets.
Well, actually, yeah, that's the one where like basically like somebody crashes a gigantic death crystal into Earth. It's insane.
I would watch that. I would totally watch that. I do want to mention also that Bill from Irvine asked a very similar question. We have
Kolejne pytanie.
about 10 minutes left, so
10 minut do końca
Shelley from Palos Verdes, California said
panelu.
most actors try to understand the science you write for them. Do they want to understand the best they can, or are they often happy enough just phonetically sounding things off?
Dobra, czy próbujecie zrozumieć naukę w największym, najdrobniejszym szczególe? Czy jesteście zadowoleni z ogółu?
On Eureka, for example, was Joe Morton. He would check all the science. And on one of my best actually on set stories was on Battlestar. I was actually on set one day, and we were filming a really intense scene, a really long scene. It was just James Callis and Mary McDonnell, and it was, if you remember in Battlestar, was the episode
Dobra, mówi o jakimś serialu w kosmosie, którego na pewno nie oglądałem.
That was a really long scene. You don't realize how long that scene was because it's cut with commercial in the actual final. But it was long, it was hard, it was strenuous.
A on mówi, że nagrywali bardzo długą sekwencję.
I'm just hanging out on Galactica, like marveling at my life. This is so cool. Here I am, a Friday night, I'm on Galactica. This is a great actors doing an intense scene. How cool is it? And then I see James Callis. I'm sharing a hallway with him, and it's like, oh, and then he notices me. And James always checked the science. He's the science groupie kind of.
Dobra.
He sees me walk over to
Spotkał aktora.
I'm ruining his concentration and I'm bugging the crap out of him. He's going to tell me, Kevin, I'm working here. Push off, will you? He walks over and looks at me very seriously and says, Kevin, can you answer some questions on black body radiation? Sure, not where I thought this was going, but there's somebody who needed to know, wanted to know.
Spotkał jednego z aktora z tego serialu. Po prostu która cały czas sprawdza naukę, czy wszystko jest zgodne z nauką. I któregoś dnia ten aktor zapytał się go o jakieś naukowe pytanie. Wow.
Best thing to do is say it fast and pray. I mean, but...
I love you 3000.
Nice.
Najlepiej czasami, jak nie wiesz co powiedzieć to szybko, żeby nie było zrozumiane.
It's like, oh, if I can do this, can I also do this? Or, you know, like the questions that come as a result of, especially in sci-fi, where it's like, well, what does that mean for my character? What does that mean for her role in the world? So those are the kinds of questions I've received.
Yeah, I think they just want assurances that there's some sort of consistency that they can actually follow, and because they are very invested in their character and wanting to know their character's emotional journey and like where they're going, you know, everything else they can care less about. And it's like a lot of times, you know, when you do get to the science, sometimes you just go wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, right? It's like, and like, you know, don't care about how it works. It just works, you know, and just trust us that it works. And if you get that assurance, like, okay.
Dobra, producenci chcą generalnie zapewnień, że wszystko działa tak, jak powinno działać, zgodnie z nauką, ale po prostu muszą im zaufać, tym specom od nauki, których widzicie na ekranie, że wszystko jest tak, jak powinno być. Czasami trzeba nagiąć parę praw, ale generalnie muszą im zaufać.
Yeah, it depends on also the type of relationship you have with an actor and stuff like that. So it's like some are very invested and others not so much. They just say the words and they just, you know, move on. And I will say though, it is definitely, you know, 9 times out of 10, it's like the more complex something is, the more resistance they are to actually wanting to sort of like engage in that way, because then they're in their head and they're trying to do that, figure out that in math, as well as trying to deliver the lines and trying to give an emotional performance. And so the last thing they want to do is try to get lost in all that.
Dobra.
Well, this is, we have about 5 minutes, so
Jeszcze 5 minut, dobra.
Sharky on Facebook asked, do you, the
Ostatnie
panel, feel that
pytanie.
scientists in the Hollywood community feel a responsibility to show the public how sciences are needed and how they should be accepted? And I just want to add to that a responsibility to show women, people of all genders, people of all colors as scientists as well.
Co myślą o pokazywaniu kobiet i ludzi z innych ras jako naukowców w serialach? Wiedziałem, że coś takiego powiedzą.
Sort of, and also it's like for me as a kid, like when I was, growing up on watching like Cosmos and, and Star Trek, and it was always the hope of, and seeing like science and science fiction portrayed in such a cool way.
Dla niego najważniejsze
motivated me wanting to know more and learn more.
Najważniejsze było po prostu pokazanie nauki. A teraz w tych czasach potrzebują różne rasy, kolory i w nauce. Oj. Głupie pytanie.
You're saying that science is more approachable when it's being delivered by someone who's like me, whatever like me means?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's like as long as it's
Trochę go zgasił.
I wouldn't say approachable. I'd say accessible.
All right.
Nikt nie chce nic powiedzieć.
I think representation matters on screen. I think that there's been
No dobra, no reprezentacja ma kobiet czy innych ras jest bardzo ważna, aby pokazać to na ekranie.
Or non-social field for lonely white men, white straight men, and it's like, and I think that is not obviously not true. I think science is very collaborative. I think it's diverse. It should, like everything should be more diverse. And I think showing lots of different people who are the reality of what's going on out there.
Czyli najlepiej zrobić tak jak w prawdziwym świecie, że mamy kobiety naukowców, białych, czarnych, żółtych, trójkąty, kwadraty i że to nie jest ważne.
And just, I think science being shown on screen is interesting and cool and accessible has a big impact. I did a panel a couple years ago where scientists in the audience raised a hand saying, like, I really hate it when, I'm a geneticist and I really hate it when they get science wrong in movies. And I hated watching Jurassic Park and seeing all the BS science about the mosquito and the amber. And another woman stood up and started arguing with her, and she's like, I became a geneticist because of Jurassic Park. It's what made me go out and be a geneticist.
Na jednym z paneli, który prowadziła, ktoś podniósł rękę i powiedział, że nienawidzi tego, co zrobili w Jurassic Park z bursztynem. A druga osoba się zaczęła z nim kłócić, powiedziała, że właśnie Jurassic Park zmienił jej podejście i chciała dzięki temu filmowi być naukowcem. Nie związane z pytaniem, ale cóż, to powiedziała.
The telling of the story, there's the point at which you have to go off, but as much as I can, I try to have that right. And when I'm writing the middle grade stuff, which has a lot of history in it, I really try to get that right as well, so that's a core that if somebody goes and looks that up or thinks, oh, that's interesting, was that a load of crap? Oh no, it wasn't actually.
Dobra, ona w swoich książkach próbuje mieć różnorodność.
Look it up. Yes, it is. Now you can go on and find something else out. And I think that's a certain
I to jest jej podejście.
Particularly if you're working on things that are aimed at younger people.
I think the only thing I'd have to add to all that is that, having worked on print, right? The portrayal of scientists. I mean, look, obviously that shows a very special case, right? We're not doing a goddamn documentary, but not by any stretch of the imagination. But I think it is important that scientists in in movies, in television, whatever, that we portray them first and foremost as human beings.
Dobra, według niego najważniejsze, żeby pokazać naukowca jako człowieka, a przede wszystkim w filmie, czy w serialu, czy w dokumencie jakimś, nieważne gdzie, ale żeby pokazać, że jest zwykłym człowiekiem, że jest bohaterem dla swojej jakiejś tam grupy, bo rozwiązują problemy dla wszystkich.
Thomas Edison inventing the light bulb, if the entire story is one day Thomas Edison invented a light bulb. That's not a story. Thomas Edison trying to invent a light bulb, failing 1,000 times before he makes one. It's a story. All of the stuff surrounding him, his relationships, what a bastard he was. Like, that's a story, and I think it is important to show that.
Która powiedział o przykładzie, jak Thomas Edison wynalazł żarówkę.
Okay, so before we wrap, everybody let us know where we can find you online.
Dobra, teraz będą reklamować się.
I'm at Kevin Grazier, all lowercase one word.
Także
On Twitter, I'm kind of boring on Twitter. You can also find me on Facebook, and we have a Hollywood Science page on Facebook as well.
Bla, bla, bla.
And you can find me at Twitter at Stephen Cass. And then from there, you can find me on the IEEE Spectrum website.
There are Q's at D Black Anise on Twitter.
D
and
Black Anise.
And I also forgot to give a shout out because I'm also in the Science and Entertainment Exchange Committee. So, yeah. Yay, science.
Wow.
I'm on Facebook at Helen Stringer, and I also have a book page on Facebook. I would recommend using the Helen Stringer one, because I don't visit the book page very often. I'm also on Twitter, but like Kevin, I don't spend much time there.
I'm Ashley Miller.
No dobra, no to koniec tego panelu.
Spell all of it. And if you
Następny panel za 10 minut.
Silly things like Star Trek, you can listen to my podcast, The 4:30 Movie, and Inglorious Trexperts, available wherever fine podcasts are sold.
Wow, okay. No reklamujcie się.
On Twitter, and I don't really do Facebook or Instagram publicly. I just keep my friends and family on that. But you can find it at Uncanny Girl on Twitter. I'm really great with the social media.
I'm Dr. Jess Kale on Twitter, and the same on Instagram, and otherwise jesskale.com.
Cool, and I'm at Jenna Bush everywhere, B-U-S-C-H, like the beer, not the president. And my podcast is Hysterical Pod everywhere, H-I-S, like history. Okay. And on that note, thank you guys so much for watching, and stay safe out there.
Dzięki. Pa, pa wszystkim. Na razie. Koniec tego świetnego panelu. Niesamowite. To było niesamowite. Dobra. To czekamy na panel dotyczący co teraz będzie? Zerknę na opis. Teraz będzie od scenariusza na ekran, czyli droga seriali i filmów. Od początku do końca. Za 10 minut. Jeżeli macie jakieś pytania, to zadawajcie je przez link w opisie, przez Tipli. Wtedy bot przeczyta wasze pytanie. A inaczej nie będę czytał czatu zbyt dużo. Czasami zerkam na czat, ale nie spodziewajcie się żadnej reakcji ode mnie, bo skupiam się na tym, co mówią. Także za chwilę mamy kolejny panel. Szkoda, że usunęli tamtego live'a. Muszę sprawdzić, co się dzieje. Który trwał godzinę. Niestety, ale pokazali trailer drugiego sezonu Picarda. No i teraz mam właśnie. Twój kanał otrzymał ostrzeżenie o naruszeniu wytycznych dla społeczności. Nie będziesz mieć możliwości... O, no widzicie. Jeżeli jeszcze raz zdarzy się coś takiego, to nie będę miał możliwości przysyłania filmów, publikowania postów, ani transmitowania na żywo przez tydzień. No trudno. Dobra. Dobra. Także macie przerwę jeszcze 7 minut. Zróbcie sobie przerwę, nie wiem, pójdźcie na sik, coś zjeść, nie wiem, cokolwiek. Albo zrobimy giveawaya. Zrobimy szybkiego giveawaya na 50 punktów. Który będzie trwał 5 minut, bardzo dobrze. Dobra, to rozpoczynamy giveaway. W międzyczasie będziecie mogli zebrać trochę punktów. Macie giveaway, a ja zaraz wracam. Musicie napisać wykrzyknik losowanie 1 lub 2. Ja zaraz wracam. Także piszcie i zrobimy sobie losowanie za 4 minuty. Dobra, jestem. Piszcie, głosowanie się rozpoczęło, giveaway rozpoczęty. Musicie wpisać wykrzyknik losowanie 1 lub 2. Wykrzyknik głosowanie 1 lub 2. Jeżeli masz pytanie, to możesz zrobić to za pomocą linku w opisie. Masz pytanie? Zadaj je za pomocą linku w opisie Tipli. Ok, dobra. Macie jeszcze 2 minuty do zakończenia głosowania. 2 minuty do zakończenia losowania. Zobaczymy, kto wygra 50 punktów. Będziemy robili sobie giveaway co każdy panel. Za 3 minuty. Mark Stark, a widzisz swoje nazwisko na ekranie? Także zaraz kończymy zabawę. Zobaczymy, kto wygra 50 punktów. Nie macie. Mamy 15 osób. A jak ktoś kupuje 4 bilety? No, jeżeli jesteś subskrybentem kanału, to masz większą szansę na wygranie. To dlatego mają więcej biletów. Ale dokładnie nie wiem, jak to działa. Liczę po cichu na wygraną, ale Mark, nie macie na tej liście. A nie, jesteś, dobra. Nie, ślepy jestem, nie umiem czytać. Ostatnie 50 sekund. Musicie napisać wykrzyknik, losowanie 1 lub 2. Każdy bilet to jest 5 punktów. Kosztuje 5 punktów. Losowanie będzie co godzinę. Giveaway będzie co godzinę. Co każdy panel, co skończymy panel, będzie giveaway. Ostatnie 20 sekund. Dobra, zbierają się ludzie. Dobrze, jest coraz więcej. Przegram jak zwykle. No, zobaczymy. Ostatnie 4, 3, 2, 1. Koniec. Dobra. I wygrał Jakub Szczepański. Także Jakub Szczepański. Gratuluję. Szczepański. Masz 153 punkty, a teraz masz 203 punkty. Gratuluję, a my rozpoczynamy zaraz kolejny panel. Dobra. Jeszcze minuta. Jeszcze minuta i będzie kolejny panel od scenariusza aż po sam ekran. Droga, czyli droga, jaką przechodzi serial i film od początku do końca. No dawajcie, dawajcie, jeszcze chwilka. Czekajcie, aż sobie sprawdzę. San Diego Time. No jest 12, no powinno już być. Coś nie chcą włączyć tego panelu. O, dobra, jest. Oglądamy. Pamiętajcie, jak macie pytania, zróbcie to za pomocą linku w opisie. No dobra, będą oczywiście jak zwykle przygotowania.
So today's panelist, representing some of the top talent working behind the scenes, will tell you about the process from script to screen for today's Comic-Con at home panel. Okay, first up,
sprawdźmy.
he scored a film which I starred in, Camp Coldbrook. Welcome, composer Chad Raymond.
Thanks, Danielle. Great to be here.
Kompozytora.
Next, he is responsible for the signature look in Elizabeth Moss's Handmaid's Tale. Welcome, makeup designer Burton LeBlanc.
Hi. How you doing?
Goście od make-upu.
Morning, morning. Good, good.
Next up, from the hit horror film that became America's #1 film most recently, The Wretched, welcome composer Devin Burrows.
Kolejny kompozytor.
Super excited to be here.
Next up, from shows like Jessica Jones, The Punisher, and Pandora, welcome screenwriter, director, and editor Tirsa Hacksaw.
Hello, glad to see everybody.
Hey. Heja. Ona jest od...
Next, he created music for Netflix's Green Door and the video game Fantastic Creatures. Welcome composer Ian Chen.
Kolejny kompozytor?
Hello. Hey, great to be here.
Finally, she is an award-winning cinematographer behind Netflix's Anne with an E and the film Disappearance at Clifton Hill. Welcome cinematographer Catherine Lutz.
No i babka od zdjęć.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome, everyone.
No dobra.
So, here's a question for all of you. What movie or TV show first inspired you to pursue a career
Jaki
in
film zainspirował ich, aby
Let's start with
być
Catherine.
tym, kim są?
I don't know if it was the first one, but I feel like there was a time period when I was a teenager, which is going to reveal my age, but where I got a little bit my eyes opened up to a different kind of filmmaking from, I'll just name a couple, but it was
No dobra,
Natural Born Killers, which now I don't know that I would look back on and love as a film, but
Natural Born
it just
Killers,
was
nie wiem
like,
co to za
blew
film,
my mind
ale
that that's how a movie could be. So
dzięki
sort
temu
of around that
filmowi
time, Natural
stała
Born
się tym,
Killers,
kim jest.
Gummo, and then a few years later, Requiem for a Dream were all
Requiem
films
dla
that
snu.
kind of kept pushing me to be like, I want to make things like that.
I think
Bardzo
I'm
fajny
also, I
film.
don't really know if there's a single one, but I've always loved listening to soundtracks, and I think my very first one was probably James Horner's The Land Before Time or An American Tale, like those. But also, since I grew up in Taiwan, I also loved listening to Asian composers like Ryuichi Sakamoto or Joe Hisaishi or
Dobra,
Tang.
jego azjatyccy kumple
Burton, what about you?
zainspirowali go.
For me, I think it's watching the transformations on shows like SNL, Saturday Night Live. Just seeing all these different characters come to life in different skits just really grabbed me as a kid. That show's been on forever. And I think that was probably the one that stands out the most, Saturday Night Live.
Do you still get inspiration from those when you watch them?
Dla niego inspiracja
I still do,
to
I
po
still
prostu
do, yeah, I still
transformacja
watch it to this day. I
ludzi.
mean, I love obviously the comedy
Jak
and
mogą
stuff,
się
just
zmienić za
the
pomocą
makeup and,
make-upu.
you know, they've won tons of awards and it's a great show. I still get inspiration from it.
Devin, what about you?
You know, my friends and I used to have sleepovers when we were kids, and we were nerds. This is before being a nerd was sort of, you know, commonplace and accepted as being cool in mainstream culture. And we used to watch old episodes of The Twilight Zone and The Outer Limits.
O, a Twilight Zone
And I think
oglądali,
it was sort
dobra.
of a formative education in sci-fi and fantasy and
Nie można
storytelling.
zrobić głośniej, niestety.
And the music, especially Bernard Herrmann's music for The Twilight Zone, still
Muzyka z serialu Twilight Zone
Kirsten, what do you think?
zadziałała na niego.
I don't know. It's a tough question because like I didn't grow up wanting to be in entertainment or wanting this career at all. I fell into this career, literally. Well, not literally, but pretty close. And I got this random internship at Lucasfilm, but around the same time I was there, and like that opened my eyes to like
Dobra,
filmmaking.
ona po
and
prostu
stuff. I
wpadła
had
w
really no idea. But like around the same
entertainment
time, and here I am dating
dla
myself,
Lucasfilm,
I
czyli Gwiezdnych
saw
Wojen.
Glory. You know, Denzel Washington, Matthew Broderick, and it was like a free, you know, college screening. So it was like before the show, you know, all
Obejrzała
these college kids,
film z
free,
Denzelem
John
Washingtonem,
Brockes,
Glory.
And when the movie ended,
Ale nie wiem, co to za film.
you know,
I
you
to,
could drop a pin in that place. I mean, people were effing
to ją
gutted.
tknęło.
And I think that was the first time that I kind of realized, like before that, you know, movies, obviously you love movies, but movies they're fun, what you do with your friends, you know, Saturday night. But like, I think that was the first time, or one of the first times I kind of felt like the power of movies and like,
Dobra, wtedy
you know,
odkryłam
began to
moc
respect it and
filmów
understand that, you know, that in conjunction with this
w
internship,
szkole średniej,
like, it could be something else, you know, and something real.
że filmy
like
mogą
something
być
really
czymś
innocent.
więcej.
So I think that kind of started me down something.
Burton, let's talk a little bit about the physical look of the characters that you create for Handmaid's Tale. So how do you approach it? How do you get the looks just right for where they need to be to tell that particular character story?
Dobra, gość od makijażu będzie teraz mówił o tym, jak wygląda proces tego, co robi. Czyli zbierają się, dyskutują, zastanawiają się, jak postać ma wyglądać. Dla niego najważniejszy jest realizm.
I'm never quite happy till we get to set, you know, and everything's got to be tweaked with the, you know, with the lighting there, and
że najważniejsze,
so constant adjustment until they actually start shooting.
Dla niego najważniejsze jest to, że nie to, co wymyślą, tylko to, jak wygląda postać już na planie, bo tam jest inne światło, wszystko wygląda zupełnie inaczej.
So Ian, you've had the opportunity to score music for TV
Że
series like Netflix's Green Door and video games like
najważniejsze jest dla niego to, jak wygląda postać na planie.
The two mediums and what's the same about them?
I think fundamentally it's pretty similar. You start by examining the themes and characters and stories in order to find inspirations for the different new sounds or new thematic
Ten szuka inspiracji,
which will
które
in turn
pasują
create
do
the
postaci.
new worlds, the emotional tone and the sonic scape for the different worlds. But I think the difference is that for video games, well, first of all, you get a lot more time to write the music for video games, usually like a few months sometimes.
Dla gry komputerowej, jak piszesz muzykę do gry komputerowej, to piszesz, tworzysz. Masz więcej czasu i możesz się bardziej zastanowić nad tym.
Whereas for TV, the overall theme is important, but also what's very important is for each scene you have to be able to draw the emotional beats.
Jeżeli chodzi o serial, to każda scena jest inna, że trzeba wydobyć odpowiednie emocje za pomocą muzyki. I że to jest...
Yeah, I play games.
Że to jest trudne, ale do wykonania.
So you are a triple threat. So you work as an editor and a director and a screenwriter. How do your experiences in each role help you to be a creative, successful behind the camera?
Well,
Dobra, pytanie.
Okay, so it's basically the three sides of the same coin, right? And like everybody up here, like
Pytanie jest, że ona jest scenarzystką, reżyserem i edytorem. I jak to wszystko łączy?
So they're all the three roles that I've done, and like I came from editing, and so I can say this, very certainly that being an editor first, I think definitely made me a much better writer and director.
Dobra, czyli dzięki temu, że zaczęła od edytowania filmów, dzięki temu stała się lepszym scenarzystą i reżyserem.
So spend any amount of time, and I think anyone who wants to become a writer or director, you should try to do other roles also, because it will give you a greater
Jeżeli chcesz być scenarzystą, to powinieneś spróbować też czegoś innego, bo to poszerzy twoje horyzonty. Możesz się dowiedzieć, co dla ciebie działa.
Because as we all know, on set is time management. 1000% of your job as a director is time management. And it's fantastic that you want to get 1,000 shots, but having been an editor first, it's great. They have a techno cream, fantastic. But at the end of the day, like I know I need this, this, and that. And then if the day is going south, which can happen, then even more importantly, I know how to cheat. I know because in 36 hours, someone just like me is going to be getting this footage and being like, what am I supposed to do with this? And I know, well, what would I need in that moment? And then I can just get that on set right then. Doing other roles and knowing other parts of the process helps because, like, for instance, being an editor, especially a television editor.
No dobra, gada generalnie znowu to, co powiedziałem. Cały czas się powtarza.
Editors get notes. That's the way it is. That process, and even though it's so killing and destroying at times, it's very useful to know because then as a writer and director, I know I wrote this, I shot this, I know exactly what's going to happen to that scene. I know how many people are going to be looking at that, weighing in on it, changing it, and the psychology and the politics behind the notes process, which actually makes it less painful.
Tytuł streamu San Diego Comic Con od scenariusza do
which is almost as important as anything else because you know how to react to it, you know how to push back, you know how to engage, whatever, Jedi mind tricks that, inception the note giver into thinking your note is their note. All of those skills are really, really important, in all the other realms.
To jest niesamowite, gada przez 5 minut to samo. To jest dopiero niezła umiejętność.
It doesn't let you fall in love with your own work because someone just like me, will cut it out later if it doesn't serve the story.
No dobra, no.
And so, I mean, you fall in love, obviously, you still fight for things.
Że musisz,
but, you know, you still have
musisz
a
próbować
little bit of
różnych
distance.
rzeczy,
And because you do someone else's role, I
aby
think, you know,
dowiedzieć się,
collaboration is all
co
about trust,
dla ciebie
right?
działa, co jest
We all
najlepsze
need
dla
to
ciebie.
trust that the other co-collaborators are genuine co-creators, that there's no alternative agenda, that they're really there to support the same story that you're there to support. And I can picture myself in those other places. So I think, you know, not just being
Naprawdę niesamowite to jest, że gada przez 5 minut o tym samym.
Because you've had that experience, you trust easier, I think.
As an actress, I have to tell you, I get very excited when I know an editor is going to be the director.
Not a lot of wasted time, right?
Thank God, they're just gonna get what we need, and we're gonna move on. So it's fantastic. It's the way the mind works. It's just a completely different experience. Let's talk to Chad for a minute. So we both worked on Camp Coldbrook.
Yep.
How did you approach the score process? I know our director Andy and Joe Dante, for those of you who don't know, is the executive producer. Who I mean. I'm a fan at heart. Was there a favorite scene that I was in that you enjoyed scoring the most?
O, teraz sobie dodała.
Czy
w tym filmie Camp Coldbrook jest najlepsza jaka jest najlepsza scena z udziałem tej w czerwonym, która zadała pytanie. Wow.
And about a third of the way through the film, I think, Danielle sees a ghost kind of for the first time on the screen. And one of the cool things is even though she doesn't say much, you can just see in her face and her
aktorka
go from
zobaczyła ducha
to just
po raz pierwszy.
in a matter of like 20-30 seconds. And
I na jej
it's always
twarzy było
cool
widać
when an
przerażenie.
actor can do that without saying much. But
Bez żadnych
selfishly,
słów.
the fun thing as a composer is then we get to score it, and there's no audio or anything else in the way that we have to work around. And we can kind of just
Także nie mają na czym się, do czego się przyczepić, nie mają żadnych słów, żadnego dialogu, żadnych efektów dźwiękowych, tylko muzyka. Jest bardzo trudne do zrobienia.
Whenever an actress and whenever scenes start doing that, start going down rabbit holes, that's kind of always fun for the composer to add to that chaos.
No okej.
I've directed as well, and one of my favorite things is actually working on the music in post. I mean, it changes the entire feel of the movie.
Hopefully for the better.
Not always.
Not always.
But yes.
Not always.
So let's chat with Catherine for a minute.
Okay.
So you've
Catherine.
helped set the look for Anne with an E for Netflix series, which you won a Canadian Screen Award for. Congratulations.
No dobra, wygrałaś nagrodę, brawo. Brawo. Za
Which is probably
Anne
good because I would have been too
przez
nervous to go on stage anyway. But
jakiś serial na Netflixie, dobra, okej.
Can you tell me a little bit about the approach for the cinematography for the series?
Jak
so I
jak
just did
zrobiła
the last
zdjęcia
season,
do...
and there were a couple other seasons before.
serialu.
So I took that as like a starting point to go from what the other DPs had kind of laid down and
Dobra, zaczęła od oglądania jakby serialu i zobaczyła, co inni zrobili.
To change and evolving the look to move with the storyline. So that was amazing because we didn't have to abide by rules of previous seasons, and we kind of didn't. So
Dobra, nie musieli
just really
jakby
wanting to instill,
patrzeć na
like,
zasady,
a sense
które
of this character, and she sort of sees the world
miały
through
swój,
a magical lens so
które
often. She's like
które wcześniejsi pisarze i ludzie od zdjęć zaimplementowali, dlatego mieli trochę wolnej ręki. Także nie musieli się na niczym wzorować, ale chciała mniej więcej to samo uczucie przekazać.
Now the stories that were taking place in the summer. So it really allowed me to bring in like an emotional push using
Bardzo ciekawe. Nagrywali zdjęcia do filmów zimą, a serial rozgrywał się w lato. Dlatego dało jej to dużo innych możliwości.
Very cool. It's a fantastic show.
Yeah, it's a fun one.
Let's chat with Devin for a little bit. The Wretched, which I have not seen yet. You blend two different types of music. You blend like an orchestral and folk instruments, which is really interesting.
Dobra, orkiestra z instrumentami folklorowymi.
Blend the two and use those for in this particular horror film.
Yeah, it was a really fun process. I'm always experimenting with new sounds.
Dobra, zawsze eksperymentuję z nowymi dźwiękami, no wiadomo.
Sort of a supernatural horror film, but it's also a bit of
jeszcze nie oglądałem, także... Ale to jest jakiś horror o supernaturalnych wydarzeniach.
So the tone was quite varied. And the directors really wanted a distinctive sonic character for the score of this film, especially for locations like the woods. Mm-hmm. The location that this witch antagonist comes from.
Zaraz będzie spoilował.
So the directors, the Pierce brothers, came over to my place, and we had sort of a musical instrument casting call. And I spread out a bunch of instruments.
Dobra, rozłożył instrumenty gdzieś po domu i zastanawiał się, który najlepiej będzie brzmiał i pasował do sceny, w której ta wiedźma łazi po lesie, z którego pochodzi.
Had a very throaty kind of dry sound. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I think it really helps transport people into the locations a bit, into the woods, and along with the orchestra, it helped us create
no dobra, wczuli się jakby w klimat lasu i stwierdzili, że jakiś tam folklorystyczny instrument, nie wiem jaki, nie znam się na instrumentach, dzięki temu zdecydowali.
Drive-ins this summer, man. I mean, it was kind of a surprise to everybody, but it was the top film for several weeks at drive-ins where people can safely social distance. And yeah, I was able to sneak out and see it at the Mission Tiki Drive-In in the Pomona Valley. And what an exciting experience. That's one of the most gratifying things about writing music for film is like being there with the fans and experiencing it.
Teraz gada o tym, jak nagrywali film i z fanami pogadał, jak się udało mu wymknąć z planu. Także,
this actually is a question for all of you, considering this fun time that we are all having. As artists, are there any particular non-profits or causes that you all are passionate about right now? Let's start with Ian.
I think for me personally, growing up in Taiwan, I'm always aware of, our big neighbor China and the various human rights issues there.
O, wiedziałem, że coś takiego wspomną zaraz.
For me, I love working on films that bring awareness to social issues. So, for example, my very first film that I did was a documentary called The Trail from Xinjiang, which talks about
jego pierwszy film to dokument
human trafficking issues in China.
O czymś tam chińskim, o handlowaniu ludźmi.
Film called Ragdoll, which talks about government persecutions and suppression of certain religions and minority groups there.
A drugim przykładem to jest jego jakiś tam film.
Tirsa, what are you passionate about right now?
Well, I'm
o supresji.
Women in Film, which is a great group. People should check
Dobra,
out. And so I've always been an advocate, obviously, for that. And then in my own, in my own work and stuff, like if I ever have the power to bring people in, that's what I like. Somebody brought me in. Like that's how this is all supposed to work. So the idea of opening doors and bringing people in, and maybe putting a spotlight on somebody that might not have had chance to shine or.
No dobra, czyli dla niej jest najważniejsze wykorzystywanie talentów ludzi, których nikt nie docenia. I możliwe, że dzięki temu będą, wiecie, jakieś nieoszlifowane diamenty, coś w tym stylu.
In the financing and the funding stage, and it's about a sort of a controversial subject in like the Hispanic community, but like we've made an effort that my entire behind-the-scenes cast and crew, we're all women. I shouldn't say cast and crew, but crew for sure. Cast obviously has male roles in it, but we're all women. Most of us are Latina, and then beyond that, even like we're trying to make sure that we shoot the movie either in Puerto Rico and we score.
Ale ona gada, ona jest dobra.
Because even before COVID, their economy has been wrecked, since the hurricane. And
Dobrze gada, nic nie powiedziała, a gada przez 5 minut.
And it's nice to be able to bring jobs and money to places that could really use it. So, it's fantastic.
Ciągle
to
gada
Atlanta, it's fantastic to go to
o
Vancouver,
wykorzystywaniu,
but there are other ways to, lift up communities that are
o
not necessarily
wykorzystywaniu
just about central casting.
talentów jakby.
Or making sure your script doesn't have like some offensive black scent or something. You can do it on a granular level in the actual production arena as well.
Catherine, what are you focused on right now?
No dobra, na czym się Katrin skupia?
Because we're all not really working right now and what's going on in the world with like
Dobra, ona już aktualnie jest bezrobotna, bo korona.
I'm kind of trying to take the time to learn and look at that and look
A
at
dobra,
how
ona
we can
sobie
kind of bring
chilluje
it
po
into our
prostu.
own industry and
Nie skupia się na niczym,
I might not personally be able
odpoczywa.
to make the huge change in the world, but there's a world that I can, make a ripple in, and that's on our film sets. And so, working in our, in the Toronto community currently to kind of put some new programs into place, maybe some funding structures. So, been spending a lot of time talking with our community and trying to kind of figure out what we can do to just make
generalnie spędzę dużo czasu w jej lokalnej,
I think it's
jak nie wiem, w lokalnej, powiedzmy, nazwijmy to na osiedlu, gada z ludźmi, bo w jej lokalnym społeczeństwie może zmienić coś, może wprowadzić jakieś zmiany, ale generalnie nie pracuję nad żadnym filmem aktualnie i chilluję.
Chad, what about you?
For me, it's mental health.
Dobra.
My wife is works in the mental health field,
Kolejny.
and so it's always been something
Zdrowie psychiczne jest
that I've kind of learned about
teraz
just through hearing about her work. But especially in the creative field, I mean, I bet every one of us has, met somebody in our field that is,
ogarniętym, że tak powiem,
been
życiowo.
impacted with some sort of, mental health issue that they're dealing with. There's a lot of isolation, especially for people in post-production. That we have to go through, and there's just constant rejection in the industry. There's that to deal with. So, our local community, we support some mental health initiatives.
Czyli generalnie
just because of my wife's work.
Skupia się znowu na lokalnej społeczności. Jego żona działa jakby, nie wiem czy w szpitalu czy nie, ale pracuje gdzieś z ludźmi, którzy są umysłowo gdzieś tam zacofani, czy mają problemy z
especially the climate today,
ze społecznością, nazwijmy to tak jakoś, nie
mental
wiem.
health impacts that and is impacted by that. So that's where our focus is.
Well, let's switch it up a little bit.
No, w końcu
On a
jakieś
lighter
inne
note
pytanie.
for a moment.
Może coś ciekawego będzie.
It's a happy time we're all in. So one of the great things about making films is the ability to escape into fantasy, which is why
Dobra, praca nad filmem to ucieczka w fantazję. No zobaczymy.
So let's talk to Burton and Tirsen Catherine. So you've worked on an offset on a variety of genre-fueled and super-powered projects. Can you guys talk a little bit about your favorite parts of actually working with alternate realities?
Jakie są wasze ulubione części w filmie fantasy, science fiction?
Gravitate towards a dark genre thing, over cutting yet another interrogation scene on CSI. Like, it's just not gonna equal out. So yeah, I mean, it's fun. People can fly, you can disappear.
No, generalnie są super moce, gada o tym, że to jest najfajniejsze.
And it's a delight sometimes. I mean, it's like,
ale najważniejsze jest dla niej to, jak pokazują złoczyńcę, bo zawsze robi gorsze rzeczy. Mówi teraz o Jessice Jones z Marvela.
Mahershala and Alfred Woodard and Luke Cage because they're delicious and they get to be delicious.
Znowu Luke Cage.
I want to be a villain. I'm always a victim. It'd be fun to not be covered in blood. I want to kill people.
Podobało jej się to, jak pokazali złego pana w tych serialach, w których zresztą ona była producentem.
Burton, what do you think about that?
I completely agree. Just letting your imagination go completely wild and be able to do anything, blood or like using makeup to do basically anything you want to do. It's not the norm. which is completely fun.
używa makijażu do tego,
And especially
aby
now what I'm doing handmade now, it's all,
żeby zrobić,
blue
pokazać
and
coś, co
so
ty
go
chcesz, że
back
to jest
that. It's like
niesamowite
a
i nie ma to
perfect
żadnych ograniczeń.
opposite end of the spectrum.
Że możesz
So I love
pokazać
that stuff.
makijażem wszystko, co chcesz.
Now, to our composers, what is your first step when you begin to score? Are you
Dobra,
already
pytanie do
thinking about it
kompozytorów.
when you're
Jak
reading the
zaczynają
film, or
pracę?
are you waiting to see what's actually on film?
For me, I like to marinate in it a little bit before I even start to write anything.
Będzie
Reading the script is always
kisił się
great.
w scenariuszu, zanim
Being able
zacznie
to have numerous
robić muzykę.
conversations with the director and producer before the clock starts ticking is always a benefit. For me, I'll have those conversations and I'll watch the film, 2, 3, 4 times, and then,
Dobra,
to be
ogląda
honest, I
film
take a
z
day
3
off if I
razy.
can. Because I used to just
Później
jump
robi sobie
right
wolne,
into writing. And
żeby o tym
every single
pomyśleć
project I've done that,
i
I get
dopiero
to the
później
end of the
zaczyna
day or the end of
tworzyć
the couple
muzykę.
days and everything,
Bardzo to
like, I don't
ciekawe,
like anything
że taki
about it.
kompozytor
And I think it's-
może
I think
obejrzeć
it's
sobie film
because
bez
I haven't
muzyki.
had time to kind of internalize the characters. I haven't had time to really think about the project. And to be able, I've kind of started to respect that a lot of my process does take place, away from the piano or away from the computer. I could spend days plunking away at stuff, but then the greatest idea will come on a walk or right before I fall asleep.
No, że wpada jego praca nie polega na siedzeniu przy komputerze czy przy pianinie, tylko zazwyczaj na najlepsze pomysły wpada tuż przed pójściem spać albo gdzieś podczas spaceru. Teraz ten gość z Tajwanu. Najlepsze pomysły wpadają, kiedy po prostu myślisz o scenariuszu.
Also for me, I think the very first step is to delve into the story, understand the theme, the characters,
pierwszy krok to jest po prostu, żeby zrozumieć postaci, które grają w filmie czy serialu.
So important. Like, you can have your own idea, but if it's different, then it doesn't work.
No dobre podejście,
yeah,
no.
And sometimes because we come in so late in the process, that the film might have changed while it's being made, and so when we come in late, we bring in new perspective to the filmmakers as well, which is really cool.
Yeah. I worked on a film a couple of years ago that a horror film that was completely rewritten on day 2 on set, and it went from this psychological thriller to a comedy. Unbeknownst to some of the actors. So
scenariusz zmienił się z psychologicznego horroru czy tam thrilleru, zmienił się w komedię.
What about you, Devin?
Spoko.
What's that like? What's that process like for you?
It's interesting. I think each project is unique and different, and
I
don't think there's one sort of formula necessarily. For The Wretched, it started really early. They sent me drafts of the script, and I would come up with some themes and motifs.
Dobra, jemu wysłali scenariusz i zaczął po prostu wymyślać motyw, przewodni i zaczął po prostu pisać muzykę.
To get the tone of the film just right.
Well, I will always make sure my composers get a script from the beginning when I'm directing. I obviously do a lot of genre films, so I understand how long days on sets can be, unfortunately, for the most part. It's a labor of love. We wouldn't do this if we didn't love what we did. What do you guys find is the most fulfilling part of your job?
Jaka jest najlepsza część ich pracy?
I think for The Wretched, without a doubt, it was being in the audience and watching the film, the finished product.
Bo obejrzenie skończonego produktu z muzyką w kinie oczywiście.
At the drive-in. I mean, there are a number of really gratifying things about writing music.
Fajnie jest oglądać
like a dream come true in a lot of ways, but I think
swoje dzieło na ekranie i pomyśleć, że to ty zrobiłeś.
My heart tremble. So.
It's the best, right? I mean, when you're watching your work in a room full of other industry people, it's a little bit more difficult to get the full experience. When you're watching it with regular folk, who are just like
właśnie powiedziała to, co ja powiedziałem, że oglądanie z innymi widzami, którzy nie są jakby
Yeah, it can be really
zwykłymi widzami,
What
zwykłymi
advice do you have
szarymi
for, we touched on this a little
oglądaczami
bit, for
i
aspiring
ich reakcja
creatives
jest
and
bardzo
entertainment
fajna i
professionals
budująca.
that could be watching this? I know that's kind of a broad question, but let's start with Chad. What advice do you have?
Yeah, I said this before, but just to realize it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. And you know, for composers especially, if you don't want to fail in year 1 or 2 or 5 or 6, like you have to start thinking of yourself like a small business owner. You know, project out your income and expenses, take advantage of networking opportunities, find creative marketing solutions. I think, you know, too many times we get in this
rada,
mode
jak
where I write
zacząć
great
to
music, somebody will find out about me. You know, we have to think of ourselves as plumbers,
zacząć od początku, myśleć o sobie jako, powiedzmy, zwykłym pracowniku, że potrzebujesz klientów, działać na wszystkich horyzontach, szukać potencjalnych pracodawców.
I would have taken a summer and just taken like a business 101 course, because I think we all kind of just fall into these, you know, these ways of doing things, and having a business course would have been very, very helpful. Starting out, and also I think getting involved with something other than the
a nawet
industry,
zrobić, tak jak on powiedział, że w lato zrobił kurs biznesu, żeby mu pomogło szukać nowych możliwości.
I think, you know, I talked about mental health before, but I think that goes a long way towards just kind of keeping your sanity, and also I think you'd be amazed. Some of the best connections I've made have been outside of industry events. Just people who I've met through.
Że najlepszych ludzi, których spotkał, nie mieli nic wspólnego z filmem albo
Catherine, what about
muzyką.
you? You know, as an actress, I myself, unfortunately, have never worked with a female DP. What do you suggest for other young women wanting to break into your particular field?
Dobra, co poradziłaby
I mean, I think one thing is,
dla młodych kobiet,
it's kind of terrible to say, but you kind
które
of
chcą
have to thick
wejść
skin about some of that stuff. You can't
w
really take it
aktorstwo?
personally. You can't. You've got to just keep moving and pushing forward. But
Po prostu
I think,
próbować.
You know, I had
Trzeba
kind of wished
próbować.
when I finished school that someone had told me that there's not like one path to success, because I finished and I was like, I want to be a
Nie ma jednej
cinematographer,
drogi
and
do
now what's the
sukcesu.
logical step? Like so many
Że-
other jobs have this clear-cut way to move up a ladder.
Jeżeli chodzi
And
o
I think
kinematografię,
in film there's
bo
so
jeżeli
many
chodzi o inne
ways
zawody, to masz jedną drogę, na
and,
przykład, żeby
you know,
zostać
you've
lekarzem,
gotta
musisz
just
skończyć
follow which one
szkołę
works for
lekarską.
you. Maybe make
A
some
jeżeli chodzi o
wrong
filmy, nie
turns
ma jednej
along the
drogi.
way and come back,
Możesz
you know,
szukać swojego,
part of
swojej
that is kind
ścieżki
of like
jakby.
staying true to yourself, I think, and what
Najważniejsze jest
you want to
odnalezienie
do,
siebie.
the kind of projects you want to make, and not trying too hard to fit in somewhere that you think will be good or you think is just lucrative, because sometimes that doesn't really work out, you know.
Anybody who's been in this business quite a while have kind of like gone forward a bit, gone back.
Dobra, co powie LeBlanc?
Everybody agree on that one? So I think they have to learn. I think it's a hard fail, and then go from there, and then success eventually comes from it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I would say, you know, for me, I know it's cliche, but you know, for every couple steps back that I took, for every failure, it just teaches you something. And you know, there's a lot of noise out
On się
there,
uczy
and
na
so
tym czad,
for
u
people
góry
to think,
z
"Oh, just release a
pośrodku
song, or I'll
uczy
just
się na
release
swoich
this."
błędach. Każdy błąd
You know,
uczy cię czegoś nowego.
failure is just part of the process. Rejection is just part of the process. And
Że
until you're ready to
nie
go
bójcie
through
się,
that, you might not be ready to, you know,
tak,
try
nie
to
bójcie
achieve the
się
dream, because it's just it's a
po
journey. And I
prostu
think
zrobić czegoś źle.
anybody going into this that thinks, oh, I do X well, so within a year I'll have this. It doesn't work that way. You know, I'm sure many of us, it just took us years just to be able to kind of end
Tak
that
jak
second
Iron Man
job that we
powiedział,
had.
częścią podróży jest
you
jej
have to do
koniec.
what you do to survive, and you work on your craft, and hopefully one year you get to make that transition to doing it full time. But good for you if you did it overnight, but I think it's the exception.
You know, I can't stress enough the importance of saying
Tony
yes.
Stark.
Like, keep saying yes. You know?
Dzięki,
I mean, it's
panie
very
Iron
easy
Manie,
to, like, somebody
za
offers you something,
piąteczkę.
you hear about something,
Szkoda, że
and
nie
you're like,
zostawiłeś wiadomości,
like, I'm not
jakiegoś
like,
pytanka albo
maybe
coś
you hate
takiego.
rom-coms, you know? You're like, I'm gonna be like the next
Ale
Matrix
dziękuję.
person. Like, I don't have any connection to that. Like, say yes. Like, opportunities. First of all, you might be the next rom-com king.
Znowu ta
Honestly, you don't know that.
Tirsa gada.
And B, doing something and saying yes to an opportunity, all experience is good experience. If you say yes to something you have no
Każde doświadczenie jest ważnym doświadczeniem. Żeby próbować, trzeba próbować wszystkiego po kolei i w końcu znajdziesz swoją inspirację. Przypominam, że pytanie było o rady, jakie macie rady dla młodych kobiet, które próbują wejść w film. 4 years down the line, maybe not even that long, you know, they might be somebody or into something else, and they might be like, hey, remember that thing that we did? Yeah, it was horrible, but także jak mówi, że uczymy się na błędach i żeby próbować ciągle to robić i tak poszerzysz swoje horyzonty.
I did a little teeny tiny part in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood because I just have always wanted to work with Tarantino, and I was very, 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 very pregnant. And he just wrote a little something in, and there was another actress on set that didn't have had no dialogue, but was there, and we were having a conversation about how she didn't know if she wanted to be a part of it because she didn't have a real part. And I thought, oh my God, I would do craft service on Quentin Tarantino's movie. I'll clean out his trailer. I mean, I just to be a part of that because I'm learning so much.
Jedna babka mówiła, że chciałaby po prostu pracować z Quentinem Tarantino i mówiła, że nawet jeżeli zatrudnią ją do sprzątania przyczep Quentina, to zgodziłaby się, bo mogłaby powiedzieć, że była częścią filmu, częścią tego procesu tworzenia. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, pewnego razu w Hollywood. Dobra, najważniejsza część kariery, zobaczmy.
You know, just on what we were talking about of sort of taking certain experiences, I did a super low budget feature film a couple years ago called Firecrackers.
Firecrackers to był jej film z malutkim budżetem, z którego jest najbardziej dumna.
Feature I've ever done, but it was the most satisfying and one of the more successful projects, and the feeling on set with like a very true collaboration and with the actors.
Wszystko co robili na planie czuła się tak, jakby to była rodzina. Dlatego jej się to najbardziej podobało. Niepotrzebny jest wielki budżet, aby zrobić coś fajnego i czuć się z tym fajnie. Praca z innymi ludźmi jest dla niej najważniejsza. I spotykanie tych fajnych ludzi.
For me, I think, you know, I did the original Big Fat Greek Wedding. I had like the best time on that.
Amazing.
Yeah, a lot of fun. We laughed from morning until night. And once again, some really great people.
Dobra, dla niego
great crew, great cast. And just a great time. That was back in 2002, 2003.
Praca na planie w filmie z filmu z 2002.
Most recently, indie game that I did was nominated for Music of the Year at the Game Awards at the
ten zrobił grę indie, czyli nie jakąś wielką jak Cyberpunk, czyli taką mało budżetową grę, i dostał nominację do muzyki roku w grze. Bardzo fajnie.
I'm assuming, Chad, it was Camp Coldbrook. Was that your highlight? Yes.
A close second, though, is you know, maybe I could speak for all of us, maybe not, and this is going to sound.
Dla niego.
I think the first time you see your name in the credits.
Najważniejszą częścią, najbardziej dumny jest z tego, że widzi swoje nazwisko w napisach końcowych, że jest częścią filmu. Po raz pierwszy, że to widać, możliwość przeczytania nazwiska w napisach końcowych czyni wszystkie złe dnie, które miał, najlepszym dniem.
It's about 22 pages for our industry on what we need to do to be able to go back to work. It's pretty daunting, actually. Hopefully everyone's going to be back to work. I know a lot of projects, like Tirsa, you were saying, everything was kind of stopped or canceled or put on hold. If you guys can just go down the list, I'll start with Catherine. What are you working on now? What's next up for you?
Pyta się, co następne dla wszystkich. Jaki jest następny projekt?
Everything shut down, I had just started prep on the series for FX, Why the Last Man. So if all goes as planned,
teraz działa nad serialu
and I'm really looking forward to that. It's a super exciting challenge.
Ian, what about you? What's up next for you?
I just recently finished scoring for another Taiwanese TV show that's kind of Black Mirror-esque, and it should be coming up at the end of this year, and hopefully, well, it's set to be coming to the US on either Netflix or HBO.
Dobra, ten pracuje nad serialem dla Netflixa.
What about you?
Nie powiedział jaki.
There was a lot of rules changing for what's going to go on in the makeup trailer, since you guys are so hands-on with us. What's up next for you?
Well, Handmaid's Tale. The same as Catherine. I was here in Toronto. We just started Handmaid's 2 weeks into shooting when everything shut down March 13th. So season 4, Handmaid's Tale.
Tirsa, what are you working on right now?
Ten film, który
like I said before, like
teraz robi Handmaid's.
4 days, doing the reboot of Kung Fu for the CW, and then they pulled the plug on that. So that they went. If that was actually a pilot, and then in the interim, they decided to go straight to series. So it's definitely coming back.
Okay, ona pracuje nad serialem Kung Fu jakimś
on,
teraz.
Like, the movie side,
Ciekawe.
As I mentioned earlier, I'm in like the financing stage for a feature. I was asked to. I was hired to adapt and direct this movie called Unmerciful Good Fortune. Starring Rosario Dawson.
No i teraz jest w trakcie rozmów dotyczących nowego filmu.
To lift up people and stuff like that, like A-list actors.
I znowu zaczyna gadać.
Backing projects,
wow.
Championing, things that used to just be called, passion projects. But
Tato ma do powiedzenia dużo.
Are more passion social justice projects or like things that are just marginalized.
Jezus Maria, odpowiedz na pytanie i skończ gadać.
And that's really fantastic. So like I said, we're in the financing stage of that. So we'll see, when that goes. I can't wait to start it. So hopefully soon.
Yes. Chad, what about you? What are you working on?
Thankfully, right before production shut down, I finished a new Christmas film that'll be out later this year. And we were able to I finished a really cool indie film called Obsidian Dolls, and
dobra, ten właśnie skończył tuż przed zamknięciem Indian Doll, jakiś indie film.
Still operating when the whole COVID thing hit. So I was able to get the score recorded, and it was really interesting because they all had their masks on, and the chairs were spread very far apart. But I was so thankful for them because with everything shutting down, I didn't want to have to wait God knows how long.
Right.
Because we were right at the end of the process. So
dobra, no to akurat udało im się wszystko nagrać i było bardzo ciekawie, ale skończyli.
I'm preparing to release the original motion picture soundtrack of The Wretched. So super excited about that. And I'm also working on some music of my own.
A ten pracuje nad własną muzyką, jak również nad wydaniem płyty z muzyką z filmu.
So we'll be releasing that as well.
Well, I have nothing lined up, so if any of you
Ta babka nad niczym nie pracuje, ale robi reklamę.
I know of one that needs a job. Well, this has been really nice.
Reklamuje sama siebie od godziny ostatniej, także
my 1.5-year-old and my 3-year-old. So I really enjoyed this, and you guys made my day. It was nice to talk to people in the industry. Oh, how I wish we were there at Comic-Con.
No i kończymy panel.
This will have to suffice for now, and I hope that everyone at home that's watching this got a little bit of something out of this and enjoyed it as much as I did. And I thank you all so much for your time. And
dziękuję za spędzony czas, bla bla bla. I teraz będą reklamować swoje konta na Instagramie.
Ian, Burton, Tirsa, Catherine for being us here today and sharing your awesome stories and your words of wisdom. It's much appreciated. Also, big thank you to Impact 24 PR for putting this panel together. A shout out to the ever amazing Comic-Con International team and for all of you at home watching. You can check out the social media handles below for our lovely panelists in the description.
O, proszę, nie będą się żegnać, tylko w opisie. Widzicie, tak to działa. Macie w opisie linki, ktoś chce wejść, to wchodzi.
And tag us at Impact24PR. I am your host, Danielle Harris. It's been a pleasure talking to you, and I will see you all next time.
Bye! Love you, bye! Dobra. Także to by było na tyle z tego panelu. Okej, zaraz będzie Marvel. Teraz będzie Disney+, także od scenariusza na ekran, tylko teraz Marvels 616 Disney+. Dobra, zmienię tytuł. I zaraz zrobimy sobie kolejny giveaway, bo dobra, ja tu mam przygotowany panel. I robimy sobie giveaway. Dobra, poczekajcie, muszę zrobić tylko giveaway. Tylko że to nie będzie o 50, na 50 punktów, tylko teraz będzie na 25 punktów, bo za dużo tego jest. Dobra, teraz będzie można kupić 3 bilety, ale koszt, dobra, koszt też będzie 5 i 25 punktów do wygrania. Dobra, to zaczynamy giveaway. Zaczynamy giveaway, możecie sobie. Teraz macie losowanie 1, 2 lub 3. Zresztą wszystko jest napisane. Rozpoczęło się losowanie 25 punktów dla viewers. Dlaczego viewers? Powinno być dla oglądaczy. Oglądaczy. Wpisz wykrzyknik losowanie 1, 2 lub 3, aby kupić bilety. Każdy bilet kosztuje 5 punktów. Także macie 5 minut. Pamiętajcie, bilet kosztuje 5, możecie kupić 3. Subskrybenci mają dodatkowo zwiększoną szansę. A ja sobie naleję coli. Macie 4 minuty. A oczywiście zasada, że za donajcika 100 otwieramy whisky. Także ciągle jest. Także whisky jest w lodówce. W razie czego nie mogę tyle aż coli pić. Bo będę musiał pójść do sklepu. Także jest. Czereśniowa. 5-letnia. Jeżeli macie pytania, to za pomocą linku Tipli możecie za pomocą donajcika zadać mi to pytanie, ponieważ nie czytam czatu, jak są panele, tylko skupiam się na tym, co mówią. Bilety możecie kupić za 5 punktów i dopiero szansa na wygraną jest zwiększona wraz z subskrypcją, a nie ilość biletów. Ilość biletów jest ciągle taka sama. Tak mi się przynajmniej wydaje. Czy teraz czytam? No czasami czytam, tak, ale generalnie nie wszystko, wiesz? Jak mi idzie z Flashem? No idzie. 3. sezon, 20 odcinek. Tylko teraz nie mam czasu na oglądanie. Capoeira na live. O, ktoś widział mój Instagram. Ćwiczyłem capoeirę przez kilka lat, ale przestałem. I teraz jakoś z powrotem do tego idę. Przypominam, napiszcie na czacie wykrzyknik, losowanie 1, 2 lub 3. Co daje bilet? Bilet to jest szansa. Jeden bilet to jedna szansa na wygranie 25 punktów. Top dnia dzisiaj God Sowa 5 zł, dziękuję. Tony Stark 5 zł. No i Do It na 3. miejscu 2. Dziękuję bardzo serdecznie. Jak macie jakieś jeszcze pytania, typu głupie pytanie, sprawdźcie najpierw opis. Może będzie odpowiedź w opisie na twoje pytanie. Dobra, Bizon, pytanie typu głupie zadałeś. Kiedy losowanie? Proszę spójrz na ekran i zobacz licznik czasu. Czy będzie jakiś panel Marvel Studios? Od 2 tygodni codziennie mówię i codziennie odpowiadam na prywatne wiadomości, kiedy Studio Marvel, kiedy MCU. Od 2 tygodni codziennie dostaję po 5-6 wiadomości. Nie ma studia Marvel na DC, na San Diego Comic Conie. Nie ma. Mam nadzieję, że przestaniecie pytać po 10 razy dziennie. Mówię wam, codziennie ktoś pyta. Ostatnie 2 sekundy, ostatnia 1, koniec. Zwycięzcą jest Marko 9374. Marko 9374. Marko 9374. Gratuluję. O, 9374. Masz 60 punktów, a teraz masz 85. Jej! Super. Dobra. To zaraz kolejny panel Marvela za 6 minut. 6 minut. Tego się nie spodziewałem. No widzisz? Nikt się nigdy nie spodziewa. No ja, zaraz. Właśnie jak bierzesz udział w konkursie, to się spodziewasz. Spodziewasz się, że wygrasz, biorąc udział w konkursie, tylko że zawsze to jest jakiś zaskok, że o, jak to? Ja wygrałem? Możecie wydawać swoje punkty w sklepie. Link do sklepu jest oczywiście w opisie. Pizza Time za 500 punktów. Przedłużanie streamu o 3 godziny, 2000 punktów. Także no, są fajne nagrody. Możecie zbierać na coś. Ten film jest prywatny. Tak, ten film jest prywatny, ponieważ panel zaczyna się za 5 minut. Żadnych pisze się przez Z z kropką. Halfish uczy. To nie jest panel Marvela, tylko panel Disney+. Nie ma panelu Marvela na tym San Diego Comic Con. Zrobiłem błąd w opisie. Disney małą. Disney+. Dobra, ostatnie 4 minuty. No ciekawe co pokażą. Oczywiście jak będzie tylko jak będzie jakiś trailer albo teaser albo cokolwiek, od razu wyłączę obraz i dźwięk, tak żeby nie zablokowali znowu live'a. Cztery minuty. No, 100 osób. No wiadomo, później będzie panel o nowych mutantach, później będzie panel o The Boys, później będzie znowu o Marvelu, Marvel Headquarters, później będzie quiz dotyczący O, nie zdążyłem kapusty usunąć. Ukryj użytkownika na kanale. Dobra. Coś z seriali. Dokładnie, może być coś z seriali Marvela. 2 minuty. 2 minuty zostały. Liczba oglądających rośnie, no wiadomo. Później będzie quiz, później będzie co nowego w Śródziemiu, czyli fani Tolkiena będą mogli się... Wszystko jest w opisie, Witul. Trailer Wandy i Falcona? Być może, no, mam nadzieję. Mam nadzieję. No. Mam nadzieję. Panel o 3:00 też będzie bardzo ciekawy. Czyli o Śródziemiu. Dawać. Ostatnia minuta. Ostatnia minuta. O, 100 polubień. Bardzo fajnie. Teaser od Lokiego. Myślę, że Loki za wcześnie, ale WandaVision i Falcon powinien się pojawić. Została mniej niż minuta. Dlaczego nie ma panelu Marvela? Bo nie potwierdzili swojej obecności. No, dawajcie. No zawał padny. 111 osób. Czy pobijemy rekord? Będzie 150 osób na live'ie? 20 sekund, dawajcie. No zobaczymy. 115 osób już jest. 10 sekund. 120 już jest. 5 sekund. 4, 3, 2, 1. No, dawajcie. Zaraz, rośnie jak na drożdżach. Zaraz powinno się pojawić. Jest! Oglądamy panel Disney+. No, sprawdźmy, co tam.
Hi, I'm Angelique Roche, and I am so excited because I get to host an amazing panel today about Marvel's 616. As a panel description alludes to, Marvel's 616 anthology of documentaries is such an amazing collection of episodes that are helmed by unique and all different filmmakers exploring the intersections of storytelling, pop culture, and fandom in the Marvel universe. A universe that spans 80 years and thousands and thousands
Marvel
of
ma
characters,
80 lat
and the creatives who had a
i
little
będą
hand here and
rozmawiali
there
na
throughout
temat
the years bringing these characters
wszystkich
to life.
tych lat
Today I am joined by some
w
incredible
Marvelu.
masterminds who both produced and directed throughout the
130
entire
osób.
series, and I'll start
Witam
from
wszystkich.
what
Jeżeli
is
macie
my
jakieś
top,
pytania,
which I am sure is going to be completely different on your screen.
link w opisie.
Gillian Jacobs, who is a director, Paul Scheer, who is a director, Sarah Amos, executive producer, and Jason Sturman, executive producer.
Dobra,
And
mamy
before we
producentów,
get into the
reżyserów.
nitty-gritty of the show and the episodes and maybe some surprise clips,
O
I
nie,
want to give each
będą,
of you
będą
an
trailery.
opportunity to introduce yourself.
Dobrze.
And we can start with Gillian.
Będą
Hi, I'm
trailery.
Gillian. I directed one of the episodes. I'm also an actor, and I came to this series knowing nothing about comics. I don't think I'd ever actually read a comic all the way through, so this
Ona nie
was a
przeczytała
really
nigdy
exciting process
trailera.
for me of getting to learn a lot about
I
Marvel
bardzo
and
dużo się
following all the
nauczyła na pracując dla
I love
Marvela.
it. Paul.
Hi, I'm Paul Scheer. You might know me from shows like The League or Black Monday or my podcasts like How Did This Get Made or Unspooled, but I also am a writer for Marvel. I've written a handful of Marvel comic
Ale ma
books in the
przerwę między
past,
zębami.
and I love that world and being able to actually be there and interact with the characters by writing them.
Dobra,
It's been
on
one of
napisał
the best
scenariusze
experiences
do
of my life. And so when I
seriali
got to
Marvela.
talk to Disney Plus and Supper Club about doing a documentary about Marvel, it was really this amazing opportunity to dive deeper into this world.
To było dla niego niesamowite doświadczenie, żeby zagłębić się w ten świat.
Awesome. Sarah?
Hi, I'm Sarah Amos. I am our VP of Development and Production for New Media. So we're the team that works on all of the digital content you might know us from, our podcast.
Dobra, ona pracuje nad
a lot of the
podcastami.
nonfiction projects. Hero Project, which is the Disney Plus show, and now 616. So we're very excited to kind of be taking these first steps into nonfiction content for the Marvel brand.
Marvel 616 to będzie dokument
Jason Sturman. I'm
na
executive
temat
producer
Marvela.
of the show, along with my partners David Gelb and Brian McGinn, who collectively we make up Supper Club. And yeah, it's just been an amazing opportunity to make this show, especially with these amazing people.
Ciekawe jakie trailery
Awesome. So
dadzą.
Marvel's 616 is produced, as you both alluded to, by Marvel New Media and Supper Club. So I want to get us kicked off and hand it over to our two executive producers who are on the panel. Can you give us a little insight about what Marvel's 616 is and how
Dobra,
the show came about
czym jest
and what
Marvel
fans can expect?
616?
And we'll start with Sarah.
Yeah, you know, I think if you look at the last 80 years of Marvel, an Iron Man story feels very different than a Jessica Jones story or a Howard the
Dobra,
Duck
wszystko
story.
jest zupełnie inne, że historia Ironmana jest inna niż historia Jessica Jones. Każdy ma swój styl.
Marvel and we started looking back and wanting to tell our own stories, we wanted to make sure that we honored that same kind of tradition. So the anthology nature of the series really made sense to us because it allowed us to really respect each story, each
Dobra, antologia każdego bohatera musi być, starają się, żeby była taka sama, unikalna i starają się ciągle trzymać tej historii.
And a lot of it actually even looks at where we're going in the future. So we wanted to make sure that there were going to be a lot of surprises along the way.
Mają zaplanowane bardzo dużo niespodzianek w przyszłości. Także ciekawe co to będzie.
What does that mean for this show?
The idea of the anthology aspect, especially for this show, is really using each episode as a way of telling a singular story. So in the best way, each of these episodes kind of acts as its own individual film. And the thing that we wanted to do was we really wanted to bring in filmmakers who had a unique voice and a unique vision and let them actually play within this universe by finding stories that they were impassioned about, something that piqued their interest, something that they wanted to explore and discover more of. And we really did not box anyone in of trying to find a way of like, you have to tell the story this way. And so that in a sense leads directly into the anthology aspect of being utilized in the best way by
Dobra, on po prostu mówi o tym, że
its own journey through this Marvel universe and you're
że każdy odcinek jest inny tej antologii Marvel 616, że każdy wnosi do Disneya coś innego. Jeżeli macie pytania, pamiętajcie, zadawajcie je za pomocą linku w opisie.
has been discussed before in regards, as we were kind of chatting before the panel started, is that every single one of the filmmakers were passionate about this. It was something that they were passionate about, that they felt like they were coming to the table really
Ciekawe, co za trailer
with
pokażą.
all of their energy and might to tell a story. Sarah, can you talk to us a little bit about what stands out in that process and why that was so important?
Yeah, you know, look, I think it's fitting that one of the first places we're talking about this is a San Diego Comic-Con panel, because as we were developing this series, it's definitely like a San Diego crowd at times that we had in mind. We have a lot of fans that know our history, right? They know our characters.
No, mają wielu
they've
fanów,
paid
którzy znają
attention,
historię
they've read
Marvela,
every
czytają każdy
Stan
komiks,
soapbox
każdy
that's
film
ever been,
oglądają i że
made.
znają
And
ten świat lepiej
we
niż
wanted to give them some
pisarze.
surprises. But at the same time,
I
we
muszą
wanted to
bardzo uważać.
also put together some pieces that a casual Marvel fan was really going to fall in love
Muszą
with and
dawać
take something
coś,
away
co
from.
zaskoczy
So as
starych
we started
wyjadaczy, ale
developing
coś
it,
też
the best part
nowego,
about
co
working
przyciągnie
with directors
do
like Paul and Gillian and
franczyzy
our other team of
jakby
directors was that
zwykłych,
each of them
nowych
brought
widzów.
their own spin to a story and their own thing that they latched onto. And for some, it's going to be laugh out loud, funny throughout the whole thing.
No i dla
For
niektórych
others, you're gonna be
najważniejszą
crying within
rzeczą
minutes,
będzie
right?
humor,
Each one
dla
has its
niektórych
own
dramat.
kind of journey. And the development process and producing these was the same thing. I learned things along the way. Some of our executives who've been with the company for 30 years found out stories they had never heard.
No właśnie, mówi, że odkrywanie nowych historii jest bardzo ważne. Jak dla Marvela jako firmy.
I actually think that's a really great segue to our first clip, which is Gillian's episode, Higher, Further, Faster, Trailblazing Women of Marvel Comics.
Dobra,
and it's
poczekajcie.
really cool. I love this episode. No spoilers, I promise, besides the teaser we're going to show. But it really takes a
Zaraz wyłączę dźwięk i obraz. Niestety, ale nie chcę, żeby mi zablokowali. Zaraz będzie pierwszy trailer.
Throughout Marvel's history. So let's take a second and see that clip.
Okay.
We saw this really great spike in excitement and love and passion with Captain Marvel. And it really sort of inspired us to do more because we knew there's a fan community out there.
Ale zaraz zobaczymy. Jestem gotowy, żeby wyłączyć w razie czego.
You know, Captain Marvel was sort of that signpost of change.
No czekaj.
I had
Pokazuj trailery, Mark Stark nie.
We were talking a lot about my childhood.
Dobra, na razie gadają o pierdołach. Dobra, nieważne.
In like a piece of cloth I had wrapped around myself because I couldn't find any clothing that was appropriate for a young Muslim woman to wear to prom. Prom, which by the way I went by myself because I was not allowed to date.
No dobra, nikogo nie obchodzi twoja historia.
And he was just really interested in like the fact that like I lived such a distinct experience that not many people really talked about. And he walked in and he's like, you know, I was really thinking a lot about, you know, your stories and you know, it would be great if we had like a character that was based on, you know, on you, based on like the young Sunnas of the world. And I was like, are we allowed to do this? Like, this is the concept. I didn't think anyone would be interested. And he was like, let's do it.
No dobra, co oni tam pokazują? O, Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel. O.
We went straight into pitch mode, and the first person that I thought of was Willow Wilson, who was a comic book writer and a novelist.
Dobra, ciekawe co pokażą.
She called me out of the blue, and she said to me,
no dobra, no
hey,
ona jest pisarzem, no tworzy komiksy o Miss Marvel.
And put her on her own ongoing series. Do you want to write this book and help develop this character? And I was pretty
Ciekawe, czy powiedzą coś ciekawego na temat Kamali Khan.
Because I said, there's no way that you ran that past, you know, Marvel Comics. So they said, yes. How often does that happen? I didn't say yes right away.
Kamala,
to be called up
ciekawy
by
styl.
2 editors at Marvel and told, yes, we want to put a Muslim editor and a Muslim writer on a book about a Muslim character. I was like, you're going to have to hire an intern just to open all this hate mail. You're gonna, like, it just seemed like waving a red flag in front of all of the
No,
people who
dawać,
thought
dawać.
that
Gadają
people
teraz
like me and Sana
o,
should not be in comics at all.
o tym, jak zaczęła się
But
historia
Sana
Kamali
was
Khan,
so
czyli
driven
pani
about this series.
Miss Marvel.
She was so prepared to usher it through, to make
Poznajcie
sure that it was
Kamalę
done
Khan, ma
right,
16 lat,
to
no już nie zdążyłem
oversee all
przeczytać.
the nitty-gritty, to run interference if
16-letnia dziewczyna po
that
prostu.
I
No.
was just kind of swept along. I was like, yeah,
Nie zdążyłem
absolutely.
przeczytać,
I mean, if
nie,
you're this
no
committed,
nieważne.
I'm this committed. Let's do it.
Oh my gosh. So I've seen it, so I'm not going to say anything else. But that
Oops.
was just such a great taste of this amazing episode. Gillian, can you talk a little bit about how you got attached
Dobra,
to this
to był
particular
wstęp
episode?
jakiś
Talking
do
about
pani Marvel,
passion
czy
and
tam
bringing things
dziewczyny
to the
Marvel, czy
table.
Miss Marvel.
And, you know, what was the process of directing it? Because it seems like a pretty
Jaki był
big
proces
swath
tworzenia
of history that you
serialu?
took on.
I inadvertently made a piece about the history of comics, not just Marvel,
Dobra, ona
which I did
miała
not think I was
swój udział
doing
w
going
historii
in.
komiksów, a nie
But
w
you know, I
historii
think
komiksów.
the viewer's journey and my journey as a
Marvela.
director might be a little bit parallel in that
Daj link do
for a
strony na
more
czat.
casual fan of Marvel who doesn't know a lot about the history of it, and for me as a person who didn't know anything about the history of it, it was really exciting to discover not just the names that I think Marvel fans know of, like Marie Severin, who's a really important artist there, but a whole host of other women who worked at Marvel over the decades, and then also talking about the really exciting women who are currently working there. And so I got to fall in love with Marvel Comics, the characters they've created, the books they've worked on, and it was really fun.
Coś będzie.
And I've never read so many comics in my life.
So where do you, I mean, you just alluded to it. There's a very long history of Marvel. Where do you start? How do you decide what to focus on here?
Dobra, jak zaczynasz
I had to
historię
go
pisania
back to like why
odcinka?
is the comic book industry look the way it looks right now? I mean, like I had to go back to the 20s, the 30s. I mean, there's so much in terms of things that happen in the comic book industry, and then how that affected
Ten
companies
gościu u
like
góry z prawej
Marvel.
to się
And
nie
so
nagadał
for me,
zbyt dużo jak na
I was
razie.
watching clips of congressional hearings. I mean, like the process of this documentary.
Tak, babka z lewej powiedziała, że pokażą klipy. Nie mówiła, że pokażą trailery, na przykład WandaVision czy czegoś. Powiedziała, że pokażą klipy.
Well, these won't be discoveries for
Klipy
Marvel
niespodzianki.
fans. But for me, I didn't know about
Że nie wiadomo, co to
Simonson and Nocenti, and you know they are very famous people within the world of comics. But for me, I didn't know anything about them, so I got to learn about them, and I got to then meet a lot of these people, which was very exciting.
So I know this is going to be hard just based on your reaction to my last question. Do you have any favorite moments from filming and putting together this episode?
Maybe it was sort of getting some women in the same room who had worked together really closely a couple decades previously, but haven't necessarily gotten to spend a lot of time together. And just being able to film them interacting. That was a really special moment. I got to film in the Marvel offices, which I didn't know put me in a very small group of people who've been allowed to film in the Marvel offices.
O, ciekawe.
So that was very exciting.
Jednym z najlepszych momentów właśnie było nagrywanie ludzi przy pracy w biurze Disneya.
Worked there in previous decades, but the women who are working there now. It was all exciting to me. Like I got so into it that it was like
w opisie jest Marvel HQ. Tam też, to jest też Marvela.
So Jason, Sarah, you have been very hands-on with this production.
Nowych mutantów na pewno pokażą coś i o pierwszej w nocy coś pokażą.
Stuck out that's your favorite moment, because I feel like you've probably seen this episode enough times at this point that you know exactly like what you love about this particular piece.
I think that for me at least, jumping in, One of the rewarding things I do really think is having the opportunity of producing this while Gillian's directing it. There's an aspect of discovery, even from our standpoint. You know, the thing that Gillian's amazing at is really doing deep dive research and really coming to the table with a full set of facts. And when she sits down with any of the women who you see in this episode, you really see them have an opportunity to, you know, express their feelings about
Serial o kobietach w Marvelu.
comics, their interaction with it, but also seeing the progression of how things have changed over the course of time. And for me, one of the most rewarding things was, I think, when Gillian was able to spend time and sit with people like Sana Amanet, and you look at, especially in that clip that we just saw, you know, you look at the history of Marvel Comics to be able to get to a point where Ms. Marvel is as popular of a character as she is, and when you look at what was done by, you know, Sana and G. Willow to be able to make that a possibility, you know, I think the thing that Gillian did an amazing job is like really showing how the timeline of both comics and history allowed for that to be what is going to be the jumping off point, and, you know, where people follow from here as well.
My favorite thing about the film is the accessibility of it. So I have a little girl at home, and I spend a lot of time teaching her about comics. But I also have a lot of conversations with people where they feel terrified, right, at the idea of where you even begin with Marvel. There's so much, so many people are experts.
Gdzie zacząć, jak to zrobić? Tylu ekspertów wśród fanów, że się ciągle boją. Producenci.
And it shows how anyone can be inspired by our characters, that anyone can create a character that really reflects them and then show the lasting impact that that character can have in society. And then honestly getting to watch Gillian start from a standpoint of not knowing our characters to now being more of an expert than some of the folks I work with, like that journey in itself is what the film is really all about. The fact that, you know, Marvel can be for anyone, both from an audience perspective, but also from a standpoint of the creative we are trying to push forward. We want to create characters that truly reflect everyone out there. And I think this film really encapsulates that in a really beautiful way.
O Miss Marvel.
So, Paul, I know you haven't seen it, but you are a comic book fan.
Okay.
Yes. How excited are you to see it now?
Jak bardzo jest podekscytowany zobaczeniem tego klipu, którego nie widział, ale jest fanem komiksu.
You know, I got to hear from the editors and everyone involved kind of some of the great interviews that were gotten in that doc. And so I'm incredibly excited to see it. I've heard a lot about everyone's doc, and I think what makes it really fun is they're completely different. And as a Marvel fan, it's going to scratch an itch that you probably didn't even know you had. But really, they're just documentary films about really interesting subjects. And so there are things here that I've heard, and I don't want to spoil anything, I want to keep the tone of secrecy. But that I heard, that I'm like, oh wow, I didn't even know that. You know, and a lot of times, you know, you hear things offhandedly, but they haven't really been put on record. You haven't had somebody across from you be able to verify that that actually did happen or that didn't happen. So I think that that's really kind of a great thing to have now, this real history of the women behind the scenes and in front of the scenes at Marvel that really created these books that have had a giant influence. I mean, the X-Men is such a book that's influenced by, you know, Louise Simonson. It's like, it's, you know, but yet you don't hear her name as often as you hear other male creators. So I think those little details are things that I really took to when I heard about Gillian's doc.
So that's interesting because Paul, you hit on the perfect segue for me. Thank you. Which is this idea that there's just such a breadth, like it's such a wide field of things to talk about and characters, and it's not even talking about values or specific history
bardzo szerokim,
or specific creators.
Ma bardzo szerokie spektrum, można rozmawiać
where does one start on, you know, saying, okay, these are the ones we're going to do, because I feel like there could be 40, 50 of these of just looking at what the Marvel universe has within it's just the comics, right? You know, how did you come upon this, besides obviously passionate directors that we have already discussed, but like the actual subject matter?
jak wybierają
So
tematy
we locked Supper Club in a room for several weeks with
na
everyone
filmy,
who works at
seriale,
Marvel,
komiksy.
and then just made them listen to every story.
Zamykają
Not in
ich
any way,
w
shape, or form
pokoju
how we did it. Jason, you take it.
na
Sorry.
kilka
I
tygodni.
mean, I think the thing that we challenged ourselves
Każą im
internally before we ever
słuchać historii
approached
Marvela.
anyone about making any of them was looking at the subject matter and going, what's the expected version of this show? If someone were to just write the log line and go, this is what Marvel 616 is, and then how do we make sure that it's not that? And I think what that ultimately leads to is that you end up having the ability to have episodes that really are a revelation moment, or just it's something that the average audience is not going to be able to look at and go, oh, I know what that is. And I think that we continually strive to do that. Every single time that we made an episode that we were, in development on, we would talk to a filmmaker. We would kind of have a conversation of either, look, like Gillian and Paul are great examples of that. Like Gillian came into and goes, I'm intrigued by the subject matter and the opportunity to tell a story within this space. Something that
Dobra,
Gillian's very
czyli
passionate
według niego
about
to
is
po prostu jest
uncovering the history and
rozmowa
stories
między
of women in the
pracownikami,
workplace and how those things
odkrywaniem
evolved over the course of time.
różnych
So it's then taking
aspektów
that and
pracy.
going, okay, that's an interesting
Tak jak
subject
tamta
matter and
pierwsza
a
o
kernel.
kobiety
How do we
w
then
Disneyu.
make that into something that fits in the Marvel universe? Well, we looked at the timeline, the history, and we built the episode around, the idea of these female Marvel creators over the course of time. Paul has such a wealth of knowledge when it comes to Marvel comics. He's read them his entire life. He's written for Marvel, so it doesn't require the same thing of Paul, let me introduce you to Marvel. Instead, it's Paul had an idea that he wanted to come in with and go, how do we tell this in the documentary form? And very different than Gillian's, really the thing we did with Paul was,
jak
okay, how do
pokażą
we
tą
use the way
historię
you want to tell
w
and find a
formie
new way to
dokumentu.
execute that and have it be presented in a different
To
way.
będzie bardzo
which
ciekawe.
You will see the two
Ciekawe, kiedy
episodes are
będzie
entirely
premiera.
different from the way that they're presented.
Well, I think that is a perfect opportunity to show the clip from Paul's episode Lost and Found.
Okej, klip z odcinka Zagubieni.
You're right, it is completely different from Gillian's episode.
Zagubieni i odnalezieni.
We actually kind of go, the audience is taken along a journey with Paul.
Czyli co, znowu będzie
who's on a
klip
hunt
od Miss
to
Marvel?
Find some forgotten Marvel comics and characters, and to reintroduce audiences to a collection of, some would say, obscure, wild, and
Dobra, będzie dziwny.
bizarre cast of characters. So
ciekawe.
we should go ahead and play that clip.
I think what's kind of fascinating about you is you take this
Nie
character
spamuj
of
linkami,
Black Panther
proszę.
at a time when Black Panther, for lack of a better term, it's like a B-list character when you take it over, and you kind of imbue it with all this energy. Was it daunting?
I knew what the opportunity was with Black Panther if I did it right. And I said, I'm going to write the comic book equivalent of a Public Enemy record. A completely uncompromised, politically provocative book. And that was the key to success. Suddenly, we're selling huge numbers. I mean, more comics than when Stan and Jack was writing the book.
Do you remember any of those books that you read? They didn't maybe catch on, or they were a little ahead of their time or anything like that?
There was a character named Dr. Druid. He shows up in an Avengers issue on the cover. He's fighting crime in a bathrobe. He was like a pre-Lebowski. And I go, here's a man of leisure, a magic user. I'm immediately interested.
Yeah.
What's his origin? How did this happen? Yeah. Well, his origin was he just kind of bumped into the same guy that made Doctor Strange, the Ancient One, and he gave him some magic powers to go away. And I was like, wait, why are we having Bargain Basement Sorcerer Supreme now? There's a character called the Wizard. The Wizard can run so fast that he can make little tornadoes.
Okay.
So he will do some stuff really fast, and then people are sort of sucked up.
So almost like a Tasmanian devil-esque.
Yes. His
Just like
origin
Flash.
was that he was injected with, or injected himself with, mongoose blood.
What was in the mongoose blood? Is it like radioactive mongoose
I don't know.
blood?
Are mongooses like known for being fast?
I mean, even if they are, you wouldn't just get the power of a mongoose through the blood.
You ever heard of the bad guy typeface?
It's like a typeface, like a printing typeface?
Type on his face.
No.
He's this guy who worked for this sign making
Typeface?
company.
Okay.
And then a new guy comes in and buys his building and fires him.
Okay.
And now he's a supervillain.
I swear to God, that's a sign making supervillain?
He has letters that he took off of the sign attached all over his body, and he writes in perfect like signage painting. He puts an R on his forehead that is for revenge.
Wow.
And then he just throws these letters like.
Co za super bohater.
I love that clip because you're getting to see the passion that each of the creators that I talked to in that moment have for characters that exist in the world of Marvel. I kind of think of Marvel, think of it like a family reunion, right? We all know the major players, but then there's that weird uncle that you only see like once every 4 years. Like, what is up with him? Does he own a bait and tackle shop? I need to find out. I want to sit next to that person. And I feel like everybody who I think has worked at Marvel has tried to fit in something. When I did Cosmic Ghost Rider, we went back through the history of Marvel and tried to find these stories that you might not have been totally familiar with, but yet you knew existed. So we were able to tell stories in the Fantastic Four, or tell, stories that happened in the beginning of Captain America. And we really got to play around in this pond of
odkrywali
pulling up characters that
historię.
were at one point very, very
Na
popular.
przykład
And I think
o Kapitanie
they all hold
Ameryce
a place
albo
in
o
all of our
Fantastycznej
hearts. I think
Czwórce,
a reader,
które
like,
były mało
whenever you
znane,
started reading, if it was at 9 or 10 or 20 or
a teraz
whatever,
są
you're like, oh, I love that
hitami.
character. That was my entry character. Or whatever happened to that book. And now when we have a chance to
I tworzenie na
have a
ten
little bit more
temat
power, we can
komiksów
say to Marvel when I've written books, like, can we
serialu,
bring that character back? Can we do that? And they're like, oh,
było
yeah,
najbardziej
because,
ekscytujące
it's
dla
like,
niego.
it's the best part. Marvel Comics is great because you don't have to get actors back. They never age. They never get, so you can kind of pull them back in. So for me, it was sort of saying yes, we know all these amazing characters that Marvel has in the front of their team ups, that we know the front line.
Komiksy, według niego komiksy są lepsze, bo mogą zawsze przywrócić postać. Nie trzeba zatrudniać jeszcze raz aktora. Postaci w komiksach się nie starzeją.
Or a superhero who has a CB radio installed in his brain. These are the characters that we need to uncover. Every week on the World's Greatest Book Club that I've been doing with Steve Wacker, we kind of pull out these old ones. It's like we get to see, comics that are around musicians and stuff like that, like Eminem and the Punisher teaming up in the Marvel world.
Eminem i Punisher? Chciałbym zobaczyć ten komiks.
So that really is what I was trying to tap into, is finding these connections that we have to these characters that are maybe didn't get a chance to shine as brightly as they could have.
I get it. One of my favorite Marvel characters was Ace. Back in the 80s, had a motorcycle, kind of looked like an 80s rock star.
Odkrywanie mało znanych postaci, to powinni się na tym skupić.
Very obscure, own both the comics. And it's this proverbial Pandora box of characters, right?
Asbestos woman, a woman who worked in an asbestos plant. And now she has the powers of asbestos. Let's get into that character.
Kobieta azbest?
Wait, where is she now? Where is she now?
Is that real?
That is real.
Yes,
It's asbestos.
It is real.
To be exact.
Thank you, Jason.
Wow.
I appreciate that. Someone
Kobieta
was
azbest. Co za bohater.
But now I gotta talk about you know, do you have any favorite standouts that you could tell us? Because obviously no spoilers. There's another 40 minutes of the show that you can't spoil.
Well, I will say that
Typeface?
finding Typeface is great. A character that we didn't get to explore that I really wanted to get into was Hell Cow, a cow who was bitten by a vampire, and he's a vampire cow.
What?
There are stories here to tell about Hell Cow. Typeface.
Jego ulubionym bohaterem jest krowa zombie z piekła, która jest wampirem. Okej. Chciałbym zobaczyć komiks na ten temat.
US1, who is our CB truck driving,
gość z budowanym radiem w głowie. No nie powiem, ale Stan Lee i Jack Kirby mieli pomysły. Kobieta azbest?
Hell Cow is pretty great.
I also think that clip is a perfect example of how, no matter what you think you already know about the Marvel comic universe, I mean, Paul's reaction alone to when Jerry Duggan and Donny Cates are talking about those characters are authentic. There are so many of these things that just continue to pop up that we continue to find that it's just no one had any idea that these existed, yet they are a part of this universe.
And, you know, to Jason's point, what I'll say is, and I think that clip starts off with Reggie Hudlin, who I think really redefined Black Panther, brought Black Panther into a whole new world. And that character, when he took it over, was this C-list character. You know, it was a character who was kind of a little bit on the forgotten pile. And what I love about that is it's the person behind that character that can really raise it up. And I think that you find the right person to pair with the right character, and you get this whole nother thing. You know, Deadpool's a perfect example of that. There is a version of Deadpool that, you know, is definitely a little bit more ultra violent and does stuff. And then there's a version of Deadpool that's incredibly funny that Jerry Duggan did with Brian Posehn that, you know, kind of invigorates the characters in different ways. You know, I never enjoyed Thor before Jason Aaron wrote Thor. But, you know, that like he was my entry point to it. And then, you know,
zaczął komiksy od Thora, ale mu się nie podobał na początku.
So Sarah, Jason, clearly being hands-on as you are, there were probably a lot of other forgotten characters that were discussed. I am sure that even the episode, when folks see it, will not have all of the myriad of treasures that reside within the Marvel universe's forgotten characters. Are there any characters that stood out to you, or any moments that stood out to you in doing this production?
So I will say,
trailery czy ważne info? Na razie
talk
nie.
about this episode is exactly the most memorable part of this episode. But you know, because he is so deeply excited and passionate about every character, no matter how obscure, and in fact, the more obscure, the more passionate he became about them, was by far the biggest joy. I think being able to just pitch some of these to executives at Marvel who had worked there a long time, and even some of them hadn't remembered who these characters are. Steve Wacker brought some really, really good names to the table. There's a poet character that I'm not going to go into because I don't want to spoil it, but it's so special. So I think no big deal, just a little beat poetry. Just being able to say hey, look what Paul found today, and just get blank stares from executives was the best, because it was so confusing and amazing and wonderful.
But I think going back to what I was saying, I think every Marvel fan has that thing, and it's kind of going back to your childhood. It's like the way that you talk about
po
your
Marvelu
favorite
będą nowi mutanci.
TV shows. It's like, yeah, I think he lived in a house and there
A
was a
później
train
Boys.
in it. Oh, you remember that? Yeah, I do remember that. You know, it's sort of like you need someone else to bounce it off of to know that it exists. And one of the best things that we have access to is we have the files. We can pull it up and be like, I think there is a character that is like this. And then you can see the panels and read it. And, you know, through Marvel Unlimited, you kind of have access to all these people that have popped up once or twice. And,
Marvel HQ, nauka, rysowania, zabawy, Lego.
Such a fun way
Czego
to
tu nie rozumieć?
explore this landscape. And I think it's a great way to celebrate this 80-year history of Marvel, because it is more than the Spider-Mans and the Iron Man, and it's,
Właśnie,
you know, and all these
tak jak gość
characters,
dobrze mówi, odkrywanie Marvela jest bardzo zabawne, bo
they're not missteps, they're just the ones that didn't connect.
Bo Marvel to nie jest tylko Spider-Man, Iron Man, Thor, Hulk, tylko mniejsze postaci, których nie ma na przykład w filmach, na przykład tak jak ta krowa Wampir.
The guys have to punch the clock. Like, yeah, I'm not good enough to be a superhero, but I can rebuild this building. I can suck out all the asbestos again or whatever.
O, albo kobieta
I think
azbest.
it's such proof that it's exactly what Paul said about the 80 years, right? Because a lot of these characters, they started in weird pop culture moments, or you can see so that's definitely when that was in fashion. And so it's fun to get to trace a lineage of weird characters and see how much Marvel was influenced by what was going on at the time, for better and for worse in certain moments.
Well, look, I mean, we can't look, when you're talking about Marvel superheroes, you got to be like Iron Man, Spider-Man, Billy Ray Cyrus. Billy Ray Cyrus is one of the best Marvel characters.
Done.
Time traveling, Knight from the past, also modern day rock musician. Like, yes, that.
Kiedy Deadpool
Why?
3,
When
dzięki
is
za
Billy Ray Cyrus
czwóreczkę,
gonna join
jesteś
the
na drugim miejscu
MCU?
dzisiaj.
Come on, he should be part of at least the Great Lakes Avengers. Get him in there.
No jeszcze nie zaczęli nagrywać, ale myślę, że
Jason,
w piątej fazie
I'm gonna toss it over
będzie.
to you because
I na-
we're gonna spiral into forgotten characters if I don't.
nie będzie raczej w
You
kategorii
had something to
R.
add.
Chociaż
The most
zobaczymy.
Obscure character that I found during the process of making this actually leads into the three-dimensional chess that Paul is playing with the Marvel Universe, because the most obscure character in the Marvel comic universe is Paul Scheer, who's in a run of
yes. I am in the Marvel Universe. I date Scott Lang, or I'm kind of I'm flirting with Scott Lang's daughter in Astonishing Ant-Man #4, written by Nick Spencer. Yes, and memorized. And I show up to a basketball game, and I got Scott Lang upset. So honestly, that character's got to come back. I mean, seriously, it's right there. Where do I become, a hero, Dr. Doom? Either way, let's pull it all together.
You are the most obscure character.
We'll work it out. I feel like we've only given Gillian 2,500 more comics to go read.
Oh, yeah.
This entire panel. And I wish we had another hour, 2 hours to sit here and talk, because I know we could, just about forgotten characters. But I do kind of want to officially kind of bring this to a close, because there are a total of 8 episodes. So this is literally just the tip of the iceberg of the amazing stories that have been put together for Marvel 616.
Odcinków będzie w Marvel 616.
And Sarah,
Ciekawe.
for some final words on what your thoughts are, what you're excited about fans to see with the other 6 episodes we hadn't even had a chance to talk about yet.
Dobra,
Sarah?
co jest najważniejsze w tych ostatnich 6 odcinkach?
Okay, I mean, there's so much. Look, I think I'm really excited to get to talk about this first off in like a public way. It's just fun to get to hang out with this wonderful group of people that I've been working with on this for a very long time. I'm excited to introduce different communities to people. I think is the thing that's really great, right? Like fandom.
Po prostu dla mnie najważniejsze jest po prostu gadanie o tym,
to be experienced.
że
Whether
jest
it's
tyle różnych
cosplay
dróg,
or love of a
aby bawić
specific
się
character,
Marvelem.
or love of the character of Paul Scheer. There's so many different ways that you can really kind of connect with Marvel. And I'm just
Możesz
excited to put 8
kibicować
episodes out there and
superbohaterom,
then start
możesz
to talk to people
kibicować
to
superwrogom.
figure out which one connected with everyone, right? Because in a lot of ways with this series,
Tak
similar to
naprawdę,
that
tak jak było
first comic you
we
read that
wcześniejszych panelu,
really grabs you,
nie ma jednej drogi do tego,
this
co
series
ciebie
is gonna do the
przyciągnie.
same thing. And I'm just excited to watch people learn a bunch of really cool stuff about Marvel and cry a little bit and feel inspired and feel like they should go read more comics and
Get that
into
Marvel
cosplay.
Unlimited app. Get that Marvel Unlimited app.
I mean, for me, and for anyone who is new to reading comics, the ability to go on there and read an entire run of a comic, just click on a creator's name and find other things that they worked on. It was really fun for me. Not just the research I've done online, but just finding it by just reading bunch of
Ogarnianie
different
nowych
titles
historii,
that people worked
nowych
on.
tytułów. Że to było dla
I
mnie
love comics.
najzabawniejsze.
We're gonna make everyone love comics as much as Gillian now loves comics with this series.
No proszę.
Jason.
I think the thing that I'm most excited about is, the power of documentary has always been the ability to both educate and expand people's minds. But the thing we've always really tried to do is really lean into the
Skończyłem
idea
czytać
of
Halfa? Nie, przeczytałem dopiero 6 numerów.
It's just leaning purely into the education aspect. And the thing that I've been so surprised with in every single one of these episodes is you can walk from one edit room to the next as these things are being made, and you'll hysterically laugh in one and bawl your eyes out in the next. And I'm excited for audiences to ultimately, like Sarah said, find their entry point, which one people are going to gravitate towards. I think the idea really is that this does not become a series where what the next thing will be when you click play on episode to episode. And
znowu to samo.
I also think that
różnorodność
people have an idea of what they think Marvel comics are and what this series may be, and they're going to be very, very surprised when they see this come to life.
I że ludzie
Jason
będą
said it so perfectly. I think
bardzo
a lot of
zdziwieni, kiedy w
people
końcu wyjdzie
have
na
an idea of
światło dzienne.
what Marvel fandom looks like, or Marvel fans look like, or what the people behind the comics look like. And the thing that I love so much about the series is, like, we're going to introduce you to so many different types of faces and different types of people who have been so integral to the stories we tell and the content we create, and haven't all necessarily had a moment in the spotlight. And Gillian's doc does that amazingly, but honestly, it just scratches the surface
No
of
dobra,
where
już
we
skończę
go.
o tym
Like,
gadać.
Marvel really does have characters and creators that speak to every walk of life, and I do think this series
Czyli to, co
really highlights
zwykle,
that
że
in
Marvel
a
ma
unique
postacie
way
dla
that we haven't
każdego,
been able to do in the past.
jakby każdej
And I'm
rasy,
very,
każdego
very
koloru,
excited,
każdego
for
kształtu
hopefully a lot of people to watch at home
i
and
że
see
każdy
themselves
znajdzie coś dla siebie.
reflected in the people up on screen.
You know, and I just want to say one thing, like working on this has been a really exciting experience. I have never directed documentary before, right? And I think what Supper Club brings to the table, and something that you know, I think when you're watching the show, you'll see, is there's an artistry in how these shows look. They're beautiful. They span, you know, sometimes, you know, they're going across the country, sometimes they're going across the world, and it's beautiful to look at. So it's really, the production value of these are gorgeous, and I think that they do such a great job at helping filmmakers, you know, people who have directed, I've directed things, but I never did a doc before, help get your voice out there. And so just by virtue of having non-documentary filmmakers have
No
their
dobra,
first
gość
foray be
mówi o tym, że
here,
nigdy
has
nie
been
zrobił
really
filmu
cool, and I think that
dokumentalnego
allows
i
for a lot
że
of
dla
different
niego to
voices.
było nowe
And to work
doświadczenie.
with Marvel and Sarah, there is this belief in what you are passionate about. And it's not trying to fill out, we need to have X, Y, and Z covered in this. It really is follow the passion of the person. So this is a show that could go on for
ever
hundreds of episodes, simply
Tak
because
myślałem.
no one person has the same thing that they're interested in that world. Even if you did 5 documentaries on Spider-Man, they could be from very different perspectives. And that's what I feel like
Dokładnie.
Marvel has
Cały
really
czas jest
allowed us to do, which is say, like, your perspective
inne.
is the most important. You don't have to figure out like some company-wide
Perspektywa
thing.
widza jest
And then
najważniejsza.
Supper Club coming in going, we're going to make this look amazing, and we're going to give you the tools to tell this story. So it really, as a filmmaker or as a creator, it's really amazing to work with that. And, you know, especially with this world as vast as it is.
I love it. And you know what? That is a perfect way to hand it over to Gillian for her, you know, everyone's got a closing statement. So Gillian.
Okay.
Oh, I have a closing statement?
Pressure's
Woo.
on.
You know, it makes me sad that I didn't read comics as a kid, because there is a unique joy that you get
Bardzo mnie smuci,
from
że nie
reading
czytała
comics.
wcześniej
And so
komiksów.
now I got to experience that as an adult.
Ale teraz jako
And,
dorosła może to zrobić. Pewnie się bardzo cieszy.
For
Tak jak
people to
myślałem.
see
Tak.
both, you know, people that are very legendary within the world of Marvel Comics, and maybe people they don't know as much about. And thank you so much to Sarah, to Marvel, to Jason, Supper Club for giving me the opportunity.
Awesome.
And thank you, Comic-Con audience. Let's take some questions from the Comic-Con audience. Where's the Comic-Con audience?
You're just gonna steal my joy. It's fine, Paul. I get it.
Wow, okay.
No, but thank you to the audience and everyone who's
To
watching.
nie ma problemu. Ja też dziękuję.
And thank you to the entire panel. This has been an absolute joy. Thank you, Paul, Sarah, Jason, Gillian.
Dziękuję.
And you know, if you have any questions, like, go at Marvel. Send them. We want to know exactly what your thoughts are, what you're excited about.
Or
And
just
I
shout
can't
them at your computer right now. We won't answer you, but that's like a real Comic-Con. The limited amount of people who actually get their questions answered at Comic-Con, very small.
One more plug to Disney Plus. Marvel 616 on Disney Plus.
8 episodes.
Go get Disney Plus.
Bye, everybody.
O, okej.
Thank you so much.
Szkoda, że nie podali daty. Dobra, koniec. Spodziewałem się czegoś innego. To znaczy spodziewałem się Disney+. Dostaliśmy Disney+. Wow, okej, nie wiem co o tym myśleć, ale pomyślę o tym przy giveawayu. Przy giveawayu robimy giveaway, tym razem będzie 10-minutowy. O dobra, 7-minutowy. 25 punktów. I teraz będzie panel nowych mutantów. Sam nie wiem, co o tym myśleć. No, pokazali klipy z tego dokumentu Disney Plus. Marvel 616. Co tu dużo mówić. A teraz będzie panel nowych mutantów. Nowych mutantów. Dziwne, na końcu mówili, żeby zadawać pytania w komentarzach, a komentarze są wyłączone. Także pozdro 600 dla nich. Jaki koszt losu? 5. Wszystko jest napisane przecież. Wszystko jest napisane. Wystarczy nauka czytania na poziomie podstawowym, mniej więcej. O, nie da się zniżyć. Dobra, nieważne. Stało 5 minut. Mutanci może będą ciekawsze. No mam nadzieję. Liczę na jakieś fajne newsy. Fajne smaczki dotyczące filmu. Może w końcu będzie ta premiera, data premiery. Mam nadzieję. Witam Wojo. No, także właśnie skończył się ten Marvel 616 i zaczynamy o nowych mutantach. Zastanawiam się, czy nie lepiej byłoby przerwać live, zrobić nowy i tak każdy panel po kolei, ale już dobra, pociągniemy jednym długim live'em. Może jutro tak zrobimy, że będę ucinał i każdy panel będzie osobno. Piszcie wykrzyknik, losowanie 1, 2 lub 3. Wykrzyknik, losowanie 1, 2 lub 3. Koszt biletu to 5 punktów. Może na Amazon? Nie, no jak to jest o Marvelu, także jakie panele jutro? Wszystko masz w opisie masz tylko dzisiaj, a jutro, no dobra, masz na karcie społeczność, no ale jutro powiem Ci tak. Wywiady z cosplayerami, co dalej w komiksach Marvela, później Walking Dead, film kinowy Walking Dead, nowy serial MCU Hellstrom i jak narysować komiks od początku do końca. A teraz przechodzimy do nowych mutantów. To jest coś, czego nie chcecie ominąć. Dlaczego nie umiecie czytać? Na przykład Dorota. Czemu nie napiszesz losowanie w spacja 3? Wtedy wejdziesz do giveawayu. Dokładnie. Losowanie, wykrzyknik, losowanie, spacja. Dla tych, którzy nie wiedzą. I później liczba 1, 2 lub 3. Gdzie 1 oznacza, że kupujesz 1 bilet, 2 oznacza, że kupujesz 2 bilety, 3 oznacza, że kupujesz 3 bilety. Tylko że za każdy bilet musisz zapłacić 5 punktów. Jeżeli nie masz tylu, no to nie wejdziesz do giveawaya. Macie jeszcze 2 minuty, 3 minuty tak naprawdę. No, siłą rzeczy liczba osób, które ogląda, spadła. Na początku panelu Marvela było 150 osób, a teraz jest już poniżej 100. Szkoda, ale zobaczymy. Zaraz będzie nowy Marvel. Nowy Marvel. Nowi mutanci. Dobra, to teraz robimy New. Marvel's New Mutants. The New Mutants. Okej. Nowy Marvel. Siema, Trapper, siema. Także za 10 minut rozpoczyna się kolejny panel. Nowy panel Marvel, no to przydałby się. Ja już nie wiem, co mówię. No było więcej, ale wielkie rozczarowanie. No. Mniej więcej. Spodziewałem się troszeczkę więcej. Co zrobić? Co zrobić? Dobra, do końca live'a, do końca giveaway zostało 50 minut. 50 sekund. Co ja w ogóle nie umiem gadać? Ja już nie umiem nic gadać. No, macie 30 sekund. Kto wygra, musicie napisać wykrzyknik, losowanie 1, 2 lub 3. Nie piłbym mleko tej krowy. No to nawet nie wiedziałem, że jest krowa zombie w Marvelu. I koniec. Zwycięzcą będzie Kacper Uszyński. Gratuluję. Kacper Uszyński. Dobra, to ja ci tutaj... Kacper Uszyński. Proszę, jak szturmem. 31 punktów masz. Brawo, brawo. Brawo, brawo, brawo. A my czekamy na kolejny panel. Kolejny panel będzie dostępny za 8 minut. Za 8 minut. Co wygrał? Uśmiech. Nie no, 25 punktów. Przecież wszystko jest napisane. Ja nie rozumiem. Dlaczego nie czytacie? Dlaczego nie czytacie? Nie obchodzi cię głupi Comic-Con? Ustawione, bo ja nie wygrałem. No, jakby było ustawione, to ja bym wygrał. O, siema Bury. Ja bym wygrał wszystko, gdyby było ustawione. Tak, będę robił jutro, pojutrze, w piątek, sobotę, niedzielę, codziennie będzie live. A najgorsze jest to, że jutro do pracy na 5 rano, a live do 3. Demigod of Livermore. A nie do 4? No, aha, no to do 4. No nie wiem, do której generalnie. Chce ci się? Nie chce mi się, no ale jak już powiedziałem, że będzie. - 30 sekund opóźnienia. No, chcę jakby przeczytać wszystkie wiadomości. Mimo, że nie odpowiadam na wszystkie, ale chcę wszystko czytać. No, ja też mam nadzieję, że będzie jakaś data premiery. Cokolwiek. Że będzie cokolwiek. No zobaczymy, zostało 5 minut. To jest uniwersum X-Menów czy MCU? X-Menów. Znasz film Antlers? No pewnie. Będzie panel z tego. Guillermo del Toro mówi o Antlers. Będzie oczywiście. Wygląda całkiem w porządku. Zwiastun Mutantów by pokazali? No przecież są już. No, mamy już dużo zwiastunów, już chyba 2 czy 3 nawet. No ale daty premiery. Tak, PG-13, no. Generalnie krążą plotki. Jest taki post gdzieś, gdzie ktoś reklamę zrobił, wszyscy myślą, że to fake, ale tak naprawdę to nie jest fake, że nowi mutanci będą mieli premierę na VOD we wrześniu, 4 września, coś takiego, czy 9 września. Przydałby się gruby mutant. No a Juggernaut? Może być Juggernaut? Jest dosyć gruby. Idę spać. No zostaw live'a odpalonego w tle, żebyś punkty nazbierał. Ale mamy 4 minuty. 4 minuty do panelu nowych mutantów. A to będzie horror? No niby horror czy thriller. Tak, to nie jest gruby, tylko fluffy. On ma grube kości. O, Blob jest grubym mutantem właśnie. Czy Bob. No, w Deadpoolu ten mały Firestorm, czy jak on tam, Fire Truck. Czy lubię Rhino? Rhino. Nie wiem. Rhino to Rhino. Nic ciekawego. 3 minuty. Fajny jest przeciwnik. Jeżeli chodzi ci o przeciwnika Supermana. Zaczynajmy już, bo zaraz usnę. No przecież zaczyna się za 2 minuty. No to co ja mam zrobić? Czy wczorajszy oglądałem Comic-Con? Nie. Nic wczoraj nie było ciekawego. Co było na Marvel 616? Trailer do WandaVision, trailer do Miss Marvel, trailer do Czarnej Pantery 2. Także dużo ominąłeś, Mikox. Będzie się działo. Dobra, ostatnia minuta. Będę na Antlers. Zaraz, kiedy jest ten Antlers? No, czekaj, muszę. Antlers będzie w sobotę o 22. W sobotę o 22 jest Antlers. Czy zrobię odcinek podsumowujący Comic-Con? Pewnie tak. Chociaż, czy ja wiem? Nic na razie nie pokazali fajnego. Dobra. Ostatnie 20 sekund. Dopiero o 3 Tolkien. No niestety, późno. 10 sekund. No ja też pójdę do kina na Antlers, na pewno. Kto nie widział Antlersów, niech zobaczy sobie zwiastun. Wygląda dosyć przerażająco. Dobra, zaczynamy. No dalej, jak zwykle mają opóźnienie. 15-sekundowe. No dalej, dalej. No, dobra, jedziemy. Wow. Okej. Okej, zaczęło się od zwiastunu. Nie chcę tego pokazać. Nie pokazuję tego, bo wiem, że będzie grubo. Okej, zwiastun pokazuje, że wszystkie nowe daty premiery. Będzie data premiery. Będzie. Okej. Jest. O kurde, wcześniej niż się spodziewaliśmy. Nie chciałem, żeby mi zablokowali. Jeszcze w wakacje będzie. Jest. 28 sierpnia. 28 sierpnia. Premiera. To nie był zwiastun tak naprawdę, to był klip, który pokazywał Okej, Josh Boone, dawaj. Ciekawe co powie.
I'm excited to be here and to get to talk to fans about everything, about the movie. It's going to be great.
Let's bring out the rest of the cast now to join you. First, we've got Maisie Williams, who plays Rain Sinclair, also known as Wolfsbane.
Yay!
Hi.
Siema.
Hi, Maisie.
How are you guys? Hey.
Also, we have Anya Taylor-Joy, who plays Ileana Rasputin, also known as Magic.
Hi guys, how's it going?
Yeah.
It's okay. Hello.
Loving your greenhouse.
Thank you very much.
We also have Charlie Heaton, who plays Sam Guthrie, aka Cannonball.
Hey guys, hi. Hey.
Hi, Charlie.
Dobrze, mają sporo ich.
Good, how are you?
Good, yeah, good.
We also have Alicia Braga, who plays Cecilia Reyes.
O, ta Cecilia Reyes będzie ciekawa.
Thank you for the doctor. That's why I'm wearing white.
W kinie będzie, w kinie.
It was good to see you today.
W kinie.
Nice to meet you, Ira.
Yeah, nice to meet you too. We also have Blue Hunt, who plays Danielle Moonstar.
Hi.
O Jezu, jak dziwnie wygląda blondyna.
Great.
How are you doing?
I'm doing. I don't know.
I think we can all safely say I don't know.
Yeah, and to round out our cast, we have Henry Zaga, plays Roberto da Costa, aka Sunspot.
How's it
Hi,
going,
Henry.
guys?
Bobby.
Aga. How are you, Ira?
No, siema wszystkim, no. Dobra.
Now that you're all here, my first question to you is, have you ever seen your characters in emoji form?
No.
Co? Czy widzieli swoje postacie jako emotkę? O! Ale fajne. Fajne.
Dude, look at you.
Ten wampir jest fajny.
Why do I look like I'm up to I think Maisie is my favorite.
Henry, like, even as an emoji situation.
Ciekawe, ciekawe.
Maisie a real underbite.
I love it. My ears are so cute.
Co to za
Maisie, I wanna
wampir?
send yours to friends in the morning when they ask how I'm doing.
That's like the Sunday morning emoji. Like, how was last night?
You can use these hashtags on Twitter to activate these emojis in your tweets.
Chcę takie na mojej klawiaturze.
Magic's emoji, it's hashtag
Proszę, możesz używać ich. Hashtag new, tylko to jest na Twitterze.
Cannonball Mutants Cannonball. For Sunspot, hashtag New Mutants Sunspot. And for Wolfsbane, you guessed it, hashtag New Mutants Wolfsbane. All right, fans, we also have a really exciting giveaway for y'all.
Oh, giveaway.
Hashtag New Mutants Comic-Con at home with hashtag New Mutants poster sweepstakes. You could have a chance to win one of these awesome posters created by the artists at Poster Posse.
That's cool. Booty.
O, fajny plakat. Ale jakoś... O, ten jest lepszy.
That's really cool.
Ten jest spoko. O, ten jest ekstra. No, jak chcecie, to macie hasztagi i możecie na Twitterze używać, aby wygrać. Jest międzynarodowy zwiast, konkurs.
Yes. Yeah. I was literally about to say that. It's my favorite Nightmare movie.
This looks like a 90s horror movie. This is cool.
Yeah.
This looks like I know what you did last summer, but it was a bunch of summers ago.
Oni już pewnie nie pamiętają, bo film nagrywali z 3 lata temu, to już nie pamiętają pewnie, o czym jest ten film.
Created by the artist from Poster Posse. Well, if you guys like that art, you're gonna love the rest of the art that I'm about to show you. You guys have some of the most dedicated and talented fans that I've ever seen, and we have a ton of amazing fan art that was all created by fans of the New Mutants.
Nice, okej, to są fanarty teraz. Dobra. No tyle czekali, tak? Czekali. Sporo. Ten jest super.
These are great. They're really talented. Oh my goodness. This is amazing.
Charlie looks all beat up.
Oh, nice.
Whoa, these are incredible.
Co to jest arbuza?
Oh, that one's awesome. It's like this Saturday morning.
O, ten jest mega.
I love these. These are great. Oh my god, this is so cool.
Ej, no dobra, no pokazujecie, no w końcu.
That's amazing.
Yeah, the fan art has been so amazing to see. With the delay of the film, it feels like so many people have just used that time to just like.
Dobra, wiadomość, będzie zwiastun. O. Dobra, ale nie piszcie o tym zwiastunie, proszę.
Amazing art that they've done.
Every other 3 months we get like this wave of excitement. It's like, now it's the time.
W sensie, możecie pisać, że jest zwiastun, ale nie piszcie, co będzie na tym zwiastunie.
There's also fans who have just stolen every frame from all the trailers to try to put together the movie, which has been sort of amazing.
Dobra, na razie gadają o tych fanartach. No powiedzcie coś konkretnego na temat filmu. O, Frytek, dodałeś te plakaty? Bardzo fajnie.
We have a special guest joining us today. He is the iconic Eisner-winning, Emmy-nominated illustrator who helped cement the look of New Mutants in the 1980s. Joining us today is Bill Sienkiewicz.
Ktokolwiek to jest. O, Bill Sienkiewicz. Ciekawe, czy ma polsko brzmiące nazwisko. Sienkiewicz napisał komiks Nowych Mutantów.
Can you see behind me? This is the poster that I did. Now I know there's multiple posters. I don't know if there's any such one thing as an actual poster anymore. The bear and this lovely cast.
Your art
Nice.
was so influential on just, you know, comic book fans. So it was lovely to see.
Widzicie? Wiecznie żywy.
Sort of reflected in this movie.
Czy to jest częścią MCU? Nie. Jeszcze nie, przynajmniej. Tak, 28 sierpnia.
With your direction and again with everybody, you know, being the cast is just you inhabited the characters. So I can't not see the characters I drew without picturing all of you now. You brought it.
Dobra, co on tam gada?
Honored and proud to know you as people.
No dobra, jest bardzo dumny, że ich poznał na planie, że mają wielki talent i że było przyjemnie przyjemnie z nimi pracować.
Yeah, we were going to do an audio commentary for it, yeah.
And then everything sort of shut down, and people have talked about this being a cursed film because it's sort of, it's taken forever. But I think in some
A akurat lockdown się zaczął, kiedy mieli nagrywać komentarze dotyczące filmu na Blu-ray. Pomijasz najważniejsze. No bo czytam czat, słucham ich i wiesz, tłumaczę. Ja nie tłumaczę słowa w słowo, tylko najważniejsze rzeczy, jakie tam wyłapię.
Yeah, we're just excited for people to see it.
It's going to be fantastic. I'm really excited about it.
Thank you so much for being here, Bill.
No, dzięki, Bill. Na razie, Bill.
All right, everyone.
Dobra, teraz Mickiewicza przywitajcie.
Would anyone like to share?
O, kurna, rzucają klipami.
What do you love about the
Dobra.
Mutants comics and sort of what
Co najbardziej lubi w komiksie?
I finished making Fault in Our Stars for Fox, and I knew they had the X-Men franchise, and I had loved ever since I was a kid. My best friend and I had loved this Demon Bear saga and this run that Bill did on these comics because it sort of mixed dark fantasy and horror with superhero comics, and I'd never really seen anything like that before. It looked so different than any comics that I read,
Dobra, co powiedział? W sumie nawet nie skupiłem się. Pewnie mu się podobał.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me.
That did end up working out, even though nobody's seen it yet, but they will eventually. Really, it was the merging of all those genres into something different.
No nie, to chociaż dźwięk wyłączę. O. Hello, Maisie.
What was it like stepping into a new world with such a large fan base after doing Game of Thrones, which had such a huge fan base too?
O, ciekawe, jak się czuję grając w Nowych Mutantach po Grze o Tron.
Yeah, it was really exciting. I was really thrilled to play someone like Rain because I've always kind of seen myself as more that character, and like I think she's very uncomfortable in her own skin, and like she wants to speak up and wants to say what she feels, but she's like constantly.
Zobaczcie, jaka to jest młodziutka.
When I play Arya, I'm always like have to command the room and like be really brave.
Dobra, jako Arya była mocną kobietą, że tak powiem. A w Nowych Mutantach jest cichutka i jak mysz pod miotłą. Jest bardzo cicha, i to było dla niej wyzwanie.
Whole X-Men fan base have just been incredible, and I mean the New Mutants fan base, I guess. I don't know if they're the same people. And they've just been like so welcoming, and yeah, I guess this whole superhero world is
Ta w żółtym Anya Taylor-Joy wygląda, jakby była znudzona.
So I'm back again.
I thought it was a dream. I just lost control.
O.
Hi. From movies like Thoroughbreds to Emma, you sort of excel at playing this kind of misunderstood.
Nie wiem, ile z was... Dobra, to może zadam pytanie dla was na czat. Ilu z was nie rozumie, co oni mówią? Czy w ogóle opłaca mi się tłumaczyć to wszystko? Tak. Ilu z was nie rozumie, co oni mówią?
I've never experienced that where it's just a lot of aggressiveness a lot of the time, but it was really fun and I got to play around with that a lot, and the action scenes, I mean the whole arm and the sword, you feel pretty cool, I think, when you're doing that with limitless potential.
Charlie,
Hey, yo.
Hey.
Hey.
Dobra,
What
Danta
sort of
powiedziała, że
draws you to playing these
fajnie jej
sort
się
of
grało.
outcast, misfit
Magic.
roles, you know, sort of
Tak
like
w bardzo
Sam,
wielkim skrócie.
sort of like Jonathan in Stranger
A
Things.
ten?
Yes, yeah.
How are
Wiedziałem,
they
że
sort of
powiedzą.
completely different from how you are, or the same?
Yeah, it's a good question about being
Stranger
drawn
Things.
or being kind of looked at in that sense. I don't know. I think with Sam, I guess in a way where he would differ to, you know, a character like Jonathan from Stranger Things. I mean,
hiszpańskie są napisy?
the powers element, but I don't know. I found that there was this like kind of strength. You know, there is a lot of strength in Sam and leadership qualities that he might have, you know, in kind of the future. You could see where he's going. I mean, you know, in the very beginning. And yeah, there was a real inner pain with Sam, and
może tak będzie lepiej.
I guess that was, you know, a relation to, I mean, not that I have extreme inner pain, but it was, you know, something to go off to give where I can start.
Najgorsze jest to, że ten panel będzie trwał pół godziny tylko, a nie godzinę. To jakieś inne obejrzymy. Ja szybko znajdę inny panel.
You know, there was these real kind of inner conflicts to kind of go through as a character and something to grab hold of and, you know, kind of create. So it was
czwartek.
Elise.
Hey.
Hi. Dr. Cecilia Reyes is sort of this wrangler of all the mutants in the movie. Did you find yourself sort of stepping into that role with the actors on set?
A może tu powiedzą coś o Deadpoolu 3.
I wanted to understand a lot what Josh wanted from this woman, that she's trying to teach these you know, mutants to control their powers and kind of guide them through this past and all that. As a fan, I was excited for it because I could see the details and the personalities and the nuances of each one of them. So it was really nice to see it as a fan and as an actress
Tak, jest po
how they were
polsku.
building that up. So it was a fun character to play. As Charlie knows, her run is not good. She runs in a weird way.
Zobaczmy.
And Blue, you've done this and you were on the originals too. Like, are you a big horror fan? And would you say that anything you filmed in New Mutants sort of scared or creeped you out after?
I'm actually a
Wychodzisz
huge
po tym, jak
horror
jesteś
fan.
wielkim fanem horror.
I
Dobra,
feel
nie jest
like
źle.
I've seen so many horror films that I've run out
Hej, nie jest źle.
of horror films to watch, unfortunately. And, you know, whenever I feel like watching one, I'm like, I've seen it. Actually, I feel that way with most movies.
Dobra, no to niech zostaną na polskie napisy i...
But no, you know,
Ja nie wiedziałem, że można.
scared me or like creeped me out after I filmed it. I think
Tylko wiadomo, to jest Google
entire
Translator,
idea
także...
of trying to lead a movie that big when I had never done anything but 7 episodes on a CW TV show
Także
was
wiecie.
scary. So I think every
Tak,
day
Google
on set, I
Translator.
was scared and creeped out.
Ale mniej więcej zrozumiecie ten sens. No to super, nie będę musiał
Definitely did
tłumaczyć.
some freaky stuff.
Będę mógł
I think
czytać
like
czat
the opening
przynajmniej.
of the film was definitely in like actually being barefoot and like throwing myself down a hill and like rolling down it and being stuck in a tree and things like that in the middle of the night, like the night shoots in the woods.
Nawet nie wiedziałem, że można przetłumaczyć automatycznie.
Yo, what's up?
Hi.
Yo, co słychać?
When I was talking to Josh, he mentioned a very fun story about a day on set where you did not drink any water, and I would love you to tell
Pewnie
us
chciał
about it.
się odwodnić, żeby mięśnie było bardziej widać.
When can I eat food? And he's like, nope, you got. Just kidding. No. Dude, that was a thing that I was trying to get right. The physicality of this character.
Wiedziałem.
You know, when he emanates solar power, he becomes super strong. So I kind of had to look the part. You know, when you're stuck in the middle of nowhere with a bunch of people your age, you're bound to eat a bunch of,
Dokładnie.
you know, bad.
Polecasz film Niewidzialny Człowiek? Tak.
And maybe
Bardzo dobry film.
But a day before my nutting up scene, I was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't drink water. That sounded like a good idea. Much regretted good idea. Josh
Don't
was
forget that they kept rescheduling the scene. Don't forget that you kept not drinking water for many days.
Oh my God. Yes, they kept rescheduling my scene, and I'm like,
talking to the AD like, please, I need to drink water.
Rozmawiając z lampą, muszę pić wodę. Ojej, to tłumaczenie jest mega. O, będą mieli usunięte sceny.
And I just remember going up to you and you were like, I haven't drank water all day. And I was like, why wouldn't you drink water? He's like, dude, I have to look amazing because I was like, I would never tell you not to drink water. Go drink water right now. So committed.
No, liczba widzów spadła dwukrotnie praktycznie, ale to po pierwsze, bo już się Marvel skończył, a po drugie jest dosyć późno.
You know, he just didn't stand for us and he came and had lost an incredible amount of weight and was really skin and bones on that. Yeah, I mean an incredible transformation, but he takes the physicality of it really seriously and just like he looked amazing in that and he looked amazing in a different way on the stand.
terrifying on the stand, like about to die.
I think the fans will say it was worth it for the pool scene. So, one thing that has really excited fans so far too has been the Maisie and Blue relationship in the film. And, you know,
to będzie coś ciekawego.
How is it like working together, and are you really excited for fans to see, you know, this relationship blossom, which is so exciting for an X-Men film, for superhero film in general?
Yeah, absolutely. I met with Josh like a while ago and then ended up getting the part for Rain, and then we did a bunch of chemistry reads to find Danny. And yeah, just from the first audition that we did together, we got on so well, and it was really wonderful to be able to see a relationship like this in a typically quite like masculine and like just like world of like superheroes, and like it was just lovely to see these two fragile women who just protect one another and bring light out in each other. But I'm glad that the fans are so excited for it because I think it's really important to see relationships like this. And yeah, I mean, it was an absolute joy to work with you, Blue.
I think I actually think we're including Blue and Maisie's screen test as an extra as well, which is like the Blue was like the fun of the century. Like I don't know.
Okay.
Mam wrażenie, że w żółtym Braga i Taylor-Joy w ogóle nic nie mówią.
I don't know that we could have made the movie without her. We could not find someone else. She was
Dobra,
the perfect person for the part, and when we saw her and Maisie together, it was just it was sort of the end of the story. I mean, I think they had to kiss, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure they kissed in the audition, so I mean, it was not COVID times.
You can't imagine how nervous I am.
Siema, oglądamy sobie.
Oh, I have to go kiss Maisie Williams. You know what I mean? I'm like showing up to the studio lot or whatever. I'm like, oh God, I'm just like sweating. It's very nerve-wracking.
Yeah, as they say. Really important, their relationship.
I znowu ten gada. Boom.
The movie in terms of following it.
I think like at the heart of it is just this really lovely love story. Yeah, it's just like it just brings it back to reality.
Już końcówka
just
panelu.
Like in the comics,
6 minut
they had a
zostało.
telepathic link already, and it just sort of naturally happened that way.
Ale później obejrzymy przez pół godziny panel o G.I. Joe Snake Eyes z Robem Liefeldem, czyli twórcą Deadpoola. Jak będzie zwiastun, to wyłączę, tak żeby wam mówić. Tak. No powiem wam, czy to są nowe sceny, czy nie. O, dobra. Whoopsie. No na razie się nic nie dzieje. Studio. Logo studio. Dobra, zaczyna się. Zobaczcie. O, boję się. Nie chcę, wyłączyłem, żeby nie usunęli. Okej. W każdej osobie są 2 niedźwiedzie, na zawsze walczące o twoją duszę. Jeden niedźwiedź to wszystko, co dobre, miłość, zaufanie. Drugi miś, czy drugi niedźwiedź, to złe rzeczy. Strach, wstyd, samozniszczenie. Dobra, zaczyna się od wielkiego pożaru. Jest dużo nowych scen, od razu mówię. Proszę nie wrzucajcie już linków, dobra? Bo później coś się będzie działo. Nie chcę, żeby na czacie było widać jakieś linki albo coś. W razie czego, później mogę wam dać ten link. Nie ma najmniejszego problemu. Dobra, jest pożar, wybuchy. Dobra, dużo się dzieje. Co się dzieje? Ukryj się. Bla bla bla, a ja muszę im pomóc. Dobra, nie zostawię mnie samego, bla bla bla. Dobra, i pewnie zginie. Jezu, długi ten trailer. O! Ale zginął. Okej. Piszę wam dźwięk. Tylko trochę po cichu. Dobra, niedźwiedź ją goni. Ten zły niedźwiedź oczywiście. Czyli Maisie. Jakiś ojciec jednej z babki. Nikt ważny dla filmu. Dobra, ostatnie sekundy już zostały. Czego to thriller? Nie wiem, thriller? Dobra, obudziła się w szpitalu i to już wszystko widzieliśmy. Wszyscy... Aha, zabiłem kogoś. O, ale dużo nowych scen. Ulala. Ale będzie dużo nowych scen. Dobra, już wam pokażę. Już powinno być ok. No, oby nie zablokowali. Coś czuję, że i tak zablokują. Ale jest nowych scen.
What are you doing? Gotta get better someday. Even bear. Let's play.
No ładnie. Ale mam ciary. Ale to będzie film mega. Ale to będzie mega film. Zobaczcie to. Nie wiem, czy zobaczycie, ale...
Yeah, that was cool.
A siren.
So good.
I would go see that if I hadn't had to watch it so many times.
Będą na kanałach innych, ale na YouTubie będzie można obejrzeć te zwiastuny. Wow.
We want to thank the superfans with the chance to be invited to attend an advanced screening of the New Mutants before it opens in theaters.
Wear a mask.
Noś maskę. Kiedy? 28 sierpnia.
So tweet
Ale to był dobry zwiastun.
at home with hashtag New Mutants screening sweepstakes to enter for a chance to win. Let everyone know how much you really want to see New Mutants.
And you might just get to see it finally.
Finally, tak, znowu odwołają.
Well, thank you everyone for being here today.
Thank you.
So good to meet you all.
No nie nagadali się. No dobra, powiem wam, że ten zwiastun był przegrubaśny. przegrubaśny. Dobra, to mamy teraz kolejny o G.I. Joe, też pół godziny, także akurat.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls out there on the internet, welcome to Comic-Con at Home's Spotlight on Snake Eyes, new IDW comic coming out, hitting comic shop shelves so soon. So soon. We've got Rob Liefeld with us to talk all about
Rob.
it. Rob, how are you doing, buddy?
A co z giveaway? No,
so good, Mr.
poczekamy.
Jim. Thanks for having me. Is this exciting?
Co godzinę będzie.
Comic-Con at home.
Jutro będzie film na kanale o tym trailerze? Nie. Jutro na 5 rano idę do pracy, a po pracy znowu live. Obejrzeliśmy początek filmu, tak. Tak jak powiedzieli, to była początkowa scena otwierająca z filmu. To było 100% lepszy panel od 616, dokładnie. Filipek, sprawdź opis, proszę, dziękuję. Dobra, Snake Eyes Dead Game. To jest twórca Deadpoola w ogóle, także mam nadzieję, że powie coś na temat Deadpoola 3. A właśnie, polskie napisy, tak.
So check this out. Funny enough, years ago, Hasbro had approached me about taking over the license. This is in the 90s, before it landed at Dark Horse, and all of these memos have popped up online recently, Jim, and we'll talk about that. But we were in talks.
Tylko że te napisy są takie średnie.
And publish it, and for whatever reason, it didn't happen. My love of G.I.
Tak, są napisy polskie.
It is my first.
Scenę po napisach? Pewnie, że będzie miał. Człowiek. Wszystkie filmy superbohaterskie mają teraz sceny po napisach. Także nie, na pewno będzie. Keanu Reeves stworzył własny komiks? Tak, Berserker. Podobno jest mega komiks. W sensie on jeszcze go nie stworzył, tworzy go.
Action adventure team, and G.I. Joe had a kung fu grip, and he had an eagle eye that you could look through that periscope, and he had all sorts of kind of superhero friends and villains.
G.I. Joe? No, może być ciekawy komiks. Zresztą Rob Liefeld, on zrobił Deadpoola, także wiecie, no to będzie na pewno dobry komiks.
So you're playing with dolls now? And you know what, kids my age, they were dolls, man. And you know what, you can't, there's no getting around it. Whoever decided, hey man, little boys don't like being called dolls, let's change it to action figures, okay? I was there when action figures were dolls. But Chris Ryle, specifically to answer your question, he of IDW, fame, overlord of IDW, my good buddy Chris, called me last year while Major X was coming out. And he says, Rob, is it time now? Is it time for us to do this? We've been dancing for years. He goes, I would love for you to do a G.I. Joe project for us next summer. And I said, Chris, let's put it together.
Nie w każdym jest tłumaczenie na polski, wiesz? Ale w wielu.
So I had to, for him and me.
I to jest tłumaczenie automatyczne, także no nie jest to najlepsze. Halfish nie czyta. Co? Czego nie czytam? Teraz czytam, bo nie wiedziałem, że można włączyć polskie napisy. Ale jak można, to czytajcie sobie. A ja będę komentował to, co mówią po prostu.
Every day approaching the story, the project, the pages was just exciting.
No dobra, no. Na razie nie powiedział nic ciekawego.
Rob Liefeld put together playing with his dolls actually come to life, or is this where does the story come from? How does it set us up?
Jak się zaczęła ta historia? No to zobaczymy.
So Snake Eyes is in the iteration that launches in 83-84 when G.I. Joe roars back.
Dobra, historia
So I've seen G.I. Joe put into mothballs because that adventure team didn't really fly and they shut down the line shortly thereafter. So no more G.I. Joe on the toy shelves. And, guys our age, and let's be honest, Comic-Con is packed with guys our age and younger, my kids in their teens, who are searching this stuff out. This is what we interact with, and we see things cycle through. And suddenly you go, wait, my favorite toy is gone. And when you're 7 or 8, no one tells you why. It's just gone. The clerk doesn't know. He doesn't care. There's not an internet to go, why is G.I. Joe not on the shelves anymore? So it roars back in 1983.
Nie wiadomo, zaraz będzie Boys, sezon drugi.
And with a Marvel comic book, and I'm going to tell you, man.
Także będą.
Comic book had a profound. I actually was more into the comic then than the toys. I love the toys. Look here, I've got one of the. This is the second. This is the second series, Snake Eyes. I don't have the old one that would cost me both my arms and my legs. But you know, Scarlet. I got Scarlet here.
Dobra,
nie
pokazuj.
They're on my. They're and I got dude, battle damage, Snake Eyes. So Snake Eyes was the pop out, the breakout character. And why wouldn't he be? He's the ninja. And he's the first time I remember seeing a guy with a sword and a gun. I would take this sword and a gun thing all the way. Like I would run with this as a professional all the way to top selling books and take it all the way to the bank and sell everybody a lot of comics. And it starts right here with, now I have my new, this is the brand new one, the new.
That one is so gorgeous.
It's so amazing. It's their best action figure ever.
It's incredible.
So this came in the mail, Jim, right at the start of the crazy pandemic, which is why we're doing this at home. And this got me through. Snake Eyes.
Ciekawe, jak to by wyglądało, jakby to było właśnie w San Diego.
So he would greet me every day at my drawing table. But so Snake Eyes was the focus of this. Chris even asked, I know you love Snake Eyes, you want to make him the focus. And here's the deal, man. G.I. Joe, the entire unit, this story, really, it boils down to weapons of war, okay? Weapons of war go way, way back, you know, to feudal lords, to Arthurian era, and we open, Jim, and I don't want to blow it, but I think our first page is going to have people's heads spinning because we show two weapons of war going at it, and one of the key weapons that's driving this story.
Ciekawy będzie ten, może być ten komiks.
The book is called Snake Eyes, Dead Game, and you encounter the Sword of the Dead on the first page. And the Sword of the Dead, as
nie wiem, co pisać. Nic nie pisz, tylko słuchaj.
So pretty simple. I nailed that one. Sword of the Dead raises the dead. It has a cause and effect that lives up to its name. But to wield that bad boy, you have to have all of the.
Co było o MCU? To nie było o MCU,
pull it off. And
tylko o Disney Plus.
Kiragun, and Kiragun is a nasty warlord from way back.
No, czekam aż pokażę coś, powiedzą coś o Deadpoolu 3 może.
Awakens in our first issue, and as Snake Eyes is dropped into a zone to release a very familiar prisoner of war. Who, Jim? I'm going to just tell you this right now. If you haven't bought Snake Eyes yet, it's going to be coming out while we do this panel. Mm-hmm. This prisoner of war may have an eagle eye and possibly a kung fu grip. Okay, so when you talk about deep dives as a kid. Okay, yes. If you said, is this the one that Robbie Liefeld dreamed up in the sandbox? Hell to the yes. Okay, we are taking the G.I. Joe that I love and mashing him up with the very best of the G.I. Joe squad and sending them on this crazy adventure. And our prisoner.
Czy można oddać punkty? Można.
Snake Eyes and the team, because he's you know, he kind of fights his way through the first wave, but when he is.
Zobaczę, jaka jest na to komenda.
And some of the other familiar names, and our prisoner of war is able to tell us why he's there, why he's been in lockdown, and he tells Snake Eyes everybody else is off site and they're performing this ritual right now.
Give.
Jim, we jump you right into the action as our bad guy is resurrected.
A nie można. Nie, bo nie można dawać punktów. Nie można. Bo zaczniecie, ktoś komuś da punkty i ktoś będzie mógł kupić coś ze sklepu specjalnego.
Here's the way. I wanted to put Snake Eyes in a Rob Liefeld story instead of Rob Liefeld doing a G.I. Joe story. And this is a gamble. Does it pay off? I hope people really dig it. I speak this language. I speak G.I. Joe very well.
So that's what I was going to ask you. I mean, look, you've been in this business for a little bit.
Oh, teraz będzie coś.
You have made a ton of comics and a ton of comics that have gone off to do incredible records and things like that. You are known for your dynamic action and things like that. So like how is Rob Liefeld, 2020 Rob Liefeld, taking everything that he has learned over his career and distilling it down into this book? What's the balance of action and story and drama and all that?
Great question, Jim. I'm going to tell you, you know, it is my kind of battle cry is the comics that I grew up with, the Marvel comics that really shaped my passion. Mm-hmm. Those comics moved, Jim, they moved. You want to look at Jim Starlin drawing the Avengers annual where the Avengers are battling Thanos. You see George Perez and the Avengers battling Ultron, John Byrne and the X-Men battling the Sentinels. These books were action-based, and they thrilled an entire generation of guys like me who carried X-Men from last to first, you know.
Nic ciekawego nie piszecie. Każdy słucha.
Last to first because of the language that Frank Miller and John Byrne and these guys applied to these books. My peer group,
pozdrawiam.
Todd McFarlane, we applied those same lessons because those were the masters.
Pozdrawiam was ciule.
I feel like in my 50s, I'm 52.
NBA zacznie się w przyszłym tygodniu.
All together as best I can, and sometimes, you know, you go, man, I've got this 6-page killer action.
Ostatni dzień lipca.
That I think in one of the pages, as also a nod to Snake Eyes, we go silent. There is no word balloons. Now, will I do a whole issue? I'm thinking about it. Larry Hama is out there.
Jezus Maria, ile on gada.
Do a silent issue and try and step in my shoes. I may be that foolish, but at least we start with a silent page. You don't start with a silent issue. You start with a silent page. A little Snake Eyes nod. But there is I wanted an emphasis on action because you know from watching the G.I. Joe cartoons. Those were action.
Tak, koniec miesiąca chyba. 1 sierpnia czy 31 lipca, coś takiego.
All of them. I mean, the whole basis of
co myślisz o Hot 16 księdza Mateusza? Nic nie sądzę. Nie oglądałem tego, nie mam zamiaru tego oglądać.
My forte has also been mysteries and peeling away.
No gada, no. Nie daje.
So here we've got our prisoner of war that he's released. Who is a nod to my childhood and to
a prisoner of war. O Jezu, te napisy są bardzo tragiczne.
And I'm going to tell you, Jim, and we have got one huge wrench we're throwing in there that you're going to have to read the book and see. And it's going to set up the first
bardzo słabe napisy. No ale cóż, lepsze takie niż żadne. 50 osób. No, będzie coraz mniej, także...
And I remember when I called Chris Ryland and I said, hey Chris, I need you to take this to Hasbro. I need you to get me approval on this.
Kiedy on skończy gadać? Chyba nigdy.
And he's like, are you serious? And I'm like, I am dead serious about that. And he's like, yeah, I'll get right back to you. Got right back to me, approved.
Ej, no minęło z 10 minut, a on jeszcze nie przestał gadać.
Uncovering and you know, we have only shown pages with Snake Eyes in them, but again, Scarlet's there, Roadblock's there. We'll have more characters as we continue the story out, but this is just a giant like love letter to my childhood, and I am some pages, like I said,
dopiero się rozkręca.
Some is time to, you know, get the info download.
Zaraz zaśnie ten gość.
It's always been how creatively can you do that? If you've got to have a bunch of guys giving you the information download, can you make that as entertaining as the fisticuffs? And then there's just page design. I mean, I think I have a 10 or 11 panel page.
Nie ogarniam. No dobra.
But it was meant to convey a certain mood and movement, and again, comics are by design. I'm just a huge fan of the art form, and so here I'm pulling from Frank Miller, and here I'm pulling for George Perez, and dude, it's always going to go back to those guys for me. Like those are my source material till the day I die.
Tell me about the gadgets and guns. If there's anyone who you know, I think of G.I. Joe, I think fun big guns, I think fun tech, things like that. If there's anyone who knows how to do big guns, it's Rob Liefeld. So tell me a bit.
You're killing me because my oldest son came down last night, and he was looking at one of the pages I was doing, and he's like, "Can you explain this gun in this guy's hand?" And I said, do you have a problem with it? He goes, yeah, it looks like a familiar gun. And I'm like, I'm trying to change it up. Maybe put some new weaponry in their hands here, okay? I mean, because again, I love...
Siemka, za co mogę dostać bana? Za nic możesz dostać bana.
I like to kind of improvise. Again, this is Jack Kirby. Jack Kirby, I don't remember him having any of the characters hold regular pistols. Why would you do that? Go watch
to dziękuję. Okay.
If you want that. I'm going to try and give you a big gun or I mean, I gave my characters double-bladed swords in the past. Okay, I don't think Look, he's right here on the shelf. His name's Shatterstar.
Jezus
His name's
Maria.
Snake Eyes. Would this be the greatest battle of all time, kids? Yes, it would. But I feel
Jestem
like the best
zdumiony,
thing to do is just
jaką
have
gada.
the weaponry and the guns. And now, am I going to put some of those giant
Broni pistolety,
playsets
teraz wstawię
that they
kilka
used
z
to
tych.
have? To be determined, Jim. Tell me what you want to see, and let you know what. Let me know. Maybe we should open this up to fans. Which completely? What was that giant? I saw it on.
Tego się nie da ogarnąć.
Oh, there was some ridiculous.
Nie da się
What,
nawet
was there a
nadążyć za tym
$500
gościem.
playset? Yeah, I'll draw that. I'll make that a quadruple
No,
page pull
zaraz
out. of them
zakończę,
just
czekaj,
standing on the
zobaczę czy...
playset. But no. You, look, there's so many characters to get to, as well as the.
Dobra, zrobimy sobie krótką przerwę,
So to me, it's just all about.
bo to
I'm
jest
gonna
nic
run out of
specjalnego.
room. I hope this does well, so I can do a sequel. Wink, wink, nod, nod.
Dobra, czekamy na boysów. Czekamy na boysów na razie. Zrobimy sobie zaraz giveaway. Czekajcie, przygotuję giveaway. Dobra. Ale tym razem zrobimy sobie 2 zwycięzców. O, proszę. I można kupić... Dobra, zrobimy tak. Można kupić 5 biletów. Koszt dalej 5. Dobra. Dobra, zaczynamy giveaway. Zaczynamy giveaway. Można kupić aż 5 biletów. Ja już wychodzę, może wrócę na Marvel HQ. Pięć biletów można kupić, każdy kosztuje 5. Na jaki film czekasz najbardziej? Na Illuminati. Avengers Illuminati. A jeżeli tak patrzę teraz tak patrzę, że nie wszystkich dodało, na przykład Arek, ale nie wiem, czy ty masz punktów, Arek. Każdy bilet kosztuje 5 punktów. Musicie próbować, jeżeli was nie zaliczy. Piszcie, losowanie, wykrzyknik, losowanie i liczba między 1 a 5. Wykrzyknik, losowanie, spacja, liczba. Ja coś sprawdzę na telefonie. Już jest 23, kurczę, już dawno, normalnie już dawno bym spał, że tak powiem. Jutro mam na 5 rano, Jezus Maria. Jakie komiksy polecam? Wszystkie tak naprawdę. No nie mam jakiego polecić, bo nie czytam zbyt dużo komiksów, wiesz? Trapper, sporo biletów masz, sporo punktów. Spoko. Sekretne Imperium jest dobre. Będę zadawał ci pytania, to dostanę bana? Weź przestań, co? Filip, nie wiem kto tak robi, ale raczej nie. Czy polecam film Polowanie? Nie wiem, nie kojarzę tego filmu. Polowanie. Nie wiem. No jak będzie tyle osób... Jak będzie tyle osób, to raczej zrobimy jednego zwycięzcę tylko. Ale Benito Ruiz? Bo jutro do kina idę. Co? Aha, kina są otwarte w sumie w Polsce. No nie wiem, nie pamiętam tego. Serial kryminalny polski? Nie oglądam polskiej kinematografii, niestety. No tak, zapomniałem, no polskie kina są otwarte. Tylko nic nie puszczają ciekawego. SX masełko? Ja nie wiem, czy masz tyle punktów. Poczekaj. Aż sprawdzę tak na szybkości. No jak już jestem zalogowany. Cloudbot. SX masełko. Tak się pisze to? Masełko, aha. Masełko. Co nawet... Nie macie w ogóle masło. Masz 0 punktów. Także nie weźmiesz udziału niestety w losowaniu. Tym losowaniu przynajmniej. Ale zbieraj punkty i za godzinę będziesz mógł. Oglądałem ponad 20 minut. Benito Ruiz. No to a ty, Benito, ile masz punktów? Już sprawdzę. Benito Ruiz. Masz 4 punkty. Też nie weźmiesz udziału w giveawayu. Ale jak sprawdzić? Nie widzę ciebie w ogóle. SX masełko. Nie ma ciebie w ogóle, także masz 0 punktów. Niestety. O, proszę, dziękuję. Oki na następnym. No dokładnie, następnym. Więzień 0 czy polowanie? Ja nie wiem, co to jest w ogóle więzień 0, co? Więzień 0. Ja nie znam się na polskich tytułach, wiesz? Musiałbym po angielsku zobaczyć, co to jest. Więzień 0. Czekaj. Macie ostatnią minutę. O Boże. Żaden z tych filmów. Weź przestań. Wolałbym nie iść do kina niż to oglądać. Ranisz moje uczucie. Ile lat prowadzę ten kanał? 2 lata w sumie. Tak mi się wydaje przynajmniej. Tak, no. 2018. Bilet to na co mogę wydać bilety? No na losy. Tak, jeden bilet to jest jakby jeden los. Oliwier, tak? Myślisz, że wygrasz? No powodzenia. A ja przypominam, że za 7 minut zaczynamy kolejny panel dotyczący The Boys. Polecasz film Batman kontra Superman? No, polecam, czemu nie? Nie jest jakiś wybitny, ale kurde, no film jak film. Ej, dobra, jest mniej niż 10 osób, także w jednego zwycięzcę. Czemu mam nie iść? Bo to są głupie filmy. To znaczy, oczywiście idź, jeżeli chcesz, to idź, ale moim zdaniem ja bym nie poszedł. Tylko tak mogę powiedzieć. Ja bym nie poszedł. Koniec. I zwycięzcą zostaje Tony. Patrzcie, z jednym biletem wygrał. Tony wygrał. Masz 6 punktów, a teraz już masz 31. Brawo. Gratulation. Ogólnie zacząłem oglądać twoje filmy i mi przypadły do gustu, ale przyznaję się bez bicia, że ogarnąłem, że nie mam u ciebie subskrypcji. Gdybyś miał subskrypcję, to byś więcej punktów zdobywał. Także na co czekasz? No, moje stare filmiki to są rzeczywiście WTF-y. Są. Ostatnio na live'ie też przeglądałem je. Och. Nie było jakby najlepiej. No, zaraz zobaczymy. Czy oglądałem serię Critters? Pewnie, że tak. Z ostatnim filmem Critters, który był...
Ja kurwa jestem, a nie bywam.
Ostatni Critters to była tragedia. Wracam za godzinę. Co ty, na boysach nie będziesz? Nie będziecie na boysach? Za 4 minuty się zaczyna. The Boys. Ja też nie oglądałem jeszcze. Obejrzałem jeden odcinek tylko, ale muszę obejrzeć wszystkie, bo serial jest fajny. Naprawdę daje radę. Nie mam ulubionej postaci. Ale oglądałem. Zjedzeni żywcem? O, rzucasz mi tytułami polskimi, a ja nawet nie wiem, co to są za filmy. Zjedzeni żywcem. Jeżeli chcesz porozmawiać o filmach, to musisz mi napisać tytuł oryginalny, bo niestety tak. No tak jest, no. Czy polecam ten film? Nie oglądałem tego filmu, ale widzę, że same filmy z oceną poniżej 5 dajesz. Chociaż ocena jest subiektywna na IT na live. Nie oglądałem tego. Nie oglądałem. Ale na Filmwebie ma 4,5 ocenę. Co to Boys? Superbohaterski serial. Na Amazon Prime. Mocne gore. Och, no po tytule domyślam się, że mocne, skoro zjedzeni żywcem. No. Nie oglądałem. Raczej go nie obejrzę, przyznam się bez bicia. Czy obejrzę Eternals jak wyjdzie? No wiadomo, że obejrzę. I nie w tym roku wyjdzie, tylko w lutym 2021. Mamy 3 minuty do rozpoczęcia się panelu o Boys. Ten Boys jest fajny. Fajne podejście ma do superbohaterów. Zupełnie inne. No jednorazowa. Raz kupisz i tyle. I później możesz drugi raz kupić jak chcesz. New Mutants w tym roku? Tak, 28 sierpnia. Właśnie był panel o New Mutants. Także pokazali bardzo dużo nowych scen w zwiastunie. Drogie te naklejki? Człowieku, taniutkie. Weź handluj punktami i tak wygrasz. Seriale PG-13? Czyli wszystkie praktycznie. Dwie minuty. Ja czekam na cokolwiek tak naprawdę, wiecie? Najbardziej do tej pory nowi mutanci. Był zdecydowanie najciekawszym panelem, bo w końcu coś pokazali. Marvel 616 był mega nudny. Nie pokazali żadnych nie było żadnych jakby klipów, a nowi mutanci. Fajny koleś, już pytałeś. Kilka razy. Polecam ci wpisać lista najlepszych filmów MCU, kocham kino i wtedy będziesz miał listę. Nie pamiętam dokładnie, który wpisałem, ale generalnie Thor Dark World też był na dole tej listy. Większość 16+? No co to za różnica? 13 czy 16? Dobra, jest już 23, zaczynamy. Jak zwykle opóźnienie mają w tym San Diego, pewnie parę sekund. No dalej, dalej. Na D23 pewnie, że pokażą. Aha, no północ, no u mnie jest 23, no. No, dobra, jedziemy. Ojej, godzinę to trwa. Oj, nie ma napisów. O nie.
For another diabolical panel with the cast of the Amazon original series The Boys. I'm your moderator, Tyler, and I cannot wait to dig into all the details about the upcoming season. We're going to show you a never-before-seen insane clip and share a few surprises. But first, a reminder, Season 2 of The Boys debuts September 4th on Amazon Prime Video, so ready your tiny, puny human bodies. And now I am joined by executive producer
Super klipy pokażą, no dobra.
Billy Butcher himself, Mr. Carl Urban. Huey Campbell, Jack Quaid. Mr. Homelander, Anthony Starr. Starlight, aka Annie January, the lovely Erin Moriarty.
Czekajcie, odświeżę, może napisy dodadzą. Nie, nie mają napisów.
He's the deep and he's always a little damp. Chase Crawford. The female, aka Kamiko, Karen Fukuhara.
Hello, Karen.
Oui, mon ami, c'est Frenchy. It's Tomer Capone.
Ile ich tam jest?
A brand new addition to the Seven. Please welcome Stormfront, Aya Cash.
No, witam.
Well, I'm really happy to be here with you guys. I got to do this with you last year at Comic-Con, and I'm stoked to be back for this conversation. And I want to kick things off right at the top here with Eric. Here we are. It's a year later. We've come full circle. Tell me what the fan reaction has been to The Boys since it's come out.
Fan reaction's been incredible. I mean,
dobra, jakaś jak było przyjęcie Boysów.
I mean, without, you know, blowing smoke up all of our poopers, like we're a hit.
Najciekawsze trailery? Nowi mutanci.
The superhero bit of turning it on its head, I think. But even more than that, I think people are really responding to the characters, and I think they're falling in love with them, which is due almost entirely to this amazing cast.
No, nie powiem, ale ten serial jest spoko. Oczywiście obejrzałem tylko jeden odcinek, ale...
we set out to put into the show, and you know, we're all so proud of it. So thanks to everyone at home watching. We really appreciate it.
Nie ma problemu.
So, pick up season 2. Where are the boys, and what's going on with the Seven? Where do we find everybody?
When we pick up season 2, it's a lot more.
O nie, uwaga, spoilery dotyczące pierwszego sezonu.
Crazier but also more emotional and higher stakes. So. Everyone's like in a really tight spot. You know, the boys are.
O nie, nie wiem, czy chcę tego słuchać. Ale mało osób się zrobiło. 30 już. Ale już jest dosyć późno.
To fight back at Vought however they can, but you know, season 1 was a big loss for them. Conversely, you know, Homelander killed really the only person.
O nie, dobra, mega spoilery, także uwaga.
Increasingly out of control. He's ascendant. He's making Vought a scarier place, and Starlight is sort of trapped in this living nightmare.
Nawet nie słucham.
So, you know, I think everyone is
co jest o drugiej?
The limits.
Aż nie wiem. O drugiej jest... A, quiz nerda. Ciekawe, jak to wyjdzie im ten quiz.
We try to make this
not just like the most realistic superhero show ever made, but we try to make it.
No właśnie, Boys nie jest super realistycznym serialem o superbohaterach, ale jest inny, dziwny. No będę mniej więcej tłumaczył, co mówią.
Commentary in, and so for instance in season 1, you know, we really explored the Me Too, you know, phenomenon with what.
Ale niestety nie oglądałem pierwszego sezonu, także nie wiem, o czym on mówi generalnie. Gdzie mieszkam? W Walii.
You know, we continue that and probably make it even more edgy. I mean, because I can say we're going after white supremacy.
O, poczekaj, zobaczymy, czy coś innego jest zamiast Boysów.
We're going after systemic racism in season 2, and all of those things.
Może coś ciekawego będzie, o czym wszyscy będą wiedzieli, o co chodzi.
Strong characters first, madness second, which we have, and then you know, and then if we can sneak in some revelations or discussions about the real world, then you know we do that too.
O,
you'll see that in season
nauka.
I'm very excited to see all of you, but what I'm also very excited about is how people are going to react.
Dobra, wybaczcie, wiem, że niektórzy są tutaj dla Boysów, ale tu są mega spoilery. Mega spoilery, ale obejrzyjmy coś innego. No i tu jeszcze klip pokażą. No, nie możemy tego oglądać. Ej. Nauka w powrocie do przyszłości. Z polskimi napisami.
Okay, it's recording. Hi everybody, thank you so much for joining us for this exciting Fleet Science Center and IDW partnership panel for Comic-Con at Home. My name is Andrea Decker and I work at the Fleet Science Center, which is a non-profit organization in San Diego, California, in beautiful Balboa Park. Our mission is to connect everybody in San Diego County to the power.
Co to znaczy udzielanie się na czacie? To znaczy to, co właśnie robisz.
With this panel we might reach more people than San Diego County, so I hope we'll have a reach beyond San Diego County. Maybe we'll go worldwide. That would be super awesome. I'm very excited to partner again with IDW, as a comic book publishing company here in San Diego. We've had the pleasure of working together for a number of years now on these sort of panels.
Czy coś ciekawego mnie ominęło? Kiełbasa. Panel nowych mutantów był mega dobry.
There is in pop culture and we love exploring that and have some fun with it.
Teraz jest nauka w powrocie do przyszłości.
They will talk about their work, and then I also have 2 San Diego scientists with us and an engineer. So I'm very excited to get this started and get everybody introduced. So we're going to start. I'm going to call on you. I'm going to go around what my screen looked like, and we're going to start with Kevin.
Hello there. So I'm Kevin Scott. I'm over here in the UK. Usually over San Diego once a year, but I'm doing it remotely this year. I have been writing in basically everything I loved when I was 10. I still working today, which is wonderful because it means my to do.
Ciekawe, jest w Wielkiej Brytanii. Niby to jest na żywo, a u niego jest jasno, a u mnie jest ciemno.
And for IDW have written Star Trek,
Jutro będę na live. No, luz.
Thank you so much, Kevin. John, I'll throw it over to you.
I'm John Barber. I'm the editor-in-chief at IDW. I'm down here in San Diego as well, and I've written a lot of Transformers and Back to the Future comics in the past. I'm not writing this one, obviously. Kevin is.
Wiem, że to nie jest na żywo, ale to ma być na żywo.
I love these
Jakby
panels.
wiecie.
I love being here and talking about science and comics.
Thank you, John. Lisa.
Hi, I'm Dr. Lisa Will. I'm a professor of physics and astronomy at San
Jestem
Diego City College.
Dr.
I'm an
Lisa.
astronomer at the Fleet Science Center. And I am a proud nerd. I love talking about the connection between science and pop culture. I've been obsessed with Star Wars and Star Trek.
Fani
since I
Gwiezdnych
was a
Wojen.
kid. I love Doctor Who. Back to the Future is a huge influence on how people actually perceive time travel in popular culture, and so I'm excited to be here today.
Thank you, Lisa. Juan.
Hi. Hi everyone. I'm Juan Samu. I'm a comic artist, penciler and inker. In 10 years ago, maybe I'm working in professional comics, and I made covers and interiors for IDW.
Co? Skąd go wzięli?
Comic series like Black Panther, Mask, one comic series inspired in a cartoon series of the 80s.
Skąd oni go wzięli?
Now I'm with Back to the Future stuff, and I'm very happy. I'm very happy, very comfortable with this kind of.
Ale ci na górze. Myślę sobie, skąd gadać.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Juan. Zara, you're next up.
Hi, I'm Sarah. I am an engineer and I teach kids how to build robots.
Whoa.
And I think I have to show the robot dress just because it's so fun. So I'll show you what the dress looks like and then I'll show you without the dress.
Dziś piątek, może mnie nie być na live.
Magic.
It is so amazing.
So I built this because I was a lonely kid and I would imagine myself with a magical dress, and then I became an engineer and realized it didn't have to be magic.
Oh my God.
And so it forces people to hug me. It might get awkward, but that's okay. And that's what it looks like without the dress.
That is so amazing.
So I like the saying, I don't
Witam, powiedziano coś może ciekawego odnośnie filmów Marvela? Nie, Marvel nie miał swojego panelu.
It is. It's a very good
O co tu
quote.
chodzi? To jest nauka w powrocie do przyszłości.
Alright, with that, we're going to dive right in. I would like to start with the writing team here. I would like to know, if you don't mind, especially given your background, you've written for Transformers, you've written for Back to the Future, we have Doctor Who in the mix. All of those have one thing in common, which is space and time travel. When was the last time you
Coś czuję, że zmienimy trochę harmonogram na jutro, bo coś czuję, że będzie... Coś czuję, że jutro będzie to samo, gadanie zwykłe, także... Tak, trochę zmienimy.
I checked other aspects of the writing before. So if I'm dealing with a particular form of science in the creatures, if I'm writing something for Doctor Who or Star Wars, the biology, I quite often check with that. Equipment as well, and especially when you're dealing with equipment that doesn't really exist in any way.
Kto tam gada? A ten gość z Wielkiej Brytanii.
Aspects. I used to be a technology and science journalist, so I have a background in research. So the only trouble sometimes that you end up going down a rabbit hole and you end up.
To nie jest The Boys now. The Boys obejrzeliśmy 5 minut, ale były mega spoilery dotyczące pierwszego sezonu, a nie wszyscy go oglądali. Dlatego wzięliśmy panel o podróżach w czasie i nauce. MCU nie ma swojego panelu podczas San Diego Comic Con 2020. Odpowiadam na ten temat po raz 500.
John, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think especially with
Na szczęście macie napisy polskie, tłumaczenie tłumaczenie Google Translator, ale
he was the head scientist. If he said that's how time travel worked, that's how time travel worked. You know, he knows that universe better than anybody except maybe Bob Zemeckis. But in other stuff, I've used time travel. I haven't.
Ciekawe, na jakich zasadach będą się...
Go out to universities. I do try to read a lot. and keep up with
Na
stuff.
jakich
But I
zasadach
always-
będą korzystać,
You know, I always
kiedy
say that
mówią
I
o
have a
podróżach w
comic book
czasie.
writer's knowledge of this stuff, not a real knowledge. You know, so like I look at the stuff and I'm like, oh, if that were the case, maybe you could do this, and maybe you could fudge these details. But a lot of it comes from, you know, for me, comes from the, you know, the real, like some real genesis of it. And you know, the other part is my wife is a scientist. Like she actually is studying cancer and does this professionally. So there have been times, and there has been stuff that's made it into comics and actually even made it into movies. That's been stuff that it has a genesis of me asking my wife what somebody would really do, or what, you know, like that kind of stuff. So I do that occasionally, but that's definitely.
Coś czuję, że dzisiaj nie będzie nic ciekawego.
I have a friend who's one of my best friends from high school. I'm still.
Ale czekam na ten
He is a physicist. So every once in a while, I will ask like crazy physics questions because he enjoys those.
Za godzinę czy za dwie?
You know, can spin off into something bizarre and fun.
Mam nadzieję, że
That's
to
what I always
dobrze
liked about
pójdzie.
the stories that IDW does. They actually do ask some of the questions, but how do you balance having, at least if not accurate science, because you know we haven't figured out time travel yet. I think.
Filip, bo można używać tej komendy co kilkanaście sekund. Także musisz próbować. Co minutę chyba można używać.
I think sometimes you can get so, as I said, tied up and fascinated by the real science and the real world aspect of it.
Ciekawe, czy powiedzą, kiedy podróże w czasie będą możliwe.
You know, and that's always a danger, but it's balanced actually by the very nature of these properties that we're working on, because all of them, Back to the Future, Transformers, Star Wars, Doctor Who, they're all adventure stories, and so it's there to make the science believable, but it's not there to absolutely be, you know, exactly what would happen. And I think
można użyć komendy Gumball. Wszystko jest w opisie. Aż sprawdzę.
Series, it would be a science fiction story, then a historical story, then a science fiction story, and a historical story. But then you actually get into the science of the Doctor, and everything starts to get a little bit confusing. But yeah, all of these things are adventure stories. So I think as long as it makes it believable, so you know, and there's an element of science fantasy as well in this. We all talk about science fiction, but there's a big genre of science fantasy which is based on science, but doesn't necessarily always follow the rules.
So let's talk. Yeah, John, go ahead.
I was gonna say, sometimes you
Tak,
know, I mean, stuff can really.
Można podwoić albo potroić nawet.
We have so many things that are over the top. Like there's something like Transformers is.
Zrób to, co Duet
You
napisał.
know, human experience pushed to a far degree. You know, like they're not. They don't have a war. They have a war that goes for 4 million years and destroys their planet. And you know, like I spent a lot of time when I was working on it, you know, involving like black holes in there, and you know that is a thing that is so heavy and weighs things.
Jak oni mogą zrobić panel o podróżach w czasie, jak coś takiego nie istnieje? To bez sensu to jest moim zdaniem.
Into some piece of it. So when you can use those sort of things to reveal character, reveal the themes, or reveal, you know, the adventure, like Kevin said, you know, like that's where it all fits together. And I think if you're sitting there trying to fight, it's not gonna. Something's not gonna work right. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
So it seems like science is inspiring this fantasy aspect of things. Do you guys ever? Is it ever difficult to stay consistent within the fantasy? And have you ever
nawet
found
ta ma
that,
pytanie.
as you're
Duel tak nie działa.
developing
Musisz
your
wpisać
fantasy
duel,
world, might have
wtedy musisz
contradicted
wpisać,
yourself
z kim
earlier
chcesz
and
się
having to
bić
fix all that?
i później za ile punktów, czyli tak. Duel, później nazwa użytkownika plus ilość punktów. Czemu Streamlabs pisze wyrzuciłeś, pisze się wyrzuć... Co? Jest napisane wyrzuciłeś. Dobrze pisze przecież.
of the real world, you're also researching the science of Cybertron, or you're researching the history of Cybertron, or Doc Brown's science and his personal history as well.
Co?
So there's loads of ways you can
Duel nazw użytkownika.
all the time. But that's
Kocham
where the
kino,
fun
ale
is,
głupie to
because
jest.
when you're writing fiction, probably just the same way as when you're working on a scientific problem.
Ciekawe, czy ten z Hiszpanii, ten na dole po środku coś będzie mu gadał.
You realize you have to find something, and you have to convince people that this is the way the world works. And so they're always.
Filipo, widzę, że dalej nie rozumiesz.
Quite a lot, but they're always the most fun aspect of the job, because that's when the most creative aspects come from.
That was a great question. I love that. Thanks, Sarah. So Lisa, you've been a fan of science fiction for a long time, and you know all the stories from Back to the Future to Doctor Who and all of it. What is your take as a physicist and astronomer?
Fajny koleś, prawie tylko bez kropek.
How did it inspire you to get into science? What is your connection?
Well, I always remember the first time I actually knew that we hadn't gone out into space and that like interstellar space travel wasn't real was when I looked up the
O nie,
planet
gadają w
Vulcan in the
Interstellar.
encyclopedia as a kid.
Nie oglądałem tego jeszcze.
And realized there was no planet Vulcan and that it was some sort of like god of the forge or something like that, and it was really just a huge disappointment to me because I actually was embedded in Star Trek before I started and that's actually what inspired me to start looking out into the universe.
Już teraz wam mówię, jeżeli quiz będzie słaby, to na quizie skończymy live'a.
And then so then I started reading up on planets and stuff like that. So I actually think it's a great teaching tool, and so I've done panels.
No, masełko, prawie ci się udało. Jeszcze tylko musisz wpisać, za ile punktów chcesz się bić. Już prawie się nauczyliście. O, fajny koleś. Dokładnie o to chodzi.
And when can you promise us time travel? I need to
O, dobra. Kiedy będą podróże w czasie?
Time travel into the future because we will be further into the future by the end of this sentence than we were when I started it. Time travel is definitely possible currently, but it's just we're all locked in at the same rate together. It's whether or not any of us can progress at a different rate and what direction we can go in. That's still up for grabs. I can't give you any definitive answers on that today. Sorry.
So if you ask that question to a flippant writer, we would say something like yesterday, but that makes a lot more sense.
W ogóle podróże w czasie nie mają żadnego sensu.
Everybody's figured out a way to slow down time for the last 3 months or so. I think everybody.
I have no idea how time is working right now. It's really weird right now.
Yeah, I can't keep the days quite straight most of the time.
Także zaraz po tym będzie Marvel HQ. Zobaczymy, co to będzie. Później quiz. Nerd Up or Shut Up. Wszyscy będziemy mogli wziąć w nim udział.
Boom! Mind blown. It's crazy. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
So it's a story that starts around the time of the end of the first Back to the Future movie, and
tak, ten Comic Con fajnie, że jest za darmo, ale jest tragiczny. Bardzo dobrze powiedziane. O, Halleron się pojawił. Jest, co nie jest możliwe, ale jest możliwe. Okej. Masło, masełko, już prawie się nauczyłeś. Już prawie się nauczyłeś. Jeszcze trochę, jeszcze kilka prób i się nauczysz. Pierwszy Comic Con, jaki w życiu oglądasz?
The interesting about Transformers is that they have this for robots they have this moral conflict.
Ej, a zobaczcie, jeszcze ten Hiszpan nic nie powiedział. Nie chcą dać mu nic mówić, bo wiedzą, że nie umie po angielsku mówić. Czy możesz być modem? Kiedyś na pewno, ale na razie nie. Na razie jest git.
But that also brings up an engineering question for me on robots. So Sora has shown us this amazing robot dress.
Na razie nie potrzeba żadnych modów. Ale wiem, że jesteś u galerii horroru. A to mówi dużo. Co robot? Czemu oni o robotach gadają?
But I was the color commentator on that, and I was also a contestant on the robot combat league, and so those were also like 8-foot humanoid robots fighting other 8-foot humanoid robots. I was the worst fighter, by the way. I'm 12 out of 12. I got knocked out in like 30.
Co, może ktoś inny się dueluje?
Anyways, so the
Duel.
reality is that the movies make it look like
Filipo, Rozynek.
robots are going to be like quick and fighting and whatnot. The reality is that they're very slow because they're giant, and it would take so much power to actually be able to do that. So unless we can create a lot more power, maybe.
A, za 10 można. O, widzisz? 10 minimum.
So it's so sad because it doesn't translate on TV as what people would expect. But I will say though, in the live action of seeing these gigantic robots, it is really cool. I was really privileged to be able to see all that, but it doesn't translate, unfortunately.
Yeah.
It just looks a little awkward. So we're a little bit far away from gigantic robots moving as fluidly as they do in the comics and movies.
Where are we with robots today? So, I mean, your dress is amazing and it moves very fluidly, right?
Co ona gada? Gdzie jesteśmy z robotami, no?
It moves quickly.
But it's also a lot smaller than the 8-16 robots.
Mamy roboty przecież już.
Where are we currently is a good... I don't know how to answer that question. There's a lot going on in robotics.
What are you most excited about to see in the next 5 or 10 years? Maybe that's a little bit easier.
Autonomous cars are pretty interesting right now.
Ten Hiszpan nic nie powie, zobaczycie. Przez całą godzinę nie dadzą mu.
So I'm interested in seeing that come into play.
Yeah, do you think we'll have all of us a self-driving car within maybe say 10 years? Would that be possible?
Somebody said that kids born in 2020, so now, won't have a driving license by 2036, I guess.
Oh, wow.
So that was somebody's theory putting out there. That would be interesting. It's going to be like riding a horse. I mean, somebody's going to have to go out of their way to try to learn how to drive a car.
Yeah.
No dokładnie. To mówią to jako teoria, ale nie wiem co oni...
I would think so.
Bez sensu, co oni gadają.
Sounds a little quick to me. Which brings me to another question about like robots and aliens, because the Transformers are a mix, right? I mean, they're robotic, but they're sentient beings from space. Sorry, I was just going there with something. And I completely lost my train of thought. That's how amazing that sometimes is. Lisa, let's...
Artificial intelligence going to take over robots? When do you think clarity going to happen?
Ja nie mogę, ale żenada.
That's actually my question. When do the self-driving cars realize they don't need us? You know, like
that's where I was going to go with that. Thanks, John.
I actually don't know. I don't know if that's really going to happen.
Co oni gadają? A ta prowadząca jest mega nieprzygotowana, ale ten Hiszpan mnie najbardziej interesuje. One nic nie dadzą mu powiedzieć.
I understand that AI can learn, but it's still going to have a limitation to like the physical thing that it's in. So a toaster is not suddenly going to be able to like be self-aware.
Fajny koleś, no to jak z kimś się będziesz duelował, no to...
Maybe this self-driving car is going to drive everybody off a cliff. Who knows?
I think the worrying thing for a writer is that we're seeing more and more the science overtaking the science fiction.
Przygnębiony, no.
When I started out writing, you had things that, you know, the concept...
On jeszcze nic nie powiedział.
...thing that our phones do now was, I mean, phones were always a problem because they, you know, in writing...
Dobra, patrzcie jak to się robi. Duel. No nie wiem. Trapper. 10.
I've got to find something out. Well, hang on a minute, I can do that. You know, I've got to locate someone. Hang on, I can do that. And now that you have an app for everything, again, it's that problem that you've got to make. It's a good thing because you've got to find different...
Nie mieć. Za 100 możesz się duelować.
I've dropped my phone.
I teraz zobaczcie, jest napisane Trapper, kocham kino, chcę się z tobą bić za 10 punktów. I teraz albo akceptujesz, albo odmawiasz.
And that sort of blew our minds that, this was it. But, and then even that point we were going, well, hang on.
I teraz Trapper musi napisać albo akceptuje, albo odmawia. I zaakceptował, widzisz? I teraz będą wyniki. I ja wygrywam i zdobywam 10 punktów. I tak to wygląda. Teraz już widzicie? Ej, dobra. Zabawa. Niech ten Hiszpan coś... Minęło 25 minut, a on jeszcze nie powiedział ani jednego słowa. Minęło 25 minut, a on jeszcze nic nie powiedział, ani jednego słowa.
And we're going, for heaven's sake, I've now got to change the way my robot works. But I'd much rather it was that way around.
Bez kitu.
Sora, when you were designing your fighting robots and the dress, is there ever a time when you look to pop culture and things that have been designed in stories?
Nudno jest, taka jest moja teoria. To nie jest teoria.
Guide you in your designs?
I will say, okay, first off, I didn't design the giant robots, but in terms of like the robot.
Ale cringe jest. Czym on się zajmuje? Ten gość mówi, że pisze jakieś historie dotyczące Transformers i jakieś komiksy dotyczące podróży w czasie.
And it was only later by accident, I just liked math and physics that I realized that it didn't have to be magic, and then it kind of came into fruition from there, and with the help of a whole bunch of engineers. But so I mean, for me, it's just I live in my imagination a lot of times, and I make up stuff, and then
Czad był spokojny,
and
co
later
no był.
figure out if it can actually happen or not. Something I do want to share. I don't know if this is really how relevant this is, but I do sometimes like think about how if we're ever gonna
Trzeba oszczędzać. A może wygrasz?
travel in space for a long amount of time, we're gonna have to be able to be isolated for a long amount of time. And so I wonder if cell phones are a way.
Telefony komórkowe to sposób na ewolucję? Raczej nie ewolucję. Tylko regresję jakąś.
Can you be in the little box and then have these little like visuals that keep you sustained psychologically, and then maybe we are in a simulation.
O, zaraz przejdą na Matrixa. No ze mną się, masełko, możesz bić.
I'm going to throw that one to Lisa. Since we're talking about space travel, how long it takes and what a toll it might take on people. I think you have some thoughts
Wystarczy
on
10 punktów, żeby pojedynkować się.
Interesting when we talk about as fast as we've been able to travel so far. The fastest spacecraft we've ever launched off the pad was the New Horizons spacecraft that got out to Pluto, and we launched it in 2006. It crossed the orbit of the moon in 9 hours. It crossed the orbit of Jupiter in a year, but it still took from 2006 to 2015 to get out to Pluto. And so
w 9 godzin doleciał na Księżyc.
And then the current fastest spacecraft that we will have is the Harvard Solar Probe, which is in orbit around the sun, and it is still going, its maximum speed is still going to be way less than a fraction of the speed of light. I mean, it's like tiny speeds. So when we talk about feasible space travel,
ten duel się nie baguje, bo można jeden na kilka minut, na minutę chyba zrobić. A poza tym, żeby jak się jeden duel rozpocznie, to nie można duelować, to ktoś inny nie musi poczekać, aż się duel skończy.
The talk about cell phones and isolation, however, I think we're doing kind of a worldwide experiment in that right now. So it's interesting to see how technology actually.
Ten Hiszpan jeszcze nic nie powiedział.
Be able to help us feel less isolated for, say, astronauts perhaps on a voyage to Mars, which is still going to
On jeszcze nic nie powiedział, bez kitu.
about a year
Czajcie to?
with the best estimates just to get there, so it is a
Ten
very
Hiszpan, no to jest ten
interesting thing, but
jak myślisz,
unless we can actually get
który to Hiszpan?
stuff to work within
Ten
the
po środku, ten, który nic nie mówi.
of comic book physics. We're kind of confined here for a while.
Damn it, I really want to go out to space. Since we touched a little bit on creativity, I want to throw it over
O, w końcu.
and maybe John can pull up some artwork that Juan has done.
Jest, w końcu. Minęło 30 minut. Ale ja nie mogę zaakceptować, bo ktoś inny się dueluje. Czy wy tego nie rozumiecie? Jeżeli ktoś rozpoczął bitwę, to ktoś inny nie może zrobić bitwy. Fajny koleś, ty się z nikim na razie nie bijesz. Dobrą komendę wpisałeś, ale ktoś inny się bije.
How does that work?
Dobra, zaczął mówić po pół godzinie.
Quantity of coffee. For no talk of about all kind of things of drugs. No, it's a joke. It's like the other comments, another comments. All my life I draw all kind of things around pop culture of cartoons, comics, and all in way of robots.
Wyrzuciłeś co? A jest, rzeczywiście. Wyrzuciłeś. Dobra, zmienię to.
All kind of
No średnio mu po angielsku idzie, dlatego go nie pytają. No ja to rozumiem, ale
Doctor Who or
powinni mu dać.
all kind of movie with machines and space. For me, it's beautiful. All my life, I'm really fan of all kind of things, and this lot of information are
Dobra, już się wyrzuciłeś.
give me the tools for
Dobra, już zmieniłem.
easily draw this works propose me IDW, for example, and for do it only.
Dobra, to mi się nie podoba.
You need
Ty potrzebujesz ulicznego jajka? Masz dobrą narrację?
I don't remember the word.
A ta się z niego śmieje, baba.
Storytelling. You
Ta
have
pierwsza.
good storytelling, and if you have the tools for draw acceptable.
Jeżeli to czytasz, to jest mega opóźnienie.
And for IDW, for me, and for the script writer is okay, and all is good. Very, very well for me. I'm very happy on working this series.
So,
for me, it's like time travel to 80s, to my 8 years. I'm 40, and for me, in 80s, in Back to the Future moment, I have 8 years, and for me, it's like a time travel.
Piszcie poprawna polszczyzną. No,
draw,
prawie.
Or is it sometimes reversed? You draw and then John and Kevin come up with a story, or is it always the story first?
Common? Or for me?
For both of you.
For me, it's the first thing is the writer, and the editor give me the script, and I think about.
Kurczę, no myślałem, że ten Comic Con będzie lepszy, to tylko wam powiem, nie? Tak.
History, and I do.
Bokiem. Wszystkie panele są nudne, oprócz nowych mutantów. Nowi mutanci zniszczyli system, szczerze mówiąc. Kurna, pokazali trailery, pokazali klipy, gadali o konkretach, a nie tak jak na przykład tutaj.
It's not just, I write both comics and prose and novels, and while you have editors and working in novels,
Pizza Time chyba 500 kosztuje.
It's still a very solitary creative experience. With a comic,
Antlers na pewno będzie dobre. Chociaż nie wiadomo, no. Ja myślę, że będzie. Tutaj macie. Na czacie wam dam link do sklepu, jakby ktoś chciał wydać jakieś fajne punkty.
Then the artists and Juan come, they come back with these most amazing things, and likewise, what's in the script doesn't become, it's not suddenly in stone. If the script goes over and the artist comes up with a great idea, between the two of us and the editors, we mold the story to sort of fit that as well. So it's definitely a collaboration.
No tak, mieli.
John, can you pull up that artwork one more time? Sorry, it was so short. I'd like to kind of explore that for a second.
Yeah, so I didn't want to cover up one. I actually had a question.
Good call.
Oh, wait, where'd he go? There you go. If you know, I had a question for Juan and Sarah. Really.
Powrót do przyszłości kontra Transformers. Fajne.
Between comic book art, when it comes to Transformers and the engineering, is like you see how Gigawatt is moving there, right? Like he's based on a toy, and the toy has to physically be engineered to change between the car and the robot mode.
Ale zamawiam tylko jedną pizzę naraz. Nie wiem, że zamówię 20.
Like a person. He looks like a real person with emotions, and that seems similar to what Sarah was saying about the way robots behave.
Ja do pracy idę za 4 godziny.
They don't move the way you expect them to. I wonder how everybody overcomes that, or if I'm imagining a link there, or if it's a real thing.
My computer just froze, and I didn't hear your question. I'm sorry.
It was really good. All right, should I try again?
Yeah, please.
Okay. My question for
Nie, Neon, niektórzy już mają po 300 punktów.
When you look at Juan's art here, Gigawatt, the Transformer, he's based on a toy. So there's a toy that has to be engineered and actually has to change between a car and a robot. But the way Juan's drawn him, he looks like a person. His movement, the way his posture, the way he's standing, you can see emotion and action in it that's human-like. And that it seems to me that that's similar to what Sarah was saying.
Za oglądanie są punkty i za udzielanie się na czacie.
Not moving the natural way you'd think. That's something I think has to get kind of overcome on both an engineering, like a real life engineering science level, but also an artistic level when you're drawing them. Am I imagining that, or is that like a real thing?
I think that's true. There are really good examples of pneumatic pumps making a lot of really nice fluid motions and whatnot, but then they're always like attached to this gigantic box on the side, and it's not like this compact, like self-containing thing. But I've seen progress in that area, making them a lot smaller.
Że 40 osób się utrzymuje mniej więcej na czacie, bardzo fajnie. O, pojechałeś mnie. Generalnie bardzo cringe, to jest taki cringe fest, ten Comic Con jak na razie, oprócz jednego panelu, czyli nowych mutantów. Ja nie mam punktów, żeby się bić.
And I remember in the meeting, I was like, how is something with like these segments going to create fluid motion? And I was using my arm, and then I realized, oh wait, my arm also has, okay. So I mean, it's not impossible. We'll just have to make more progress in those areas.
No, mam nadzieję, że jutro będzie lepiej. Mamy Walking Dead i Hulu Hellstrom.
That's what I've always loved about Transformers. It's a very... Back again when I was working as a journalist, and I used to cover a lot of robotics and travel back and forth to Tokyo, I always found it really telling that the Japanese attitude to robots was one of wonder and amazement, and these things are going to do amazing things. Whereas in the West, we had Terminators and Cybermen and Borg and basically everything that will kill you. Yes. And what we've got in Transformers, because it's a it's a melding of the two. You know, the original Transformers were Japanese toys with American storytelling, but again, you've got that sort of concept through Transformers that there are Decepticons, there are bad guys, there is Megatron.
W sobotę najlepszy będzie dzień? Mamy trochę o DC, Umbrella Academy, Antlers, Family Guy, Agenci Tarczy, Historie o duchach. No, będzie ciekawie.
In all of these things we've been talking about in Back to the Future with Doc Brown, in Star Trek with Spock, Doctor Who with the Doctor, the scientists are actually the good guys in them as well, you know, and the scientists are the ones in all of those franchises, are the ones that people want to aspire to. And I'm always fascinated as a fan of these things, who's not a scientist, how much characters like Spock and Doc Brown and the Doctor are inspiration for real life scientists, because, you know, at the end of the day, they're the coolest characters in all these shows and films. And the same in Transformers, you know, you've got the Autobot scientists. I mean, in this one we have an Autobot scientist.
Kiedy koniec? No, za 15 minut. Zaraz będzie koniec i zrobimy kolejny panel Marvela będzie. No ciekawe, generalnie mnie ciekawi ten temat, jakby roboty, Transformers, podróże w czasie. Generalnie jest ciekawe. Tak, no zrobimy giveaway. Kolejny. Po każdym panelu robimy. Co godzinę robimy giveaway.
But I think particularly right now, we're, at least here in the States, we're living through a time period where suspicion of science is actually really having some major impacts on all of our lives. Like wear a mask, wash your hands, it's not that hard. And so having scientists that kids and adults can read these comics and grow up and be secure and comforted and know that these are the good guys, I actually think is kind of important right now.
Yeah, I think that's an easy trap to fall into in storytelling, is making.
Powtarzam jeszcze raz, duelować się, czyli pojedynkować można co minutę chyba. Aż sprawdzę.
Like a Marty McFly, whatever. The character that shows up that isn't the main character or the main set of characters usually is the bad guy. Like that's just the mechanics of how the story is.
Co 30 sekund można się duelować.
I mean, I was joking about the cars earlier, but I was actually seeing that more from the cars' point of view. I don't know if you follow the news, but humanity. If I was
5 punktów kosztuje bilet. Także możesz kupić każdy bilet za każde 5 punktów.
Like trying to make the you're right. There are bad things that have happened with science, but there's also so many. You know, we certainly wouldn't be here talking if it were not for science, in a zillion ways.
Ale możesz szybko zrobić właśnie bet, gamble, nie bet, zawieszka. Gamble i możesz szybko zwiększyć swoje punkty albo zmniejszyć. Kiedy koniec? Zdążymy giveaway zrobić, spokojnie. Za 13 minut koniec mniej więcej panelu, a za 9 minut. Za 9 minut będzie koniec, spokojnie. Może coś ciekawego jeszcze powiedzą.
Create a lot of misinformation otherwise. And so, I on one hand, it is sad, with the Terminator and how that's actually made people really, really unnecessarily scared of things like Skynet and whatnot. But then at the same time, maybe it's not so bad to just make sure you're thinking of what's the worst case scenario if I build this. And how do you avoid that kind of trajectory?
Hello, how are you? I am under the water.
True. I mean,
please help
for
me.
those of us who have gone through our graduate
Ej, no temu Hiszpanowi dali tylko powiedzieć raz coś, no bez kitu.
You seldom have an ethics course that you have to take. You get taught how to deal with an institutional review board if you want to do data collection or something like that. So that's absolutely true. And I just think, but no one's going to talk about grant writing and institutional review boards in a comic book where you want to have fun.
Godziny nie wytrzymasz?
No, but you can talk about that's when I think the comics and films and
Jedna
TV,
godzinka.
that's where the two things can mesh and you can explore the ethics. I mean, my daughter's one of their biggest heroes at the minute is Iron Man because of the Marvel movies. And
Iron Man.
the conversations we've had about the thing, you know, he starts off being an arms dealer, he then creates something that nearly destroys the world, and then he, you know, and how that character arc has worked. And that's conversations we would never have had, you know, if it wasn't for that. And again,
Okej, Piotrek, to napisz mi gdzieś tam.
all of these things, that's when we've seen those conversations happen. It's happened in Star Trek, it's happened, you know, in you know, even Back to the Future, there's the concept of, you know,
Ze mną się nie dueluj, bo ja nie mam punktów.
because it could have quite serious ramifications. So I think that's when the two areas of the creativity and the science, which is his own creativity, when we can work together.
Absolutely, and in Star Trek you always had the prime
Piotr
directive,
zawsze jest.
but how many times do they accidentally or intentionally violate it? But yeah, no, I do think it is a great place to talk about this. Absolutely, absolutely. But I'm glad to see it's not always the crazy mad scientist is the villain either.
Oops, that's my timer. We're at 40 minutes. We're supposed to stop at 45, so I thought I'll give us a 5-minute warning for this. But you brought up a really good aspect, Sarah, the whole ethics
Mają
discussion.
45 minut tylko?
Because that's what
Ja myślałem, że zawsze
comics
jest
like Kevin
godzina.
said and movies have done really well in the past, right? They're a little bit of a mirror for us, for society to say, okay, if you do this, this might be what's coming out of it. When you write stories, is kind of the morality and ethics on the forefront, or is it more the characters, and then through that you get the ethics questions, or with what do you start, or is it a mix of things?
Well, a good story always starts
No, Oliwier,
anyway, because you can have the coolest
im
situation.
później, tym mniej osób, no co?
Transformers is a good example. They are cool. They are giant robots that turn into cars and cassette players and all kinds of things, and planes and weapons and tanks. And
Bardzo ciekawy temat, powiem wam, ma ten panel, ale bardzo go nudnie przedstawili, no szkoda.
Humans, they are, you know, they have sentience, they have conversations, they have emotions, and they have ethics. You know, they at their heart of that story there is a war, and that war comes from a philosophical argument. Which sound, you know, and their toys, and you know,
Siedział do rana. Ja mam pracę za 4 godziny i też i siedzę do rana. Wydaje mi się, że wcześniej live się skończy. Tak, jeżeli ten quiz będzie do dupy, to kończymy live'a. Jeżeli quiz będzie wyglądał tak, jak to skończymy, bo to nie będzie miało sensu. Ale jeżeli quiz będzie super, no to...
That makes sense. Thank you. So since we are coming just about up on our time that we have, which just went by way too fast. So the time travel, we went into the future much quicker than I wanted to, Lisa. Are there any parting words that you would like to kind of share with our audience, with the fans of the comics, with maybe future scientists and engineers?
No już ostatnie słowa.
Like to share with future artists?
Nikt nie chce się niczym podzielić.
Engineering is another medium to create, and artists are engineers, and engineers are artists. I just want to share that. And this thing is cool because we didn't share that while it was being recorded.
That's right. Yeah.
Broke it again. It's good.
To było o The Boys? Nie, to było o nauka w powrocie, o powrocie do przyszłości. O The Boys były mega spoilery dotyczące pierwszego i drugiego sezonu, dlatego stwierdziłem, że... A poza tym bardzo mało osób to oglądało. Może ktoś będzie chciał oglądać.
You know, for those of you who are interested in going, if you're a younger person and you're interested in going
Dobra,
to science, don't neglect
pożegnalne słowa są do dupy.
your writing skills.
Dziękuję bardzo za panel, robimy giveawaya. Boom, start giveaway. 5 minut tym razem, bo zaczyna się za 6 minut się zaczyna panel. Kolejny. Lopsowanie. Jeszcze duet będzie się gamblował. Losowanie 3, to jest nagrodą jest 25 punktów. Powodzenia, no powodzenia, a ja sobie kole naleję. Co mi tam? Jak tam wam idzie? Powoli, ale do przodu. No, fajny koleś, masz szczęście. To wszystko jest zbotowane, także no, masz szczęście. Czemu nie mogę kupić? Nie wiem. Oliwier, Olite. Zobaczmy, ile masz punktów. Oliwier, Olite. Masz 9 punktów tylko, także możesz jeden bilet kupić, Oliwier. A bilety mogę mieć na inny dzień? Nie. Kupujesz od razu i jakby wszystkie je zużywasz. Teraz jakby. Czemu tak mało punktów masz? Nie wiem. Pewnie przegrałeś wszystkie. Pokazuje, że masz 9. Przegrał, że się ze wszystkimś. Jeden bilet kosztuje 5 punktów. Czyli pisząc losowanie 1, kupujesz jeden bilet za 5 punktów. Arek, no a ile ty masz, Arek? A ja ile punktów? No to wpisz wykrzyknik PKT. Arek Gryczka. Arek, masz 11 punktów, także 2 bilety możesz kupić. SX. Masło, masz 10 punktów, także możesz kupić 2 bilety również. Macie ostatnią minutę. Czy tym razem będzie 2 zwycięzców? Nie, no jest 10 osób. Jakby było z 20 lub więcej, no to będzie 2 zwycięzców. No, mamy 2 minuty do... Mamy 2 minuty do kolejnego Marvelowego panelu. Ale najpierw giveaway. Giveaway kończy się za 20 sekund. Oczywiście w przyszłości będą lepsze giveawaye. Nie tylko za punkty, ale też będą, nie wiem, action figurki, jakieś gry, dużo innych fajnych rzeczy. Na Discordzie też są giveawaye osobne. Link do Discorda macie w opisie. Koniec! I zwycięzcą jest Monika Deszczyńska. Ja o 5 też muszę jechać. Monika Deszczyńska. Monika. Wow, ale punktów nazbierałaś. 148, czyli masz 173. Brawo, brawo, brawo. Brawo, brawo, a my zaczynamy za minutę. No, Monika skoczyła na 4. miejsce. Była 5. Śródziemie to nowy film, czy co? Nie, to będą wywiady jakieś tam. To będą na pewno jakieś wywiady, co o komiksach, Śródziemia, nie wiem. Ale zobaczymy, bo jeżeli następny panel, nie ten, tylko następny będzie słaby, to czy będą gry typu kalambury? Nie. Tylko będzie DS Comic Con. Jutro live. O, masełko. Niektóre wasze pytania mnie zabijają mnie po prostu. Tak, będzie jutro live, pojutrze live i po pojutrze i codziennie będzie live. Dobra, no to oglądamy. A, włączę, o, napisy też są. O, w panelu, a, dobra, Hall M.
Hey everyone, Langston Belton here from Marvel, and I'm excited because I got some cool stuff to bring you from Marvel HQ. And if you like what we're doing here today, head on over to YouTube and check out Marvel HQ for even more cool stuff from across the Marvel universe. Now we all love Marvel characters, right? And what cooler Marvel character is there than Spider-Man, right? I mean, the webs, the costume, the villains, right? I mean, all of them are really cool, but you know what? I really love Venom. I gotta say Venom might be my favorite Spider-Man villain, just the tongue and the eyes and like, you know, he has the big white symbol that Spider-Man used to have. There's that kind of cool connection there. And he's also a pretty cool character to draw. And one of the cool things you can check out on Marvel HQ is Marvel Draw, where we have one of our Marvel artists teach you how to draw one of your favorite characters from the Marvel universe. Today is no different because we are going to be trying to draw that big-tongued baddie Venom. So all you got to do, I got mine, I got a marker, and I got some paper. I don't have like a full comic book drawing suite, but that doesn't matter. We do the same thing, and check this out, Marvel Draw Venom.
Hey kids, welcome to a very special edition of Marvel Draw at Comic-Con at Home. I am your host, Brian Crosby, and we are going to be drawing Venom. Here are the tools that I'm going to be using. Just a plain old sheet of paper, a blue pencil, and that is really to do the underdrawing, kind of the sketch of the head. And then I'm going to be using a black, just regular pencil, HB weight lead. You can use anything that you have around the house. And then I'm also going to be using a 6B, which is kind of a heavier lead, and that's to do outlines and kind of dark shadows. A, dobra, nieważne, ja będę używał długopisu. Okay, so let's get started. And the first thing we do when we're drawing
Zobaczymy, jak mi wyjdzie, jak wam wyjdzie. Rysujemy.
And this doesn't have to be perfect. You can see it's not perfect. Just kind of finding the form.
No. Jezus Maria, jego kółko jest idealne.
Looking straight towards us. So we're going to do a center line that goes right down the middle. Now the next thing we're going to do is the chin.
Wow.
Venom, he's got a kind of a longer jaw, and really the reason we make it so long, and it might look a little silly, right, to begin with, is because we got to have room for all those teeth and that tongue. So we have kind of a big U shape that comes off the bottom of that circle that we drew at the beginning. Okay, now we're going to take that center line that we drew before, and we're going to go all the way down to the bottom of the chin with it.
Okay.
So we know where the center of our head is.
On ma cyrkle w ręce. No jest w końcu rysownikiem, no to.
Next thing we're going to do is an eye line. Now typically on a person's head, it's about in the middle. A lot of times people will draw it too high or too low, and it can make your characters look kind of funky. But for Venom, we're going to make it just a little bit higher than the middle because that jaw is open. This is going to be an open jaw.
Okay.
Some of those teeth and that big old tongue coming out. As you can tell, I'm really excited about that part. It's really fun. Okay, so that's the eye line for Venom. Now here's where that circle comes in really handy. That's going to actually become the top lip
Dokładnie to, co Duet napisał. Zróbcie zdjęcia tego, co narysujecie i na Discorda wrzucajcie. I jutro sobie przejrzymy to wszystko. Okay. To jest dobry pomysł, Duet. Kurczę, że ja na to nie wpadłem. Świetny pomysł.
So just loosely, I like to put in a little circle, little dot on the other side, so I know about where the eyes should be.
Jak na razie wygląda.
Okay. And the next thing we're going to do is I'm going to trace the outline of where the tongue is going to go, kind of the direction I want it to take.
Okay.
So I'm just going to have it come out.
Zrobię tak samo jak on.
And kind of curly Q here at the bottom. And you can have some fun doing whatever you want. You can make this as crazy or as long as you want it to be. Okay. Remember, the tongue is kind of a full form. So now I'm going to echo that same shape.
Dobra.
And go along the line I just drew. And make it a little bit thinner as I get down towards the end.
No okay, dobra.
This is going to be a fun one. Okay. Now for the eye shape, much like Spider-Man, he's got kind of these lemon, iron, football
fajnie narysował.
Shape, whatever you want to call them. They're kind of like that. Kind of almost like you're drawing Spider-Man. Very similar.
Dobra.
Maybe a little bit bigger, a little more angular, a little more aggressive. Remember, he's a bad guy. He's one of the villains.
No dobra. Jest git.
All right, now the next thing we're going to do is at the tip of the mouth, we're going to just draw a little circle.
Fajnie, że
where his cheeks are going to ball up.
Nauka jest taka, że uczą fajnie nas.
But trust me, it'll all come together.
Możliwe, Lu.
All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to start to sketch in those teeth. And I'm not going to make them super aggressive like maybe some of these are, big, long, and jagged. We're going to have, this is going to be a little bit more of a playful Venom.
Playful Venom, okay.
Kind of these teeth, something like that. Okay, and you can put as many as you want. You can make them as sharp as you want. Mine are not going to be quite that aggressive.
1 zł. Halfish na Discord jest konkurs na fan art o tobie, do wygrania aż 20 sace.
O!
Maybe more closer to like an animated.
Konkurs o mnie? No dobra.
Okay. You see how I did those all the way across the top? And then we're going to do the same thing across the bottom. Now the teeth at the bottom are going to be maybe a little bit smaller.
Jak wam idzie?
Just like that. Okay? We're going to do it over on this side as well. If I'm going too fast, you can always stop the video, get caught up. Okay? So there's his teeth.
O, ale Venom będzie.
His mouth, he has kind of a joint. Kind of a fleshy piece that connects the top lip to the bottom lip.
Okay.
Right there. Okay? Now the next thing we're going to sketch in our blue line is the gum line. And the gum line is just a series of arches.
Dawajcie, no mi na razie tak wychodzi.
Connects each of the teeth. Receding back towards the point. Kind of like that. And we're going to do the same thing at the bottom. I don't go all the way to the base of the tooth. So it looks like his teeth are set inside of that gum line. And then you notice I didn't finish the teeth all the way up. That was to give room for that tongue to come popping out. Okay? Okay, now the next thing we're going to sketch is the shape of the eye. We're going to give it a little bit more definition. I like to make these really fun and jagged. You'll see Venom's been drawn so many different ways over the years, so I like to bring them up to a point. I'm going to show you how to do one side.
No, dawaj, no.
And basically, there's kind of no rhyme or reason. It's just kind of a jagged up, except I like to bring it to a point up here, and then bring it down. You see I'm going over the shape that I made before, but now making it a little bit more aggressive. You can see it really starts to take shape and kind of become the Venom that we know and love. Such a cool character.
No dobra.
So popular. Every time he shows up, people go nuts. Are you a Venom fan? I am. There we go. Okay. Now we're going to sketch in kind of the outside of his head. So we're going to commit a little bit to the lines that we made before. If you want to make a little crease at the top of the mouth, that's cool too. Okay? At this point, I'm going to set aside my blue pencil, and I'm going to take out my HB. Again, you can be using just a regular number 2 pencil or whatever it is that you have, marker or pen, whatever it is.
Ja też nie umiem.
So just have fun and keep drawing.
Spokojnie.
Okay, so now I'm going
Baw, bo to jest dla zabawy przecież.
To these lines. And I'm going to do the right side of the face first.
A, czyli po prostu pogrubia te wszystkie linie. No dobra.
Okay. Now I'm going to do that eye line. Again, just going over the top of the lines I already made.
Boże, jaki słaby ten mój rysunek jest. Ale cóż.
Of underdrawing, and the best part is you don't even really have to erase it if you don't want to. You can just leave it there. You can see that jagged eye line. So cool. As always, making sound effects helps it be cooler.
Ty no kurczę, gościu dobrze to robi, nie powiem.
Bring it down all the way to my center line, and then do the same thing on the other side. I'm not going to cross over that tongue, and maybe a little lip line underneath. All right, so now we're going to do his teeth. So I'm just going to go over the lines that I already made again. And there's that little kind of tissue.
No dobra.
Now I'm going to do that gum line. And you can come in and put more detail in the gum line if you want. If you want to do a little bit of a wrap around the tooth, you can do that.
Mój Venom jest szczerbaty tak naprawdę.
All right, so there's our bottom row of teeth. Now our gum line. Boom, boom. Just like that. Okay. So now we're going to pencil in that. And you can cap off that tongue right there, because that's all going to be black inside. It doesn't really matter. So we're going to
Visual black.
A little bit of a center line on the tongue. And then we're going to follow the outline that we made.
No dobra, dobra. Jak wam idzie? Pamiętajcie, żeby na Discorda wrzucić to wszystko.
There we go. So now we've got really kind of the basics. And you can maybe make a little bit of a little bit of detail, a little bit of texture on that tongue if you want. I like to put a little bit of texture. Give it some creases where it's bending. You don't have to go crazy with that if you don't want to, just for fun. Just makes it look a little more gnarly. Okay, so now we're going to take our 6B. Remember, this is our heavier lead, so this is where we're going to do all of
Swojego wrzuć na Instagrama.
We're going to start with shading inside the mouth here. Okay, I'm not pressing super hard. And it gives the suggestion that the tongue goes back into his mouth and connects inside there. So you see Venom starting to come together. Okay, now again, remember his suit, his symbiote suit is mostly black. It's really all black. But we're going to show a little bit of highlight. So we're going to make an arch.
No ładnie.
Right here at the top.
Okay, pa po co? Aha, biały
Looks
to
like there's
będzie.
a light coming from up and behind him. And then we're going to connect that line all the way down here around his cheeks. And we're going to do a little bit of a rim light around the outside of his chin. And we're going to leave that spot open as well.
Okay.
You can come back up on this side and just do the same thing over here. Okay, so that essentially is everything that's going to be in shadow. So now I can come in
Ojej, no dobra.
and shade all of this in as well. Again, I know I may be going a little bit fast. It's okay. Just pause the video, get caught up. Or you can come and revisit this again. You can always rewind, check it out, and practice. That's the key to all of this. Practicing drawing, not just Venom, but anything you see. Draw your mom, draw your dad, draw your sisters or brothers, draw your friends. Draw things you see around the house. Maybe you turn on the TV and watch the things that you watch. Draw some of the people you see on TV. Cars.
No ciekawe, ciekawe.
So many things to draw. If you want to be a great comic book artist, you got to learn how to draw all of that stuff.
Dokładnie, chcesz być rysownikiem komiksu? Musisz umieć rysować wszystko.
Draw all of it.
Boże, jaki cringy Venom.
And someday, come work at Marvel and draw comics with us. I'm going to give it a little bit of an outline, so it's a little more defined for you. So I'm going to outline these eye lines with my heavier lead, and I'm going to do the same to the mouth, as well as the outside of.
Kurczę, już źle zrobiłem, no ale dobra.
Just helps these things kind of pop off a little bit.
No, zobaczcie jak mu wychodzi ładnie.
One of the fun things to do is pick up your comics and see all the different ways that people draw these characters. That was one of the things that I love to do. I loved doing when I was a kid, is seeing how different artists would draw some of my.
Kurczę, no podobny nawet.
Even once we do this, we're not quite done because there's still one little.
Jedna rzecz, no dobra, no to no co zostało?
Okay, so we're gonna add a few aggression lines up here.
Okay.
Top of Venom's head.
Agresywne
And
kreski,
lastly, I'm gonna go
okay.
back to my HB pencil, and I'm gonna add some drool and some saliva. That's one of the things that makes them awesome. Some pools of drool on this tongue, maybe even connect the teeth with a little drool, draw some flying off.
Ślinę rysuję, dobra.
You can just show that saliva just coming off of the tongue there, just like that. And so there you have it. There is our Venom head. So I hope you guys had fun drawing this. But of course, before we complete it, you've got to make sure you sign your name. That makes it yours. So I'm going to put Brian Crosby down here. And now it's a completed drawing of Marvel's Venom. So hope you guys had fun. Stay safe, keep drawing, and we'll see you next time.
No, co, podobny? Mój jest trochę cringy. A zobaczcie, jak go gość zrobił później pokolorowo. Ej, no, jego jest super, zobaczcie. A mój jest taki, że...
All right, pens, markers, or whatever writing instrument you're using down right now, okay? All right, let's see how we did. I got mine. Let's see. Oh, well,
No,
I mean, it is Venom, if I tell you it is. So, I mean, you got the symbol right there. That's how I kind of keyed up. You got the tongue, teeth, eyes, all the elements are there. But it's not great. All right, so that's fine. But I'm sure yours are. And if you like doing arts and crafts, like that stuff with your hands, stay tuned because we got an awesome Lego build coming a little bit later on. But before that, I got to check. Lego. I'm excited and I'm curious to know that you are watching Marvel's Spider-Man Maximum Venom, right? The awesome animated series. You are. Okay, good.
Tak, wysłajcie pracę na Discorda.
What's that? You want more? You want more from that? Well, I'm so glad you said that because we got to talk to the awesome Felicia Day who plays MJ on the series. So you can check out our talk with her right now.
It's pretty pretty amazing playing MJ. Whoa! She's always been sort of my
Gdzie jest
dream
ten
character.
Discord? Tutaj.
Where's the fire, Tiger? She has that redhead quality where she's sassy, and I really like that.
Peter, this is Mary Jane Watson.
Actually, everyone
Proszę.
calls me MJ. I fell in love
Wrzućcie
with
tam
her
na
when I was a
fanart.
kid.
Peter, I'm Peter.
I loved their romance, and I loved how she was so confident and beautiful, and I was like, I want to be her one day. Did you tell them that? She brings out a lot of confidence in Peter, which he could definitely use. Hey, what's that thing?
Huh? I can explain.
I think it's called a fork. You might want to use one next time. Spider-Man is really accessible to everybody as a superhero and as a person. I think there's a lot of vulnerability in all the characters, and I think that sort of
Gdyby
grounds
Mark
all the
Stark tu
super
był, on
stuff
uwielbia
in
Lego.
real issues that any age you're gonna encounter things that I think you'll see parallels in your own life, and I love that depth of storytelling.
Yes, a spectacular talk with Felicia Day, who plays MJ. I won't keep rhyming because I'll be here all day. That's strange. That doesn't write. Can't write that first draft. But that's awesome. And you can check out even more behind the scenes stuff on Marvel HQ. All your favorite Marvel shows we're talking about over
So
there.
wszyscy
Now,
uwielbiamy
the
Lego.
cool thing about the Marvel universe, right? It's a universe. But there's a universe within the universe. The Spider-Verse, where Spider-Man can team up with other Spider people. We're talking Spider-Man and Spider-Ham, Spider-Man and Spider-Man Noir, who's in black and white. But one of my favorite team ups is Spider-Man and Ghost Spider, Gwen Stacy. And if you love that team up as much as I do, and I know that you do, let's check out this Marvel superhero adventure story featuring Spider-Man and Ghost Spider.
Hey, what's up, everybody? My name is Roy Wood Jr., and I will be reading Superhero Adventures #1, Spider Sense of Adventure. Let's get into it. We interrupt this broadcast with very important
czyta
breaking
komiks,
news.
spoko.
A popular video game is turning our children into mindless zombies. Children have been found staring unmoving at their screens after playing the popular battle royale game Panic Island. It wasn't until kids were missing meals, bathroom breaks, and in-game updates that parents realized something was wrong and alerted
horror.
authorities. Experts don't know yet what is causing this, but they are telling everyone to avoid the game until the crisis has been solved. All I can say is, I hope someone fixes this soon.
Oczywiście, że to
I'm
będzie
suffering from
Spider-Man.
serious Panic Island withdrawals myself. Looks like the power is up and running, and okay, we're just about ready to head into Panic Island. How's everything fitting, Spidey? Fine, Ghost Spider. But can't we just play this on our computers at home? Usually we could. But someone has changed the rules of the game and is breaking kids' brains, so I've leveled the playing field.
Nice.
I've done some rejiggering of the code myself so that we can play the game with this virtual reality equipment. Not only will that protect us from whatever is affecting the other players, it will also allow us to move more freely and to access our powers and webbing in-game. Whoa, the ultimate Spidey cheat code. Exactly.
Dokładnie.
Good thing, too. I've never played this game before.
Ostateczna
Just follow
koza.
my lead when we get in there. I know this game like the back of my hand. Is it on yet? We just need to jump in, find the anomaly that's causing all of this, and just shut it down. Now get ready. Here we go. Whoa, what's happening? We're falling toward the island. Usually you're falling with a lot of other people, but we're all by ourselves.
O nie, to jest jak
Something's not right.
ta gra.
These graphics are amazing. It feels like I'm really there. We don't know what's going on here, but I do know we don't want to get eliminated. That could mean serious
Jak
trouble.
się ta gra nazywała?
Come on, there should be some weapons
Fortnite,
in
jak
this
Fortnite.
farmhouse. There's no weapons in here. This is definitely not normal. Do you hear something? You see this too? Yeah, I see it. This is not good.
O
We
nie,
need to run.
czekajcie.
Follow me. We should head into the forest for safety. We need to stay alive long enough to figure out what's going on in this
Tu wszystko
game.
jest Halron,
Hey,
tu
help,
wszystko
I'm
jest
in
cringe,
trouble.
ale
I can't move.
fajnie, że
Is
sobie czyta
something
komiks.
wrong? Everything's going dark. You're walking into
RPG
a wall.
papierowe? Nie
Turn
wiem,
to
co
your
to
left.
jest.
Oh, thanks. Come on, you've got to pay attention. No! No, Gwen, where did you go? Dude, I'm still right next to you. My character hasn't respawned yet. I'll let you know when it happens. In the meantime, stay alive. There we go.
Fajnie.
Now, where the heck am I? Ah, look, it's a newbie. Didn't think there would be any more people stupid enough to keep playing the game. Ghost Spider, you still there? What's going on? Where am I? What's going on?
Zaraz będzie
We're
Lego.
all eliminated, and now for some reason we're all stuck in this pit. There's no way out. There's always a way out. You've just got to find it. Ghost Spider, can you still hear me? Yes, I can still hear you. But I need to focus on getting out of this ditch. You're on your own right now. Well, that's not good. I'm in serious trouble here. I don't know how to play this game at all. You might not know
Zabiłeś Senat. Okay.
but the game also doesn't know you're still Spider-Man. Of course. You're a genius. Let's see this game handle these moves. How do you do that? Come on, guys, take your best shot. Get him! Too slow.
Boom, boom.
Take that video
Spider-Man.
game. No, you're not playing right. Uh-oh, I've flossed too soon. Arcade, is that
O nie,
you? You're behind all of this?
To jest dokładnie
You're
jak
not
ta
playing
gra
fair, Spider-Man? Hey,
Fortnite.
you're the one who changed this game entirely. That's not fair. This game wasn't fair before, so I changed it and turned it into my own world of menace. Now I make the rules here. And the number one rule is, I always win. Wow, it must be a lot of fun at a sleepover. I was so sick of losing all the time. And I'm getting pretty sick of you. Now enough of this. Where are all the players you eliminated?
Co to jest? Gość,
Especially
jakiś aktor czyta
trapped.
komiks.
I made it so if they lose, they can
Spider-Man
never
i
play
Fortnite.
again. There's no way out for them. There's always a way out. No!
No!
Get 'em, guys! Go Spider! No! No fair.
Nie wbiję na Discorda, niestety dzisiaj nie.
You're okay.
Zaraz,
Who are all these people?
ja za
They're
3
the
godziny
first
muszę
Arcade
iść do
defeated. He
pracy.
was keeping them all trapped after eliminating them. So how did you get out? Arcade isn't as smart as he thinks he is. He placed a powerful energy barrier above us, but I just kept attacking the problem until I found the glitch in his code and exploited it. She dug a tunnel out the side and then up. How technical. We interrupt with more breaking news. The mystery condition affecting Panic Island players is no more. Returning players are saying they were saved in game by Spider-Man and Ghost Spider.
Nice.
Who knew they were gamers? Whew, that was intense. Awesome job with this VR setup. Thanks, you did great too. You free tomorrow? We're looking for another person to join our squad. You'd be a perfect addition. Thanks, but I need to unplug for a little while. Video games are fun and everything, but it still doesn't beat taking a swing in the real world.
Yes, nothing makes the day sweeter than a good Marvel superhero team up. And you can read along with tons of other Marvel comics if you head on over to Marvel HQ's YouTube channel. And speaking of superhero battles, Spider-Man and Venom, they have epic battles. Venom can't be seen by Spider-Man's spider sense. That's an awesome up to have on your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. So I think it's time to stage an awesome battle. But not just any
Lego.
battle, a Lego battle, because we are going to build the Lego Marvel Spider-Mech versus Venom set right now.
Spider-Man
with
kontra
the lovely
Venom.
hands of Josh Soleil. Enjoy.
No, wygląda nieźle. Dobrze, że zrobili to w przyspieszonym tempie, bo mogłoby to trwać i trwać. Ile on będzie to budował? Z 5 minut pewnie. Co, on jakiś samochód buduje? O, Spider samochód. No dobra, zobaczymy. Kurczę, ale Lego się teraz jakby zupełnie inne jest. Za moich czasów Lego były tylko te kwadraciki, a teraz jakieś ruchome części. No tu zobaczcie, no, tu on robota buduje normalnie. Liloki, szybko się nudzisz, to trwało 3 minuty może, a już się znudziłaś? A to tylko cringe'owy zestaw. No. Dobra, wiesz coś... Bardzo mocno ściszę muzykę, żeby w razie czego nie. To idę spać, tylko ściszę to telefon. Ścisz telefon, zostaw włączonego live'a i będziesz punkty zarabiał. No ciekawe, ciekawe. Pół godziny do quizu, panie i panowie. Fajnie to zaczyna wyglądać. Tak, Halron, no tak. Słaby jest. Co zrobić? No ale starają się. I jest za darmo. To trzeba im przyznać, że mogli odwołać, mogli w ogóle tego nie robić. A tak przynajmniej się starają, no. Ale jest słaby. Najgorsze, że to nie jest na żywo. To mogłoby być na żywo, a oni nagrali to wszystko wcześniej i teraz cwaniaka walą, tylko wypuszczając filmy o danej godzinie. Wcześniej usunęli ten live, bo ten trailer pokazali. Czego to był trailer? Czegoś tam był zwiastun i Star Treka. Star Trek Picard, drugi sezon i bum, usunęli. Do it. No dawaj, Liloki, za 30 minut będzie. To nic prawie. Pewnie, że tak, na żywo. Nawet taki nagrany wcześniej, jakby wiecie, no wcześniej przygotowane wszystko, ale na żywo. Just do it. Dokładnie. Walking Dead, no jutro będzie. Walking Dead będzie jutro. No ciekawe jak ten Venoma teraz buduje. A zobaczcie, on ma tutaj figurki. Tu o... Ups. Tu ma figurki. Powinny być, Michał, no chyba że zablokują je. Ale nie widzę przeszkód, żeby nie było ich. No wiesz, no co są prawa autorskie, nie? Comic Con można obejrzeć, do tego masz prawo. Dlatego nie blokują tego live'a, bo Comic Con jest za darmo, ale już Star Trek Picard nie jest. Jest jak mój Instagram, no dokładnie. Dokładnie. Co dzisiaj na obiad? Whisky. Jak ktoś wrzuci 100 donate'a, to whisky. O, no, coś takiego, no, mogliby zrobić. Daliby mu kilka zestawów, bum. No, wygląda jak Venom. Fajne te zęby. Fajnie. No, dokładnie, Mirach. Ja też. Czekam jak nie wiem. O, mamy Spidermana, Spider-Gwen. Halfish, wpisz sobie obok w nowej karcie Lego Art Iron Man, co? Wow. Wow. Fajny jest ten Lego Art Iron Man. Nocka dziś? Nie, Paweł, za 3 godziny do pracy idę. Kurde, kupiłbym. Ej, no nie wierzę, że ten panel to będzie tylko na rysowanie Venoma i klocki Lego. No, pewnie z 1000 zł to kosztuje. Jeszcze raz wam dla nowych wszystkich pokażę wam, jak The Venom mi wyszedł. Uczyliśmy się rysować Venoma i tak mi wyszedł. Venom! Nawet jest podpis, Halfish. Venom! Old Spice? Nie, nie znam. Old Spocą? No dawaj, rysuj, koniec tego. Popiernicz. Wiesz, że to jest, Paweł, to jest przyspieszone tempo. Wyślij to komuś, tego Venoma. Weź przestań. Mam wysyłać coś takiego? Na Discorda wrzucę. Jutro, jak się obudzę. Wy też swoich Venomów wrzucajcie jutro. Czy tam dzisiaj, kiedy chcecie, na Discorda. Nikt nie wysłał rysunku, bo pewnie, żeby wysłać rysunek, to musisz zdjęcie zrobić, wiesz, przesłać go na kompa. Pewnie jutro będą przesyłali. Ja swojego wyślę jutro, to może coś się ruszy. Gdzie? Pół dnia nie, no ale z dobrą godzinę pewnie się coś takiego składa. Godzinę, 2? O Jezu, jeszcze? To 3. robot jakiś? A to co, ciocia May? No dobra, zaraz go wstawię. O, ten jest fajny. Czekajcie, San Diego Comic Con 2020. Mój Venom. Cringe. Wow, ale to było dobre. Spider-Man.
All the cool stuff happening on Marvel HQ's YouTube channel. You can check out more Marvel Draw, Marvel Read, Marvel Superheroes, tons of behind the scenes footage from your favorite Marvel shows.
Dobra, już jest wrzucony.
It's awesome. It's awesome stuff. So, I'm Langston Belton. Thank you so much for watching. And until next time, keep on practicing your Venom drawings. Do it.
Mielibyśmy trailer Venoma? Zdecydowanie. Koniec! To co? Mamy 20 minut. Mamy 20 minut do kolejnego panelu. Także losowanko. Ale teraz zrobimy sobie specjalne losowanie dla tych, którzy wytrwali teraz. Dla tych, którzy dotrwali aż do teraz, zrobimy sobie specjalne losowanko. Za 50 punktów. Zrobię 7-minutowe. $50, ale można kupić aż 10 biletów, a koszt dalej będzie 5. Dobra. No dobra. To będzie ciekawe. To ja zaczynam giveaway i idę do toalety na szybki sik. Także bierzcie udział w losowaniu. Można kupić aż 10 biletów i do wygrania jest aż 50 punktów. Także ja zaraz wracam. No jak wam idzie? No wow. Mamy jeszcze 5 minut do zakończenia losowania. Venom czy Spider-Man? Jeżeli chodzi o siłę, no to Venom. No jak tam idzie? Musicie polubić post. Zarąbiste. Mój Venom jest już na Instagramie. To był szkic z nauki rysowania na Comic Con. No jak wam idzie? Dawajcie, dawajcie. To już nikt więcej nie chce dołączyć do giveawaya? 50 punktów jest do wygrania. $50 punktów. Jak nie macie punktów, to właśnie możecie zrobić gamble. Między 5 a 50 możesz dać, fajny koleś. Także możecie potroić, podwoić albo przegrać wszystkie punkty, jak właśnie zrobił to fajny koleś. Kupiłam jeden los. No dokładnie, no może. Jeżeli ktoś kupi 50 biletów, to się nie opłaca. No dokładnie, 10 biletów za 5 to 50, tyle co nagroda. Nie przemyślałem tego dokładnie. Średnio to przemyślałem, no. Bo nagrodą mogłoby być na przykład 100 punktów, ale 100 punktów to trochę za dużo, bo ja widzę, ile wy macie punktów. Zaraz będziecie kupować te wszystkie nagrody, których nie chcę, żebyście kupowali. Na przykład otwieranie szampana, czy takie rzeczy. Też weźmiesz udział? Nie, przecież to jest... Ja to daję wam te punkty, ja nie mogę wziąć udziału. Jakbym wygrał, to co? Nie, ja nie biorę udziału. Macie ostatnie 2 minutki, a kolejny panel, czyli quiz. Quiz z Marvela zaczyna się za 15 minut. To znaczy nie z Marvela, jest to quiz po prostu odnośnie komiksów. Ja chyba coś takiego jak przedłużanie live'a, o ile. No o 3 godziny jest. Ale nie, to nie dzisiaj. Podczas Comic-Conu nie przedłużamy live'a. Zresztą nikt nie zarobi tyle. Przynajmniej nie powinien. Oby był nudny. No oby był fajny właśnie ten quiz. Bo był nudny, że chcesz iść spać. Ale jak nie wypali ten quiz, to kończymy live'a wtedy. To będzie koniec. Nie wiadomo, czy z komiksów. Tak, Dołyt, pamiętam i wtedy dostałeś wyzerowanie punktów. No, widzę, że nikt nie chce już brać udziału w giveawayu, no ale czas musi zlecieć do końca. Albo nie, dobra. Tolkiena o 3 rano, no ale jeżeli ten będzie słaby, to wszyscy pójdziemy spać, bo to raczej bez sensu będzie. Bo coś czuję, że ten Tolkien to też będzie gadanie. Dobra, to kończymy. Koniec. Wybieramy zwycięzcę, a zwycięzcą jest 3, 2, 1 Michał Kasprzycki. Brawo, brawo i brawo. Michał Kasprzycki. Już cię dodaję. Michał Kasprzycki. O, jest, dobrze. Masz mało punktów. 60 w tym momencie masz. 60 punkciorów dostałeś. Szkoda, że nie 66. Po co punkty trafić? Nie rozumiem. Po co punkty trafić? Co jest, Piotr? No, czekamy. Jeszcze 12 minut. Przy okazji możecie podwoić swoje punkty. Spider-Man czy Venom? No, pewnie Spider-Man, bo jest super bohaterem. Ale Venom wolałbym. Myślę, że Venom by wygrał, bo Venom się nie hamuje. Venom, jak to zazwyczaj... jak to zazwyczaj super wrogowie mają, się nie hamują, a Spider-Man ciągle się hamuje. 5 biletów kupiłem, a na serwerze był giveaway, na który 4... O nie! Na co czekamy? No czekamy na kolejny panel, który zacznie się za 12 minut. Panel to będzie quiz. Quiz z różnych tam dziedzin, nie tylko z komiksów pewnie. Mam nadzieję, że będzie z filmów, oczywiście o Marvelu. Kebab, seans, Comic-Con i wygrałem giveaway. Kurda. Najlepszy dzień życia. No, wygrałeś życie. Gratuluję. Mam jeszcze 10 minut, możemy sobie pogadać o pierdołach. Powiem wam tak. Do tej pory, jak na razie, kupa, jedna wielka. Ale panel New Mutants był super. Mega dobry był. Jestem tolkienistą. O, Piotr Kowalski, to witam w klubie. Ja pisałem pracę licencjacką na temat Tolkiena. Neon, za 10 minut zaczyna się quiz. No bez kitu, 10 minut. Nie dość, że przez te 10 minut zdobędziesz 4 punkty, to jeszcze zobaczysz, czy fajny quiz będzie. Ile czasu spędzasz na dwójce? Tyle, ile trzeba. Czasami godzinę. Jestem numer 1 w hajsie na serwerze i zaraz będę numer... Ale jesteś modem, to się nie liczy. Ja teraz piszę licencję do Brexicie. Ojej. Brexit. Polksit. Spainxit. Halfish też powiedział, że jest, a później zapytano o nieśmiertelne krainy, nie wiedział co to. No tak, tylko że ja nie pisałem konkretnie o Tolkienie, tylko pisałem o porównaniu Władcy Pierścieni z Grą o Tron i Warcraftem. Także no generalnie, ale przeczytałem wszystko. A te nieśmiertelne krainy, ale ja po angielsku czytałem, także ja nie wiem, co to są te nieśmiertelne krainy. Zresztą to było dobre 10 lat temu. To było grube 10 lat temu. No, tak powiedziałem, ale myślałem, że będziecie mieli pytania, nie wiem, jak się nazywa Frodo. Oczywiście Frodo Baggins. Bagginses. Gdzie? No już nic nie pamiętam z tego. Tam takie podstawy tylko pamiętam. Nie wiem. Gondolinu? Kurna. Freddy. No dawajcie. 8 minut jeszcze. Co cię wkurza? To, że trzeba się zastanowić, co cię wkurza? Nie, to mnie nie wkurza. Najbardziej mnie wkurzają głupie pytania. Czy ktoś oprócz mnie jest Marvel zjebem? Powietrze premium. Prosto z puszki. Marvel zjeb. Idealny pomysł na kanał. Marvel zjeb. Podobał wam się pierwszy film? Podobał wam się dzisiejszy materiał na kanale? Udało mi się go skleić przed Comic-Conem. Illuminati? Kto czeka na Illuminati? Ach, coś mi do oka wpadło. Kuje. Nie oglądałem jeszcze. No to musisz zobaczyć. A to dostałeś spoilera właśnie. Właśnie zaspoilowałem. No, Secret Wars. Wiadomo, że Kapitan Marvel. Czy wierzysz w UFO? Nie, ale powiem wam, że Wielka Brytania ma największy odsetek jak to się mówi? O Boże, nie wiem jak to się po polsku nazywa. Po prostu najwięcej osób dzwoni na policję z doniesieniami o tym, że widzieli UFO. Wielka Brytania, a w szczególności miasto, w którym mieszkam, czyli Cardiff. Czajcie, że w Cardiff jest najwięcej doniesień o UFO? Więcej niż w Stanach Zjednoczonych. Byłem w szoku, jak się dowiedziałem o tym. Ale to, bo wszyscy są na grzybach albo na jakichś innych halucynkach i mówią, że widzą kosmitów. Ale no, także ty mieszkasz w Cardiff? Tak. Opium is my life. England is my city. W Cardiff jest najwięcej... No tak, to jest dobre wytłumaczenie. Tu po prostu jest UFO. W Minecraftku? Nie gram w takie rzeczy. Nie mam czasu na bzdury. Żadne Fortnite Q, ani inne Q też nie gram. Kiedyś próbowałem, jak zresztą kilka osób z was wie. W Minecraft... Nie, w co graliśmy? W Fortnite'a. Chyba godzinę. I miałem tekstury popsute. Thor czy Kapitan Marvel? No przecież już ci odpowiadałem. Kapitan Marvel. W Wielkiej Brytanii wierzą w potwora, co pływa w jeziorze? No coś takiego było, no. Historyk Śródziemia. O proszę. Musiałbym sobie też to poczytać. Może coś fajnego bym... Farbowanie brody na czarno mogę. Na czarno mogę pofarbować. Pasuje? Dokładnie. Piotr. Może to być UFO, a może to być nawet nic. Tylko ludzie myślą, że coś widzą. Tak zwana Nessie. Dobra, 4 minuty. 4 minuty i będzie panel. 4 minuty. Kto wygra? John Cena czy potwór z Loch Ness? No, John Cena. Wiadomo, że John Cena. Idę po picie. No, masz 4 minuty. 3 już minuty. Siema, Lennox. Szaraki latają. No, dokładnie. Tomek dla Smurfów. Kapitan Marvel nie jest trochę za silna? No, może i trochę jest. Może i jest, no ale kiedyś muszą wprowadzić tych silnych, nie? Aktorów. Tych silnych bohaterów, nie aktorów. No tak, John Cena grał w tym filmie, gdzie strażaka grał. Także ty uważaj. Bo zastrażakuje nam mordy. John Cena. John Cena. Czy jak to tam szło? 2 minuty. 2 minuty. Johnny Sins też jest aktorem. 3. sezon, 21 odcinek. Nie mam zielonego pojęcia. Paląca się owca? Nie wiem, o czym mówisz. Dobra, jak tam mój fanart na Discordzie? Ładny Venomek, kurna, wiadomo. Kurna, ale mi wyszedł Venom. Wow, 10 lajków już mam. Dobra, ostatnia minuta. Ostatnia minuta i widzimy się jutro. Papa Smurf czy baranek? Nie wiem. 30 sekund. Która jest z Wielkiej Brytanii? Pierwsza rano. I za 4 godziny idę do pracy. O, Breaking Bad. Mega. 10 sekund. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I jak zwykle opóźnienie będzie, parę sekundowe, ale sprawdźmy. I jedziemy. O, są napisy.
Welcome for Shut Up. The cast.
Where?
Wrong opinion is yours.
Gdzie jest polski?
Hey guys, welcome to Minute for Shut Up, the
Nie wiem, gdzie jest
podcast
P.
where the only wrong opinion is yours.
Hey, I'm here, you guys. Where are you guys?
I'm
I'm
over
outside.
here. Oh, what's the crowd situation there?
It's
like,
hot. I'm still waiting to get in. It's pretty hot out here.
yeah.
I feel like you have good chances of getting in, actually.
Cringe.
A really good chance of getting in.
Dobra, pogramy z nimi na czacie.
Yeah.
His tongue's right on your ear right now.
I'm having a kiki with my girlfriends to figure out what to do about my boyfriend.
A lot of diversity in that crowd.
So diverse.
Anyways, thank you guys for coming. Let's get. Do we have a camera on the crowd? Yes, we do.
Wow, thank you guys for coming.
And that bit is over. No more bits from here on out. Dead serious.
This is a very serious podcast and a very serious panel about the state of the world, or we're talking about masks. Either way.
We thought it would be
One or the
fun
other.
to talk about all of our favorite characters that wear masks. Since it's a way to be topical but not depressing.
So, masked figures. That's like a big broad topic.
No dobra,
so I
dobra.
know that my
Dawajcie te
favorite
pytania.
ones are probably different than yours because they span.
So many.
There's so many, which is kind of exciting because it's a really interesting array that we have there. I know that we wanted to go around and talk about our top 3. Emily, do you want to kick us off with your favorite 3?
Here's the problem.
Oh no, there's a problem already?
I haven't been able to like narrow down from 6, but I'll try, and I'm at least going to tell you one that is definitely in the top 3 because there's no question about it.
Yes.
And that's the Dread Pirate Roberts.
Oh.
Okej.
Princess Bride, baby.
Ziomek w masce.
See, because I
Ej,
checked
czy
him
to ma
out of
być
mine,
quiz?
I thought he'd be
Poczekaj.
too easy to guess because we're gonna do games later, and I thought that's too easy.
A, będą gry.
Yes, but
Dobra,
he's a good
będą gry.
character.
Okej.
Easy's my middle name. What can I say about it?
But it also is supposed to be your favorite. So
Yeah,
if you're
and that's-
easy, then you're easy.
I'm a basic easy bitch. That's what I've come to know from my list.
I think he's
Dobra,
outstanding
no
here. I
jakieś
think
tam
that's a
gry
good
będą.
choice.
Is.
Agreed.
I was like, ooh, Robin Hood, and then I was like, Robin Hood don't wear a mask, but he's a fox, literally at one point.
Yeah, in Disney he is a fox. Which they're doing a live action version. So
Dobra, będą quizy, ale nie tylko o Marvelu.
Is that
Także
right?
super.
That's what I heard. I heard they were doing a live action version of Robin Hood, which again confused me because they are foxes.
Robin
That's
Hood, there's one every
ridiculous.
2 years. Who cares?
Yeah, that's true.
Ej, ten gość nawet maski nie ma, to...
Foxes, which are
That's true.
There are no foxes in
Everyone's gonna
America.
start boning foxes. It's gonna be very confusing.
No gadają na razie o cringe fest taki.
It'll be fun.
Także spokojnie, ale później będą gry.
I'm sorry, this is a quick sidebar, but I saw something
Cringe
on the
wyjebał w
internet.
kosmos. No.
I know. What Ben's ears say on TikTok about millennials like us, and it was laughing so hard. hard because it's all about like they get so pissed off at like what Hufflepuff house each other are in, and yet they can't afford a real house. Like, what are your problems? So I was like dying. I was like crying. It was all just very accurate, and I was like, oh, we're at that age. I didn't realize.
Just wait, Gen Z, till you get your own recession.
Exactly.
You'll get one. You might get 2 or 3.
So on the top of my favorite mask list, I put Darkwing Duck.
Yes.
I love Darkwing Duck so much.
O Boże. Na jutro ktoś musi mi wrzucić tą stówę, kupię whisky i się szybko znieczulimy, bo tego się nie da oglądać na sucho. Dobra, no zaraz będą gry. Ale to będzie cringe, także to ostatni ten. Będą pytania, będą quizy, także spoko. Już sprawdziłem. Za jakieś 10 minut, 5-10 minut będzie. Ale po tym panelu idziemy spać. No regrets.
He voiced everything that you love, basically. What's your top, like masked figure?
No mogę przewinąć, a co, chcecie, żebym przewinął? Dobra, no to kit to przewinę.
No, I was
Banana. Yeah. Banana.
Dobra, tu się chyba zaczynają.
Made their appearance in Ocarina of Time, and it was this mysterious character that would
Coś
appear
cię...
to you.
O, tu są, dobra. Coś cię ominęło? Tony.
let me ask my Kiki. Okay, here we go. And
okay.
Bam. Ooh,
all
okay.
right. So, you guys didn't want a list.
Kto, jaki bohater się to piszcie.
Is this like best out of 9?
Numer 1 na przykład Spider-Man.
Do you wanna?
All right, I got number 1.
Okay, number 1.
Possibly.
I
Spider-Man.
piszcie, wiecie.
Correct! Yay!
1 for 1.
2 to będzie Robin.
Is number 2 Robin?
3 to Batman?
Ish.
Oh, okay. He's one of those other Robins. God, who's the other?
Like Darkwing, not Darkwing. Oh my god.
There's Robin.
3 to Mr. Terrific? Nawet nie wiedziałem.
I'm not saying anything.
But then there's 2.
9 to Cyklop, 8 to Catwoman, 7 niestety nie widzę.
There's a Robin. I'm not good with my secondary Robins.
Well, it's not.
A 4 to jest Cheetah.
It's not called a Robin.
It's a ward of Batman.
6 to jest Doom. Tam masz literkę pod spodem. Cyferkę.
Got me, dude.
I'm so confused.
To nie jest Robin?
I thought it was gonna be like the Arrow or something.
Ej, co? Kto to jest?
No.
Kto to jest 2?
Just say it. It's not. This iteration is not Robin.
I don't know the other name without
Rob.
cheating.
It's Rob. Is that Rob?
No, it's not Rob. Damn. No.
I know there's like 2. There's like 2 more.
Black Adam to 3?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna give
Możliwe,
you a
no.
clue to help you out. Ready?
All right.
It is Dick Grayson, but it's not Robin.
Oh, okay. He was like Nightwing or something.
Thank you.
Wait, really?
I was so close.
To
I
był
was like,
Nightwing?
Darkwing. Oh my god! And everyone just laughed at me when I was like so close to
Okay.
anything I've ever been to.
They all laughed at you.
Oh my god, this is so stressful.
No nie wiedziałem. No dobra, okej.
Oh
So
my
I'm gonna. Okay, so Richard gets it.
That was cool.
It was.
Okay.
Emily, you get a half a point.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't know number 3, so Emily, that's all yours.
Pięć-
Number 3 is
Mówicie że to jest Black Adam.
This one's hard though. Like I don't know if I should have put this one, but I just thought his mask was so weird.
To może być ktokolwiek.
It's a.
Cyklop, tak.
mask is
No,
a
myślę, że
letter.
9 to cyklop.
May I give you multiple choice?
Yeah, sure.
To list, to jest... Jego maska to list, ale przetłumaczyli. Jego maska jest zrobiona ze skóry.
It's either A, Mr. Fantastic, B, Mr. Terrific, or C, Mrs. Fantastic.
Mr. Fantastic!
What?
Mr. Fantastic.
You're wrong.
That was also my guess.
It is Mr. Terrific. So no one.
Real. That's not a real character.
You're gonna push your fan art onto us.
Your OCs.
Fanfic.
Umieram.
But number 4 is easy, right?
Bardzo dobrze
I'm
trafiłeś,
just
Piotr.
a wild guess. Cheetah?
Really?
Is that a cheetah? Eagle girl? Hawk girl?
Hey.
Raven Simone.
Hot girl. Yes, Richard.
Really?
Hot girl.
No, it's not. It's not
Oh
Hawk.
my god, that was
Shut up.
such freaking luck.
Hawk girl is not a real thing.
Oh my lord.
Is it really Hawk girl?
Yeah, there's
It's really hot
hot
girl.
guy
You
and
can't-
hot girl.
Naprawdę to jest hot girl?
You need a better name for that though. You can't name someone Hawk girl.
A hawk.
Well, hot guy is worse. It sounds like you're just saying hot guy.
They're both
Jest Hawkeye, to jest hawk.
no, 'cause
Hawk girl.
girl.
Guy,
There's the way that those syllables.
Yeah.
They need someone write them a letter. They messed up.
4 to fate? Nie no, 4 to hawk girl.
Be like a swarm of bees in number 5. I feel like these are more Rorschach tests. Is it Rorschach?
No, but Rorschach is one of my favorites, and I didn't even put him in honorable mentions.
Nie wiem, 5? Nie mam pojęcia.
This isn't Head on Fire Ghost Rider, is it?
No.
Head on Fire guy.
Head on Fire guy. Or
Fiona?
Dr. Or Fiona. Fiona! Or Dr. Fate. Okay, we'll move on to number 6.
Wait, who's 5? What's 5?
Dr. Fate.
Oh.
Dr. Fate.
You didn't know?
Ej,
I said it looked like a bee.
Piotrek, dobrze ci idzie.
She did say it's a bee. Okay, number 6.
Dr.
Who do
Doom.
we think? Thank you, Richard.
No,
Did you
Doktor
know,
Doom
Emily?
to...
When you said it.
Okay, number 7.
7 nie
I
widzę.
would have said boom or something.
To będzie Deathstroke.
I'm glad I didn't go
Też tak myślę Deathstroke, ale nie widzę 7.
Number 7.
Okay, number 7
No.
is oh, something just happened to my screen, but it's fine. I'm okay. Number 7 is Pink Eye.
Pink Eye. Czy oni się w ogóle znają na tym?
You
That's
guys
Think
are
of
so
his
good.
Is it
Deadpool, and that's not Deadpool.
Oni się chyba w ogóle nie znają na
See his
tym.
eyes.
Co?
I know, but I thought maybe it was a scene where it got fried and then we were looking at his cancer eye because it's a weird looking eye. I don't know. I don't know what she watches.
I won't get this one.
Okay, so we'll move on. Deathstroke is that. All right, number 8, Emily. Who is number 8? Yay, Emily!
I win the whole thing.
Jestem w
I'm
szoku.
the victory.
You're the victor.
I'm the victory.
A, to oszustwo, no jak zwykle.
Number 9.
Cyclops.
Yes, Emily.
Really?
Yes.
Why is his visor all honked up?
It's X.
It's an X. Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
so you guys are tied basically, and we'll have to try it in a different game.
Okay.
That went a little better than I thought it would.
Okej, no zobaczmy następną grę.
It was not bad. It
No,
was
it was
not
fun. It was
bad.
totally fun. But when I first saw it, I was like, oh no.
That's why I was like, do you guys want multiple choice? It's not that easy because I zoomed in to make it less obvious, you know.
No, it was great. I loved it.
I'm ready to start when you guys are ready to
I just got like really scared. I don't know.
Okej, dawajcie następną grę.
Well, because look at all those people behind you.
Wait, did you drink the tea, Anastasia? Did you drink?
I did drink the tea. I did. I always drink the tea.
10 minut?
I think it's just always pressure when somebody quizzes
15 minut.
Automatically my brain goes, bye!
No, I like literally have
A zaraz będą jakieś inne pytania.
Alright, so I have a game. This is probably going to start off very easy.
Ale każdy ma swoją grę.
Easy, or get very
Dobra.
difficult. The first one's going to be gimme. Alright, I'll play the clip, and then you guys say who it is.
Okay.
Maybe say the character too. I mean, this first I'm just going to be stupid. Alright, you guys ready?
What's your favorite scary movie?
It's
no.
It's Ghostface!
I was going to say, but do you know the name of the character? We already did him.
Ghostface!
Right. Easy, gimme. Alright, here comes number 2.
Oh, Zorro.
Zorro?
Pretty good.
Ej, szybko
I was
odpowiadają.
gonna play it up until a point that I actually say his name in the song, and I was gonna stop. All right, we got another one. This is also easy, and then maybe these will start to get harder. But this.
That's correct, Wendy. We all wear masks, metaphorically speaking.
Stanley.
Dobra, no kto to był? Jeszcze raz.
That's correct, Wendy. We all wear masks, metaphorically speaking.
Kto to jest?
That's correct, Wendy. We all wear masks, metaphorically speaking.
Stanley Imkus, The Mask.
Yeah. All right, they're gonna get a little bit harder. This one's also. I think this is the last of the gimmies, but we'll see.
O, to jakiś Sub-Zero.
Maybe not. All right, I'll play it again.
To coś z tej gry.
Sounds like a video game. That
No.
sounds like,
Z tej coś Mortal Kombat.
I was gonna say Mortal Kombat.
Oh.
Like Sub-Zero, maybe. I don't know. Not.
Keep going.
Skorpion? To może być Goro.
There's not a lot of dudes in masks in Street Fighter, in Mortal Kombat.
A, to musi być z maską ktoś. No
There's
to...
another dude in mask, and it's yellow.
No to Skorpion.
Oh God! Why can I see him and not know his name?
No to Skorpion, no.
I hate my life right now. It's Mortal Kombat.
He's got a hook.
Skorpion.
If you give up, it's okay.
I give up.
All right, Scorpion.
Oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm a Scorpio too.
Dobrze, no. Ja myślałem, że to jakiś...
You might know this one right away.
You're not my friends. Become addicted to water. It will take hold of you, and you will resent its absence.
Co to było?
Not become addicted to water. This is a big movie.
Aquaman?
I won't knock you guys for not knowing his name. Big dude with the beard. Telling the people below.
Aquaman.
Addicted to water.
It's like
I won't knock you guys if you don't know his character.
Humongous guy?
Hmm?
Humongous guy?
Pretty big dude. Dumps the water down on the people.
No Aquaman.
Really?
I just keep thinking Water World now that you've said water.
No, like Mad Max?
Yep.
Yeah, but
That's
isn't his name like isn't it literally Humongo?
Okay.
Or...
It's Immortan Joe.
Oh, I thought isn't there another guy in Mad
Okay.
Max? Like, literally called Humongo or something. Never mind. But yes, okay.
Might be right. Let's
Or I just
Okay.
spelled it wrong.
I feel real smart, you guys.
Yeah, there is a Humongo. It's in one of, and he wears a mask.
Słabo słychać, no.
Humongous.
The humongous. See,
From Mad Max 2.
Głośniej nie mogę zrobić już.
Dumb. Just look cute.
I am. I'm always dumb.
This one's probably too easy, but we'll see.
If the city doesn't turn all power over to me immediately, I'll blow this building sky high.
Venom? Ktoś ze Spidermana, myślę.
From a cartoon, obviously.
I know.
Voiced by James Avery, Uncle Phil. If I play the whole clip, you'll get it. No, but you're in the zone. You want to hear it again? I can play the whole clip. We'll give it away.
Kto to
Play the
może
whole
być?
clip.
Play it.
Coś w masce.
Then it's just gonna be whoever shit. All right.
He doesn't turn all power over to me immediately, I'll blow this building sky high. Not so fast, Kindred!
Come on.
I feel like I can picture exactly what it looks like, but at the name.
No, to jest jakaś animacja, no, ale Doktor Octopus.
Well, I know it's Ninja Turtle.
Shredder?
Shredder.
Yes.
Shredder.
Duh.
So you got to Ninja Turtles, but didn't get to Shredder.
Yeah, that. Okay, I told you my brain leaves.
Okay.
Lay out the pot, man.
Alright, this one's from a movie. I don't know.
Okay.
This one might be a little difficult, but we'll see.
Dawaj.
I've only seen this movie once. Maybe you guys have seen it more.
Words will always retain their power. Words are for the means to meaning, and for those who will listen, the enunciation of truth. But the truth is, there is something terribly wrong with this country, isn't there?
Nie
The
wiem.
Mask. He's on TV.
W masce...
People like V for Vendetta or something, right? Not V for Vendetta.
Yeah.
Oh. V?
Wow.
Alright.
Ale
I don't know
pocisnęła.
about this one. I'll give you hints if this one's too difficult, but...
Nie wiedziałem. Okay.
Gotta get this mask off. It's boiling inside. Good idea. Ouch! Carly Beth, what is it? The mask. It won't come off.
It's a TV show.
Is that your porn stash?
Maska nie chce zejść. Możliwe, że to oglądałem.
It was a little oddly suggestive, but
Letterface jakiś?
Kids show.
O, to dla dzieci jest.
Based on a book.
Oh my god, I can't.
Based on a spoopy book series.
Is it Scooby-Doo?
No.
But not a kid's
Scooby-Doo?
series.
No, it is a
So,
kid's
like,
series.
Scooby-Doo.
It's a kid's
Yeah,
series.
it's a kids show.
Wszyscy tam maski noszą w
Scary
Scooby-Doo.
kid show based off a book series.
Oh, Goosebumps? Or-
Yes, but which one?
O,
Yes,
Goosebumps.
it's the one with that demon little kid.
Gęsia skórka.
What was it called? The mask. I don't know.
You're missing one word.
The mask boy. The boy mask. The little mask.
There's
The little boy
word,
mask.
There's a word.
Mask
Blank,
monster.
there's a word in between the blank mask.
The little mask. The green mask.
What could a mask be that would make it
mask.
scary?
The leather mask.
The curse.
The plain
Curse
mask.
mask.
Anastasia's closest.
What?
The haunted mask.
You got it. All right.
O kurde.
The tiny.
Ale śmieszne to jest.
Little boy man mask.
No dobra.
Boys to men mask.
Cringe jak nie wiem, ale śmieszne, no.
Okay. This one, you guys are not gonna get this one, so it's gonna have to be a
Uwaga.
series of hints, even though
No teraz uwaga,
you
no.
know this one. It's from a video game, and I guarantee
Z gry to
you
jest.
have controlled this character before. Here we go.
What?
From a video, from a racing video game.
Co to kurde było?
Like Mario Kart.
It's a character from Mario Kart.
O,
Toad. It's in Mario Kart.
Like
coś z
Yoshi,
Mario.
did he have a
Ale
version
co?
of that?
No.
I don't know. Oh.
Nie mam
what's the
pojęcia.
With the B, right? Or flip, what's his name? I'm trying not to curse. That's a
Where's the
good help.
mask? Little guy. He's a little guy.
Is he like?
Pomarańczowy z dużym kinolem.
Yes. Well, he's
No
not
nie wiem,
white
no ktoś
mask,
musi
he wears, like,
maskę
a red
nosić.
coat.
Is he a turtle?
I never played him. So you don't.
Nie mam pojęcia.
He's very bashful, but not that word.
Shy guy.
There it is.
A,
I remember now.
See, it's weird because you never, when you're playing that game,
jeszcze
you
z
never
5
hear
minut
more than,
zostało.
like, a quick clip
5,
and then you hear
10.
it all
5 minut.
So weird.
in a row.
You get saying something.
I don't think so. All right, so I didn't keep score. Who won?
We all won.
Classic.
I don't know. What's your game?
Are you guys ready?
Okej, ostatnia gra, dawaj.
No.
Yes, you've ever heard. Welcome to Emily's dumb little game.
Yay!
I'm ready.
Okej.
The following are a mix of trivia questions based off of real life things or just some things that, I might be curious about.
Okej. Czyli albo jest coś zmyślone, albo prawdziwe.
Are we ready? Welcome to Emily's Little Dumb Quiz! This is the mask quiz.
Oczywiście wszystko o maskach związane jest.
Yay!
First and only mask trivia quiz. Woo! Question number 1. Multiple choice, all of these. 1 to 10. Number 1. What caped crusader did I dress as for Halloween for the first 4 years of life? A. Catwoman.
O, no to o niej pytanie jest. Skąd mamy wiedzieć?
C. Batgirl. D. Batman.
Yeah, like first from like age 1 to 4.
Maybe 2 to 4 when I had a brain. Richard says A. Anastasia says A. Catwoman. The correct answer is D. Batman.
Co? Ona przebrała się za Batmana?
I know, sorry.
Okej, na szczęście zostało jeszcze 5 minut.
You went on that whole I love Catwoman spiel earlier.
Yeah, but if you're listening,
Tak, to powinna być zabawa dla widzów, a nie...
Batman's always been my favorite, but it could be some basic putting Batman on my list. He is on here for honorable mentions.
We're not stalking you hard.
When I said Catwoman once Returns came out, that wasn't in the first
Okej, well, zostało 5 minut. 4 minuty zostały, zobaczymy i idziemy spać, bo przez ten cringe umrę zaraz.
What year was the first known mask made?
Okej. W jakim roku powstała pierwsza maska?
B. 7000 BC. C. 200 AD. D. 700 AD.
A, ja myślę 2000...
Put it right in front of your face.
2000 przed naszą erą.
O.
7000 lat przed Chrystusem. Before Christ. BC.
Question number 3. Mardi Gras is known for their elaborate masks. When did Mardi Gras first arrive in North America? A. January 1499.
O Boże, nie mam pojęcia.
February 1599. C. March 1699. Or April 1799.
Tylko cringe był na razie.
Richard says D. Anastasia says B. The correct answer is C. March. That's when we celebrate Mardi Gras. March 1699. By a French Canadian man, he brought it here.
We really got going on that quickly.
Right? So much fun. All right, no dice, no dice. We're having fun though. Number 4.
Jeszcze 2 pytania.
Number 4. According to the CDC and me, you should currently be wearing masks during sex. A. True or B. False.
Prawda.
I feel
Which
like
is A. Anastasia says B. The correct answer is A. True.
we're in such a hellscape. Can you imagine?
But you're already touching things. What does it matter?
Wow.
Isn't that insane? I'm just wearing sexy masks.
Just imagine it if you will.
Dang.
No kissing. No kissing.
Like a permanent pout.
It'd be funny to like get masks with like different mouths on them, like Lisa Rinna's.
Oh my god.
Ostatnie pytanie.
Number 5. Moving on. According to life lessons, which face mask should I never try? A. Coconut. B. Cucumber. C. Carrot. Or D. Charcoal.
You girls
Coconut.
have an advantage on this one.
Nie wiem, ja bym powiedział A.
What were they again? Coconut?
A. Coconut. B. Cucumber. C. Carrot. D. Charcoal.
Carrot?
And the answer is C. Carrot. Because I'm allergic to carrots.
Oh, you meant you.
Oh my god. See, that was just a funny question about my allergies, you guys.
O Boże, jakie to jest głupie.
I've been feeding you carrots for years.
Oh,
Just little bits of carrots. It's like in Parasite.
Jakie to jest głupie.
Dobra.
Dobra.
Richard has won 5-1, and that's Emily's dumb little game.
I had a great time.
Koniec.
Well, thank you for tuning in.
Dobra. Na koniec zrobimy sobie szybki giveaway. Szybki giveaway. Będzie tak, jutro będzie live. Dobra, następny giveaway. Dawaj 100. Dobra, no nie wiem czy 100. Zaraz sprawdzimy jak się wygląda punktacja. A ja przy... O Boże. Jaki giveaway? No jak zwykle, giveaway. Jak co godzinę. Rip live? Co? Ej! Ja myślałem, że coś się stało, a tu jakiś... O, poczekajcie. O. Jezus Maria. Pięćdziesiąt osób nagle. To tak jak ostatnio było, pamiętacie? Na 300, o tej porze 300 osób nagle przyskoczyło. Dobra, kids, zrobimy sobie giveaway na 50 punktów. Migao, pozdrawiam
Migao,
cię.
3 złote. Pozdro XDDD.
XDDD. No dobra, no to pozdrawiamy serdecznie bardzo. Pozdro od Migo. Tańsze bilety mam zrobić? Zaraz zobaczymy, kto to jest ten Migo. Dobra, 5 biletów po 5. Dobra, róbcie sobie giveaway. A ja zobaczę, co to za Migo. 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 Też musi być na live'ie. Też musi mieć live stream. Na żywo. Migo. No nie ma nic takiego. Jezu, ale zaspamili. Ej, nie ma gościa o nazwie Migo. Ej, zaczął się live czy nie? Jak się pisze? Milgao? Miago. Miago? Milgao. Milgao? Ja już jestem głupi. Migao? No to jak się w końcu pisze? Nie ma czegoś takiego. A, jeszcze się nie wczytało. Dobra, zaraz się wczyta, a wypiszcie. Na co te bilety? O, napisz Migao. Migao o Fortnite. A tu jest! Ej! Kurno, ale gość ma... Ale gość ma oglądających. 300. No zobaczymy. Miago.
Był?
Miago?
Miago.
Milgao. Milgao? Ja już jestem głupi.
Szukał, ale nie idzie mu. O, O, siema! Pozdrowiku.
Trafiłem. Ej, dobra, piszcie do tego sklepu, piszcie losowanie, jeszcze wam tutaj napiszę. Ale on ma ludzi, kurde, 300 osób go ogląda. Losowanie i liczba między 1 a 5. No, pozdrawiamy go. Hello, ale Fortnite siej tak. Co to za bilety? A takie bilety, które kupujesz za punkty i te bilety źle napisałeś. No dobra, już mam, migo. Oj, dobrze napisałem, tak chciałem napisać. I te punkty, te bilety wykorzystujesz na punkty. No ja w międzyczasie miałem zrobić podsumowanie tego dnia, ale kurczę, ten milgao. O Boże, czytać już nie umiem po tylu godzinach cringe'u. Zrobił raid. Dobra, nieważne. W każdym razie chciałbym powiedzieć, że ten dzień był po prostu tragiczny. To znaczy nie, no starają się, tak? No to trzeba im przyznać, bo mogli w ogóle odwołać w pizdu cały ten Comic-Con, ale postarali się, zrobili coś tam. Nauczyliśmy się rysować Venoma. Mój Venom wygląda tak, proszę Państwa. Słabo, jak nie wiem co, ale Venom. Byłem zobaczyć tego Migo i on Fortnite nagrywa, więc raczej słaby raid. No nie, no dobrze, no niech tam raid. Ja nie wiedziałem, że coś takiego w ogóle istnieje. Jakieś rajdy czy pierdoły. Pokazali zwiastun do mutantów, do nowych mutantów. I to był najlepszy panel dzisiaj, zdecydowanie. Jutro czeka nas dzień Walking Dead. Także to będzie zdecydowanie fajne. Bierzcie udział w konkursie, macie ostatnie 10 sekund. 50 punktów do wygrania. 5. Koniec. I uwaga. Losowanie się już skończyło. Uwaga, kto wygrywa? 3, 2, 1. Już za późno, Tony Stark. Monika znowu wygrała. Monika. Okej. Monika Szczyńska. Ale skosiła punktów. 50 aż. Czyli ma 232, o ile dobrze umiem liczyć. Wow. A jak wygląda teraz punktacja? Monika ma 3. miejsce. Pozamiatała dzisiaj, no nie powiem. Ustawione. 2 razy wygrała dzisiaj Monika. I dzięki temu wskoczyła na 3. miejsce. Bywaj.
Ja kurwa jestem, a nie bywam.
Bywaj. Idziemy spać. Ja za 2 godziny i tak do pracy muszę wstać. Także dziękuję bardzo za dzisiejszego live'a. Ja idę sobie pooglądać tego Milgao, co on tam robi przez następne 5 minut. Co można kupić za punkty? Już poczekaj, daję Ci link. Masz link w opisie, ale dam Ci kolejny link tutaj. Proszę, to jest sklep. Dziękuję wszystkim. Widzimy się na jutrzejszym live'ie. Zaczynamy mniej więcej o tej samej porze. Czy Ty śpisz czasem? No, dzisiaj będę spał 2 godziny. Po pracy szybka drzemka i znowu live. Także no takie jest życie youtubera. Ale cóż, poświęcam się, żeby mieć wasz hajs. Nie, dobra. Do zobaczenia jutro. Może uda mi się na zombiaka jakiś film zmontować. Na razicho.